aggression, all of these things, conquering, right? So their existences are diametrically opposed to each other, which creates the conflict. So if I want you to look at my hands. If the natural flow is going this way, in order to make it go the other way around, you have to force it inward. Heterosexual relationships, and I'm not talking about just sex, I'm talking about literally maintaining a full relationship, mental, emotional, spiritual, sexual, responsibility, all that. In order to maintain this, both parties have to go against their nature. Men are being forced to be monogamous in this unnatural system. They are forced to be in the house and they don't want to be in the house. They are forced to help the woman carry responsibilities that were meant for women to carry. And he can't do it. And he's upset about it. And he's struggling trying to do it. So he's having to try to deal with women's emotions when they can't even deal with their own.
Now, hold on. I need to give an applause on that right there. I need to give an applause on that, girl. Yes, absolutely. Okay, go ahead.
Men will get upset of what I'm saying because, again, the truth does not support their existence, and men depend on a delusion. Men depend on women living in a delusional state to continue to get access to women. Because if women knew the truth, a lot of women would not be dealing with men, okay? But men do not even know how they feel in their own body. And they don't even have the words to tell you how they feel in their own body. The male's emotional vocabulary is, it's an impediment.
Oh,
he might only have 4 or 5 words to describe the feeling. The male really believes that the only emotions are happy, sad, and mad, or something like that. Happy.
Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side damage shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man, shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing key zaps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing key zaps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering and cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? With tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing key zaps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing key zaps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
What's going on, everybody? Good Sunday morning to everyone out here. We're not going to do like the normal Sunday show we would do, where we would go through the Black History Minute and all that stuff. We're not going to do that today. We'll do that next time. Promise you guys, we'll do that next time. But today we we kind of short on time, so we're gonna just get straight into it. But first we got to do the business, man. Shout out to Brother Eric, better known as 16 to Life. Let us use that music, man. Shout out to him. Go check him out and go check him out at the YouTube page, 16 to Life. Dude is blowing up, man, blowing up like a balloon, man. So shout out to Brother Eric, man. Good dude, man. Good dude. A lot of funny stories over there, man. So go check him out. All right, I'm gonna bring Brother Eric down, man. Shout out to him. All right, y'all. We got to get right into it, man, because there's a question out there in the marketplace, man, which is Princella the Queen Maker, is she what do you call that, good for the community, right? So we're gonna ask that question and see what we all think about that, right? We're gonna see what all we think. I think there's some varying opinions about that, but we're gonna see what we think, at least what we thinking over here. Let's talk to Better Black Life family. What do we think, family? What do we think, man? Do we agree? Do we disagree? What's going on? What's going on? Okay, so first thing we gotta do, man, check everybody in, and then we're getting right to work, man. All right, the first person on the docket is Risa Neal, man. Shout out to our resident sniper, Risa Neal, man. I'm telling you, man, if you hear and you thinking about trolling, man, and the reason why we really don't have an issue with the trolling is because, man, you gotta have an enforcer, man. You gotta have somebody that the trolls respect, and they see Risa all over the place, man, and they just got great respect for her. So they know, plus they know you got an itchy trigger finger, man. So, they don't mess with it. So, but you got to have an enforcer, man. You got to have somebody who is, willing to pull a trigger on you, man, if you're moving funny. And so shout out to Risa Neal, man. That's our enforcer. That's our, our sniper. She, if you talking funny, sliding funny, poof, You gone, right? So shout out to Teresa Neal. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Who else is in the building, man? Everyday Everything podcast by Daryl Long is in the building. Shout out to brother Daryl Long, man. I know he has maybe have a difference of opinion about Princella than most of us over here. But shout out to Daryl Long, man. Good to see you building yourself back up, big brother. Glad to have you in the building, man. Shout out to you, man. By the way, if you haven't already subscribed to Everyday podcast by Daryl Long, man, get on over there and subscribe to the brother. Give the brother a shot, right? I always say give everybody a shot. May not agree with him, but yeah, give him a shot. But shout out to brother Daryl Long. Who else in the building? Brother Von Bryant is in the building. Says greeting, peace, joy, grace, and abundance. Walks into a room, man. That's how you do it, man. That's how you do it. Shout out to Von Bryant, man. If you ever need to raise some money, man. I mean, Von Bryant is your man. And Von Bryant will push you and push you and push you until you raise that money, man. So shout out to Von Bryant, man. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. Good to see you, man. Who else is in the building, man? OG Patrice is in the building. Shout out to EP, executive producer, man. OG Patrice is in the building, man. Shout out to OG Patrice. I'm sure she may, I don't know, depending on what she got going on today, she probably will be in the building at some point. Rico was here. He fell off, but he probably will be back at some point. He get them honeydews done, and he might be back, right? Who else is in the building? Our brother Arshawn from Critically Drinking, man. Shout out to Critically Drinking, by the way. If you haven't already subscribed to Critically Drinking, get on over there, man. Oh man, them dudes are funny, man. They funny over there, but at the same time, very intelligent crew over there, man. But Arshawn said, I gotta go to get nephew soon, but you need challenges to test how strong you are. She has exposed how weak a lot of our thoughts are. We fall for anything. Woo, man. We're going to get into that, Arshawn. We're going to get into that, man. If you get a chance, catch us on the replay, brother. We're going to get into it, man. We got into it a little bit yesterday when we were talking to Simon, but I'm going to get into it a little deeper today, man, because mainly the philosophy today. I'm going to get into her philosophy. Clancy, you haven't read her books. Do I need to read her books? If I can listen to her voice, do I need to read her books? Is her books and her voice gonna be different? Are they different positions? If those are different positions, then somebody tell me, and I'll run out and get her book. But I haven't been motivated to get her book, because why should I go get her book if what she's saying is the same thing that's in her book? Then why should I go get her book? And I see the flaws in hers. Some of the things she's saying already. Well, you know, why would I go buy her books, right? But shout out to Arshawn, man. Go check him out over there at Critically Drinking. Who else is in the building? Sister Annie, the administrator's in the building. Excuse me. I might just sit on the sideline and let y'all talk about Princella today, right? We don't know. We don't know if Sister Annie might pop up. She might pop up. Saturday's family day for Sister Annie, so she might be in the middle. She might be out there doing stuff. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Who else is in the building? Who else wants to get checked in? Who else is wanting to get checked in? I think that's everybody who wants to go. My sister Don Frank is in the building. She wants to get checked in. Shout out to Don Frank. Good to see you in the building, sis. Glad to have you as always. Okay, so I think that's everybody who wants to get checked in. Everybody else is in the bushes, man. But that's cool. It's no problem, right? Okay, so we're going to just get started, man. So, Black Hearted with New Growth, Old Soul. New Growth's in the building. Shout out to New Growth, man. If you haven't already subscribed to Black Hearted with New Growth, Old Soul, man, go on over there and check that out, man. It's a little more of a what do you call that? An old school vibe with the New Growth, man. It's little more of a laid back vibe over there, but man, the information and the on pointness is there. The on pointness is there. Don said, "Hey, bro, see, I was a little late." No, you're not. You are around all these black people. You think you late? Nah, don't worry, Don. Don't worry. You always on time. Okay, let's get into it. So, let me put this up here, man, because I had to ask the question. Now, I asked the question yesterday, and let's ask it again. What is so bad about Princella and her message? Really, what is so bad about her Arshawn, on pointness, right? And he's saying like Patrice, nefariousness, right? I am making up my own words. Anyway, man. What's so bad about Priscilla and her message? What is really so bad, right? What she doing? Think about this for y'all. Think about this for just a minute. What she's doing is she is pulling in the people that have the least amount of success in the heterosexual sexual selection market. She's pulling them people out, right? She's going to put them in a position where they can be what do you call that? They can find the companionship that they're looking for. At the same time, they can reduce. Shout out to Mandrell, by the way. Shout out to you guys go subscribe. Excuse me, go subscribe to the Big Picture if you get a chance. That's Mandrell's channel. But go get a brother shot. Okay. Y'all. Here we go. Y'all want to see two people fighting? Here we go. All right. What's going on, Brother Rico?
What's up, old Negro sword? I see you up here still talking that tomfoolery. You still talking that tomfoolery. I can't.
All right, man. I'm gonna work. I'm gonna earn my pay today. I'm gonna get a good cussing out from Rico today, y'all. I'm gonna get a good cussing out, right?
Now,
I ain't got a good one in a while, right?
I ain't even got that much good cussing about this topic. It's just, I mean, you and Simon did a pretty good job of it yesterday. I saw we on live. I've seen a lot of people. I mean, the young lady she has sparked the conversation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like we haven't seen the likes of the late, great Kevin Samuels. And I think the results are going to be the same.
Okay.
I just think it's going to be the same. It's just he was heads, she's tails. Same fucking coin.
Okay. So now, what do you think, since we're comparing her to Kevin Samuels, what do you think Kevin's goals were as opposed to Priscilla's goals are?
I think they both got the same goals, money.
Okay.
I think both of them goals was always financial. Now, I mean, they're, but you can't say that that's your goal. You have to couch it in, I'm trying to help the community. But ultimately, they both have huge financial goals. We saw Kevin trying to pivot mainstream to bigger and better and more lucrative platforms. We see Princella, she's pushing her authorship books and so on and so forth. So there's a financial, there is a strong financial gain in both of them's ideology through and through. So, you know, neither one of them did anything altruistically, and neither one of them did anything just for the good of the community. I mean, half the time, I spent the like, buy the book. I'm like, why somebody got to buy the goddamn book? I'm not buying your book.
What about Kevin?
So
book a session.
Yeah, it's all they all have. Their ultimate goal is money.
Agreed.
And of course, but you can't sell your shit if you say I'm just trying to fleece you niggas.
Agreed.
You have to say, I'm doing this for you. I think I have the solution to the problem, even though I can't actually articulate the problem. So I come up with a bunch of screwed up stats and theories. And of course, because I know you Negroes ain't articulate or intelligent enough to be able to pick it apart. So, you just strike all those emotional chords. But again, pay. And it's not all super chats for them anyway. The average dumb YouTuber is going to try to eat off of super chats and cash apps. But I will give both of them, they were both intelligent enough to realize, hey, we can go for a much bigger bag than trying to eat off of super chats, AdSense, Cash App. Because again, even the AdSense revenue, YouTube takes the lion's share of all of that.
Agree. Of course they would.
Oh, they take the lion's share of cash, super chat. It takes the lion's share of AdSense. So I don't care how big you get, you have got to, if you're really going to live, you can be successful, but financially, you got to pivot to something. And I'll give, Princella and Kevin, they are way smarter than me in how they're trying to leverage their fame into other venues to make more money. But I just think it's no. I'm saying I'm talking about as far as them trying to make money, the grifting.
I think they're less concerned about the effect that it's going to have on the people.
They don't give a shit.
That's what I'm saying. I would say that. I wouldn't say they're smarter.
Man, let me tell you something. They don't care about whatever carnage is left behind because it will be behind them. They'll be at a different place and it'll be like, I didn't tell them that. Because, all our leaders have done that. That's historic.
Rico?
That's not what I said.
Okay, Rico, you went out. When you said that, you said after our leaders were done.
All our leaders.
Oh, man, Rico. I think Rico, that McDonald's Wi-Fi, man, is messing you up, Rico. Get out of McDonald's, man. Rico. All right, we'll bring Rico back when he comes back, But I got a question for y'all. Is the safety of women important? Well, first of all, let's deal with what Arshawn put up here. He said she's demonizing men, exploiting women, emasculating men while emulating men while demonizing us, using science, psychology, and philosophy to mislead. All right. Well, first of all, she's definitely demonizing us, Arshawn. That is correct. Definitely, she is exploiting women, right? But I think she's not exploiting every woman, right? Because women in good relationships and they know how to handle the heterosexual dating market. They're not really concerned about Princella, in my opinion. So I think that she's only exploiting a certain group of women, and in that group, we wish they wouldn't be exploited, but they are already looking for somebody. They're looking for a leader, right? They're looking for somebody to say, yeah, that happened to me too. Yeah, I'm with you. Let's go off. We go to lesbian land, right? Then she's emulating men. Well, in her, based on her philosophy, which we're gonna get into her philosophy today, but her philosophy is that everything comes from women. Ergo, masculinity would come from women.
Clarence, can you get into a philosophy that you don't agree with or you don't believe to be true? We can talk about it, but I think that's the problem that I'm seeing is that you can put out some just ridiculously crazy theory, and you know how they say you can't disprove a double negative. So then people spend all their time. I'm like, this shit is just batshit crazy. It's just a thing. So
what's crazy, Rico? What exactly is crazy about what she's talking about?
Well, for me, the theory that I got when I sat there and I said the other day, the belief that she has, the origination that women, and I heard her articulate it. Now I'm trying to make sure I say it correctly because I don't want to misquote the young lady, that the original people or the original beings that started life here on Earth, that had collected all the resources that had originally given them to women, we don't know what they are.
Okay.
So I'm like, so what the hell? For someone who
talks
so much about scholarship and science, why are you proposition a theory that's based on no scholarship or no science?
Well, she uses science. That's what Arshawn was saying.
For that point, it's like you wouldn't know them if you see them. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I mean, what are you talking about? We wouldn't know if none of us would know what the original inhabitants of this earth was, how can you say that they gave it to women?
But that's what I'm saying, Rico. It's just our opinion, which she should qualify everything by saying, this is my opinion.
Right. But I'm saying, but then that's
that.
not, but you just said it's substantiated by science.
No, I didn't say I said she will pick and choose different things to that if this scientific fact remotely connects to what she's saying, she will use that.
But what I'm saying
is she won't context the whole
someone
issue.
Who spends an entire time debating and debasing people for not having a background in scholarship and science, and say that all of her theories is based in papers, scholarship, and science, and then you come up with some batshit crazy idea like this that's not rooted in scholarship or science, fuck the rest of it. You can't pick and choose.
Rico,
because then I can start saying all of my crazy theories, and why wouldn't it hold the same amount of weight?
Rico, you got to go read the book, Rico.
But you tell me, oh, you ain't read anything and you ain't studied anything. So I'm like, okay, let's say I believe you. Can you tell me where that's rooted anywhere in science or scholarship? Because I'm following you on the scholarship and science. You ain't giving me nothing. And this is the core principle, because from that, she extrapolates that women originally
there you go.
Had all the power and all. So I'm like, no, we got to go to the part where women got this shit and who it got it from and where is it rooted in science and scholarship? Because I'm going to say I believe you, but you got to show me how the fuck you got there.
I agree. I'm with you on that.
That's my point. And if you can't do one, you can't tell me 2 + 3. No, because I need the fucking one.
Well, I'm going to play something right now. I'm going to play where she said that women at one point were the only people on this planet, and they were able to regenerate themselves. Shout out to Chef Shapiro, by the way.
Yep.
She was able to. Okay, so I'm going to play that right.
I saw you and Simon. I just shook my head. That's like, oh, I was like, y'all got me drinking earlier than I'm supposed to start.
Rico, you got to go buy the book, Rico. There's a lot of good information in her book, Rico. All right, man. Let's see if we're at the place where she says, this is Princella telling Tiny TKO that women do not need men to reproduce. They can just regenerate themselves, right? But all of a sudden, men just dropped out of the sky. All right, well, let's play that. Real quick.
Sister. Well, you know that song, It's Raining Men. Hallelujah.
Rico, you got to read the book, Rico. She's a scholar. Rico, she's a scholar.
The album.
How can you defame her scholarship, Rico? She's a scholar. All right, let's play it.
And created patriarchy. The male, even the most unfit male, has been given access to a woman to pass his genes along. But men, you need to understand that they move to pass their genes along in abundance. So it's not quality versus quantity, it's quantity over quality for them. So one woman ain't enough, even if you give him one woman. And the reason why you end up with men who unalive women, and they say, if I can't have you, no one can, because males operate in scarcity and women are a resource to men. Women and sex is just like food and water to men. So when women are free,
can you pause this?
It bothers.
Of course I can, sir.
Okay, so
what's the problem?
I just want to flesh out something she said.
I was listening intently to what she was saying, Rico. Do you have an issue?
I just want to make sure maybe you can run back to me in case I missed something. So she said, men require quantities of women, and one woman is not enough, right?
Correct.
And she said that I guess this scarcity has motivated men to unalive women.
Yeah.
So as most men, the overwhelming majority of men do not have access to multiple women,
Right.
shouldn't the unaliving rate be astronomical?
See,
If
Rico,
I follow that logic, hell, I should have a couple of bodies.
right?
We all should, because most of us only have access. Most of us are lucky enough to have access to one. And
Right.
if the fact that the scarcity of access is what motivates men to choose to unalive, I should have done unalived a lot of them by now. And you too. And all the
Right.
rest of us. If I'm following the logic correct. Because of course, when you ask that, they always tell you you ain't listening. I'm like,
You ain't
that's
listening,
what the fuck you
Rico.
saying.
You taking it out of context, Rico.
I'm
Rico, you
asking.
taking it out of context.
I'm just asking, why are there not? And I do know we do have some problem with, and I'm like, yeah, we got too many men unaliving women, and I agree, because I know they got this whole.
Now that is a fact. That is a fact.
I think it is a problem, but I think that they're really making it seem like a much, especially in America. I just don't see that the government wouldn't have done something about it if men are just running around willy-nilly just killing women, even black women writ large, and the government ain't gonna do nothing. They would do something, but I do think it is a problem, so I'm not gonna dismiss that.
Yeah,
but
it's definitely a problem.
It would be an astronomical number if, based on her theory, we can't control ourselves, because if we don't have an abundance of women, we got to start taking them out.
Well, that's part of the philosophy, Rico. Excuse me. The part of the philosophy is that you're never going to win. If you picking men, you're never going to win. So don't pick men. Pick women. Be around women. Now, does she say, "Hey, everybody, come on over here. You can be a lesbian"? No. But if you give me the choice of being asexual, being with men, and you make those choices look like only an idiot would do it, and then you make the lesbian choice look like that's the most logical and sane choice to make. But you're not saying be a lesbian, but that's what you're saying, right?
But later on, she speaks to the fact that same-sex relations is more natural than opposite-sex relations. So
yes,
obviously, we know that's what she's talking about. If you say that later on in the conversation, that the natural first relation status was same-sex. No. And so when you're in an opposite-sex relationship, you're fighting against your natural order. So I'm like, okay, go make that shit make sense. But go ahead.
Okay.
But because she does say that, so I'm not gonna say so she does say be a fucking lesbian. She just says it in two different ways.
That's what I'm saying. It's indirect.
But she's saying, it's direct. She's just using two different sets of facts.
But what I'm saying when I say it's indirect, Rico, she's not saying
she's not going to use those words.
Come be a lesbian. She's not saying those words.
No.
I come be a lesbian. But if she says, I give women choice, right? I give you the choice of what you want to do. But if your choice is choice A, B, and C, and choice A is stupid and choice C is stupid, and I'm promoting choice B, come on.
Well, the direct, but here's the direct way she says it. The natural relationship, and she used those words, is not opposite sex relations. She said that. You're going to play it later because I heard you play it with Simon.
Okay.
Where she was talking about that, the Y and the X chromosome is in opposite. She used the term in conflict, and I was like, I don't think the science says that the Y and the X chromosome are in conflict. I think the science says they're different. You know what I'm saying? So it's those words she used, so it's making you think like, the X's need to be with the X's and the Y's need to be with the Y's. And I was like, that's not a conflict just because they're different.
Oh man. But see, that was my point. And I've been on other panels, man, and I, and where it was said, well, she's not in conflict, but she definitely contradicts herself on a lot of different points because it's very contradictory. And one of the main things that's contradictory about some of the stuff she says is men have no integrity. Men are of no integrity. They have no integrity. Yet I'm going to use these men that have no integrity. I'm going to use their peer-reviewed science and information to substantiate my position.
That they have no integrity.
But they have no integrity.
Right.
But I'm using it. That makes no sense.
Right.
They
have no understanding. They can't love. But everything about leadership you learn from men.
Risa,
can't lead.
Risa, don't buy the book, Risa. Don't buy the book. We'll help you. Risa said, I love men.
I can't. I just can't. And I think again, this is where I said, like her and Kevin saying, I think she is very intelligent, very smart, very studied, very educated, but also on a lot of things, very fucking wrong.
Definitely.
Definitely.
He was horribly wrong on so many different things, man.
And I think that was the same thing with Kevin Samuels. Right on the majority of things.
That's what I'm talking about, Kevin Samuels. And he was horribly wrong.
That's why I said she's the same. She's just the female version. It's like, okay, 70% correct.
Shout out to Chef Shapiro.
True. And then that other 30%, I can't wipe my ass with because it's just crazy. It's crazy and it doesn't even take some of the stuff. It doesn't take scholarship for it not to be true. It's like,
but see, now Rico, I'm glad you brought that up. Rico, I'm glad you brought that up because that is another one of the subtle points that she's putting out. You don't have a scholarship.
I know, and
you need to listen to me.
What do they call that? Authority bias. That's playing to a lot of people's authority bias. Because, I went, and that's not to say I'm not dismissing the education, because I think that factor is important and there's some truth to it.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of educated motherfuckers that are stupid too.
Well, education, like any other tool, if you use it the wrong way, you can hurt a lot of people.
Or just because you studied something doesn't mean you learned it.
Well, just because you studied it and you learned it doesn't mean you're going to use it in the proper way, right?
But it doesn't even mean you learned it because you studied it.
It does that. That's
Lots
true too.
Of people go,
that's true too.
Get a degree, graduate, and ain't learned shit.
Hey, just because you got a driver's license don't mean you ain't gonna run somebody over, right?
Right. So
doesn't mean that.
But what happens is when you keep saying, and the fact that when you have to lean on that so much, rather than just being able to articulate and explain your argument, the fact that you have to consistently lean on your credentials, that's trying to create an authority bias. And especially when she would never lean on those credentials in a room full of credentialed people.
Couldn't.
But she wouldn't. No one does that. But that's sitting there thinking, oh, I'm amongst the rubes. I'm amongst the uneducated. So all I got to do is throw this out, and then I can make up any shit I want, and they're not questioning. And they
fed butter. This is why you feel weird after.
But go on, brother.
Go ahead, Rico, because I just accidentally hit the button. Oh, okay. I just had to hit the button accidentally.
No,
okay.
but I'm just saying that's how authority
just move into a brick.
It's like I'm educated, I'm among the uneducated. When people say, oh, I was a law enforcement officer, or I was a doctor, or I was in the military, it's like, yeah, but that doesn't mean you know everything or you're as learned as you say. But see, I wouldn't talk that as a veteran. I'm not gonna talk a whole bunch of shit in front of a bunch of other veterans. Because see, they know like I know. But if I'm a veteran and I'm in a room full of people who never served, then all of a sudden they're going to give deference to me because they didn't serve. I could be amongst a bunch of veterans. They'd be like, Rico, shut the fuck up. You know what I'm talking about. And you know what I'm saying? So people know this. And when they know, oh, I'm among people and I have a certain set of credentials or experience that no one else has, then I'm going to play this authority bias, knowing that they're giving me deference rather than just actually being able to support my argument or my teachings or my ideology. It's like, no, just stand up on your shit, whether I'm credentialed or not. Because, I'm asking valid, logical questions. Oh, see, there you go. Because she does this a lot, which I don't like. See, I'm not going to do this. I'm not like, wait a minute, that's a legitimate question. Right. Either you can support it or see, we got no. That's a legitimate question. And then it goes into this, I'm the authority. Have you read the paper? Have you read, like, why the fuck somebody always got to read something if they ask you a legitimate question.
Go read it. Because see, the
It's
twist and turn,
bullshit.
they can keep twisting and turning you. Once you
Right.
read the book, then there's another open door for you.
But then
Then
I
you
read the
can't ask
fucking
these people
book.
direct
But
questions,
here's the
and they're
problem.
gonna say they're gonna. It's because I've seen when you ask her a direct question, she'll say, "Well, I'm not talking about you specifically.
Right.
You got to
Or it's in the book.
understand. Well,
'Cause
who
my
are you
thing
talking
is,
about? Let's
what
make
good
it clear."
does it do me if I come to you, Clarence, with one question? You tell me read your book. Now I got 10 fucking questions to include the one that I originally asked. What the
But I
fuck
will
I
give
gotta
it this.
read the book for? I asked a question. And I've seen people ask her legitimate questions. And when I keep seeing that, go read the book thing, that definitely is a tell. That's
Yeah.
a big poker tell.
Yeah, right.
That's a huge
That's so you going, if I ask you a question and your response is go read the book,
right,
then that to me lets me know, okay, you don't feel that I'm indoctrinated enough
exactly
to be able to understand what you're saying in a way where I will accept it. So you want me to get more indoctrination, so you sending me to go get the book as opposed to just answering my question.
Right. You know who else do shit like that? Cult leaders. They don't. You start the question and stuff. You know, I hope I ain't shitting on nobody religion, but if you're a Scientologist or anything else like that, oh, we need some reprogramming. You're not reading the book. You're not studying enough.
Exactly. There you go.
You're not studying hard enough of what I'm saying.
Right. Right.
Man, if you don't get away from me with this bullshit, I asked you a question. That's all I'm saying. And I couldn't be like, look, I just may not understand it.
Rico. Let's get to
ahead.
where she said women can regenerate themselves. Shout out to the Harris Tribe. Glad to have you in the building, y'all. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna let's play. I'm gonna try to find the part where she said that the women do not need men; they could just regenerate themselves.
Brick wall where men don't want you no more. That's the rationale, right?
Uh-huh.
That's not coming from me. That's coming from men letting you know their struggle as a man. We are born with no value. We have to build value.
Mm-hmm.
The average male struggles to build this value. And so they depend on women to get their value built. Men heavily depend on women because they are codependent by nature. So when you get down into the biology of the difference between men and women, what you're going to find out is something called sexual conflict.
Okay.
Sexual conflict, let me explain that. This manosphere red pill and this thing that men and women going back and forth with each other, y'all know that as what? The gender war, right?
Okay.
They know that as the gender war. And they think that the gender war is some manufactured thing from the elites. The gender war, the black woman against the black man and all of that. We heard it. But what people do not understand is that when you get down into the biology of the XX and the XY chromosomes, what you're going to find is what is called sexual conflict, where male and female sexual purposes differ. They are in opposition of each other, right? Okay. So women.
What Rico? What? I'm trying to listen, Rico. I'm trying to learn.
No, but I'm just saying it. But see, you let too much bullshit get by, and that's how she gets you. So I'll be honest with you. I think the woman is very intelligent, but she's very long-winded. She string along a long diatribe of shit that you can't. If you try to take it down in totality, you get hoodwinked. You got to chop that shit up because it's broken at the beginning. The reality of this, the XX and the XY chromosome being in conflict. There's no science to suggest that.
What does that even mean? What does that even mean?
Exactly.
What does that mean?
That's just a mumbo jumbo bullshit. I'm like, wait a minute. So you're talking about chromosomes are in conflict? Chromosomes are chromosomes. The fuck are we talking about?
And what does conflict mean?
Right.
What
Like,
do you
listen,
mean
next you
conflict?
gonna tell
What does
me a
that mean?
neutron, an electron, and a proton, they're in conflict? No, they all exist in a fucking atom. They're all different. They're all different. They all do different things. But they're not in conflict. And that term, so you took that term and then now you're explaining to us the nexus of the gender war is the chromosomes. I'm like, that's not that. I mean, I get it. It's the elitism and all that bullshit, but it ain't that is what I'm saying. I'm saying it's not that. And then because she strings on a whole bunch of other shit, so then a lot of these women end up in a place where, see, she said it. I'm like, no. Because if y'all caught the XX and the XY bullshit and stopped it right there, you wouldn't have got all the way down the street with this other bullshit. But go ahead, I'm gonna let it play. I'm not even stopping no more, but that's how I listen to it. And I used to listen to Kevin that way too. It's like, I can't get all the way down the street if you fuck me up on the porch.
Right.
Nigga, I'm on the porch and you said some shit got me scratching my head.
Yeah,
no,
man.
I'm not going down the street with you.
I'm not getting in the car with you. If you already popping me in the head on the porch, I'm not getting in the car.
Because I'm scratching my head on the fucking porch. The fuck is you talking about?
Oh boy. Okay. Patrice said that. Well, Patrice said that means, I guess the conflict means that her twin grandkids, male and female twins, were in conflict in the womb. I guess so.
And shit is crazy.
What is? I don't even know what that means, Patrice. I don't know what that means.
Right. It means
have no
nothing.
idea. All right, let's get back to
damn garbage.
Chella and Tanya.
That's
TKO.
called. You know what there's a term for that. It's called pseudoscience.
Yeah.
That's exactly what the fuck that is.
I don't know. I wouldn't even call it pseudoscience.
Right.
I don't know. That don't even sound scientific at all to me.
Exactly.
But
goddamn garbage.
Rico, maybe she has a study to back it up.
Right. Okay. good luck with that one. And for every study that backs it up, I can probably find 100 offspring that's in opposition to it. But go ahead, let it run.
Rico, be quiet so we can learn something.
Okay.
We need to learn something, Rico. Let's learn something.
By quality. It's quality over quantity for the female.
Right. And for men, it's quantity. Right.
It's quantity.
Spread the seed far and wide. Yes.
Absolutely. And so the earliest species on planet Earth were female. Mm-hmm. Female is the bio.
Okay. Here we go. Are you guys listening? Are you guys listening? Pay attention to what she's going to say from this point forward. Pay strict attention because people are going to say,
Whopper alert.
Clarence, you taking it out of context. You taking her out of context. You are pushing it. If you looking at it wrong, Clarence, you need to read the book and then you understand what she's saying. Okay. I want you guys to pay attention and see if me and Rico crazy. All right, we're going to play it right now.
Biological norm, and the earliest species of female copied themselves asexually, right?
Okay. Did you hear what she just said? She said, first of all, the earliest species on the planet was female.
And they copied themselves.
Species of human? Species of what species of what? You can't talk about microbes because they don't have genders. So you must be talking about an evolved animal, right?
The only thing I've known ever to reproduce asexually, I think, was amphibians, frogs, a certain species of frog. I've never heard anything else in science that and it could be something else, but the only animal I've ever heard that ever been able to reproduce asexually was a type of frog.
But why
humans are not related to amphibians? Period.
Why? Okay, so how does that relate to humans? And what does that mean? At all. Okay, and then also, why doesn't she let us know that? See,
because it's not true.
It's the subtle. Maybe it is true what you're saying about the frogs, but it's the subtle leading of them to think that that has something to do with human beings.
Yeah, because where's the scholarship in science to back that up? That the first
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Reproduced or copied themselves. Where is the science to back that up? We do know that's to believe that the earliest known human was a female, Lucy, found in Africa, I believe Ethiopia. But even they don't make no claim that she reproduced herself asexually. There's no evidence of that.
No evidence.
They just say that the earliest found human that they could find was found in Africa. That's it. They don't know if there were other men. They have no fucking idea. So they don't make such a wildly speculative claim.
Well, Yellow says seahorses can reproduce asexually. Right?
Okay. Yeah, seahorses
I don't know.
as well.
I don't know
No,
that.
seahorses as well. That's Yellow. You're absolutely right.
Yellow, where's your book? Yellow, we need
I
to buy
know.
your book.
Where's your scholarship
Buy
and your
Yellow's
science?
book.
But actually, there is scholarship on a certain type of frog and seahorses. Yes.
Okay.
And it's
it's
such a rare thing in even in nature. It is most species will die if it can't reproduce with the opposite gender.
Of course.
It's such a rare thing. And like I say, those are the only of all the billions, if not trillions of species to have lived on this planet, we only have evidence of 2.
Hey man.
Come on.
Obviously, that's not the way.
And there must have been a reason for why those few species were able to be able to do it, and all other species, nature says no. We can have a different mate. If you want to reproduce, you die out.
I think if men can reproduce for themselves, women will be gone, man. I think.
Yeah, and then why wouldn't men at some point, be able and in those genders too, to be honest with you, in the seahorse and the amphibious frog, if I'm not mistaken, those are not females. They're like, I don't know if like androgynous gendered frogs and seahorses.
Well, that's like worms.
It's like male and female.
Yeah,
the
like
seahorse or the frog. It's like, hermaphroditic or whatever. I don't know what it is, but in those species, there, a lot of those species will have just both genders.
Right.
So it kind of makes sense. It's like it just don't require 2 separate entities.
But
the seahorse will be male and
genders,
female.
then you're not female.
Huh?
You're not a female if you have both genders.
Right. I know. That's what I'm saying. But in those,
if you ask most scientists, if you have both genders, you're a male. Right. That's what most scientists would say.
I thought
both, you're male.
Well, if you're both,
at least in human beings,
I think the term is hermaphroditic, right?
Yes, but they would classify that person as a male.
Okay, well, I mean, they can do whatever they want, But the fact of the matter is, I wouldn't classify them as male or female. I would just classify them as either both or some third gender, because obviously, but for argument's sake, that there's very few. But now she's saying, based on her scholarship, that these women, I guess, she said they were able to reproduce asexually. She used that word, correct?
She didn't say that, Rico.
Yes, she did. Replay it. She said they copied themselves.
Wait. She didn't say women. She did not say women. She said female. She said female, a species. We don't know if she
copied themselves asexually. Right. So she didn't use women, but
she didn't clarify that.
But here's the thing, though.
That's another reason why I don't like. This is another reason
conversation.
why I like discussing things with people like this, because they always leave a back door open.
Right.
But they can say, "No, I didn't say that."
In this conversation, what the fuck is she inferring? What is she talking about?
Shout out to Marcus, by the way.
What is she talking about in this conversation? Women. She ain't talking about monkeys or nothing else. She's talking about women.
Well, that's an inference.
Exactly.
She didn't clearly define what she was talking about.
She's making an inference that in the beginning of times, women were able to copy themselves or reproduce asexually, so they did not need men. And she's making the inference that even today, they still do not, because they were able to do it once, they can do it again. It's an inference. I don't care if you don't use the exact words. That's the fucking message you're selling. Don't gaslight me with no bullshit.
Agreed. Okay, so now you guys just heard her say that women could or females could regenerate themselves, meaning that they could without, she said asexually, right? So that means not copulating with a male. There was a way that they could regenerate themselves, and only in the female, only with the female outcome as far as the offspring. All right, she just said that. Okay, so now we're gonna see if she got some way to back that up. Okay, let's listen to it.
And so basically making clones of themselves, reproducing more exact copies. Well, in changing environments, you need genetic variation to ensure survival. So later on down the line.
Okay. Did everybody hear that? She said they were cloning themselves, right? Did they have a cloning machine? Did they have a what happened? Right? What happened? How was this cloning going on? Right? What was going on where this cloning was going on? Vaughn.
Hey, what's up, man? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's going on with you, brother?
Man, this is, you know what? This whole topic is it's mind-boggling to me because, you know, it just appears that a lot of people are very intimidated by this young lady. You know what I'm saying? I've seen her get up on panels and, you know, there's a hush that comes across the stream. You see what I'm saying? Because everyone is lost for words. But, you know, I really don't see a reason to be intimidated by her.
Me either, brother.
Either you agree with her or you don't. And I just happen to not agree.
Yeah.
You know, I find a lot of her speech very much rhetoric. You see what I'm saying? And it's just off. You know, you don't have to read a book to understand that when something is off kilter.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know,
in my opinion, I don't. I mean, if the person already is lying to you from the beginning, do I need to go read their book?
Exactly.
I don't really, you know, I'm unmotivated to read their book if I already caught them in 2 or 3 lies, 4 or 5 lies already.
Yeah, you know, yeah. Listen, it's crazy. You know, you know, just the fact that you have to be referred to her book, you know, in order for you to understand her concepts when she's all over YouTube spreading, you know, her ideology. So why would I have to read your book to understand where you're coming from? You know, you remember that old episode of Twilight Zone, Brother Clarence?
Yes.
It's called To Serve Man.
To Serve Man, a great episode. Great.
Do you remember that? And
awesome
so when the alien came and made it look like he was there to offer help to human beings, he had this book. Now watch out, because he had a book, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
They really couldn't decipher what was in the book because it was written in a different language. You see what I'm saying? But when they figured it out, that it was a cookbook. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, be careful. Yes. This woman is trying to serve up the man, cook him up and serve him up on the platter.
Yeah. Well, I think it also relates more to like the aliens they came and showed them how to make better food and how to, you know, grow more crops and how the people could be healthier, right?
To fatten them up, right? To fatten them up.
But that's what I'm saying, Vaughn. It wasn't for the people to be healthier, so that they can live better lives on their own. It was to fatten them up and get them ready so they could put them on the spaceship and take them over to their planet and eat them like hogs, right? That was the whole point. But they made it look like they were doing this out of the goodness of their heart to just help the people. But they really wasn't, right? And I feel the same way about Princella. Now, here's where I'm going to disagree with a lot of different people. You guys listen carefully. I think that Princella, I used to be like against her and against what she's saying. I am against the lies that she tells. But if there's people that are so incompetent, if they're so incompetent in the heterosexual sexual selection market, they're so incompetent that they keep picking people that's, you know, abusing them and you know, abusing their children and unaliving them. Then at some point, maybe somebody like Princella is needed in the marketplace to get those people out of the way so that they're not in the marketplace to create havoc. Would you guys agree or disagree with that?
Absolutely not. That's a horrible idea. That is a horrible idea. It is fucking horrible, and I've been meaning to cuss you out for even suggesting it.
Why, Rico?
Because
why is that a horrible idea?
I'll tell you this, because while I will agree with you as far as it removing them out of this mythical, magical, dumbass sexual dating marketplace, that we still got to deal with these batshit crazy motherfuckers in society. So while they may not be dating heterosexually, they'll still be walking around with this warped, demonized view about men on these ideologies. And I think that that's the greater problem. I don't care who you sleep with. You can make them all gay. I don't care about that.
Okay.
But in the rest of society, we still have to deal with people when their ideology, because unfortunately, it's not like these people are going to spend the rest of their life living only with their loved ones. They're going to be out here fucking around, fucking up the rest of us too.
But Rico,
and if they, let me tell you this, and if they develop this self-hatred of men, and that's why I'm with a woman, man, I don't like men. I'm like, I don't think that that's good for society. I don't care what your sexual preferences are. I don't care if you get out of the dating marketing places. I wouldn't care. I don't want gay men to hate fucking women. And I don't think it's healthy for lesbian women to hate men or to think less of us than heterosexual women. So that's my concern. I don't think it's just believing, oh, she's going to get them. Yeah, that's great. Who gives? I think she's only speaking to people that are predisposed to that sexual lifestyle anyway. People that are leaning that way, even if they're not there. And whoop-de-doo, I don't care about that. But I do care about how these people, the same way, like I don't care about a racist only wanting to marry a white person, but he's still a fucking racist. You know what I'm saying? So like, oh, we pulled them white women out and they only gonna marry a white man. I'm like, yeah, but but that bitch still hate black people. So I think it solves one part, but not everything. So again, I don't care about what she's doing. It's the teaching, as the savant said, the demonizing of men, because it's more than just, oh, you don't want to be with a man that a man's going to hurt you. It's the demonizing of men. So they may not be with men. Whoop-de-doo, I'm happy that you found the love of your life in the arms of a woman, but you still hate men. And that's more harmful.
And let me just say this also, how does that reflect on your son children? You see what I'm saying? When you have boys that you're raising, you see, what are you teaching your sons, ladies? When you have this concept and belief like this sister here, I'm not understanding. Are you teaching them not to have self-worth and integrity?
It'll be a rough road for that boy.
You see what I'm saying? So what should we do? Just kill all the male children? Like, right. What's going on?
Right. So she borderline sin G.
And then
right?
One good point that Arshawn made, you're spending a lot of time up here emulating masculinity,
right,
and maleness, but yet you demonize it.
Yeah.
So I mean, we know you're trying to make money and get likes, clicks, and views, and you got a book out, but I don't see a reason for me to read that.
Nope.
That book basically could be used, the pages, for toilet paper. It's worthless to me.
I can't do it. I can't.
Ouch.
And I don't understand why individuals are so intimidated when this individual pops up on the scene. Because I don't have a problem saying, hey, look, sis, I've been listening to you and you sound way off to me.
Yeah.
Way off.
They think she's so educated. That's the problem. They think she's so above the normal person's understanding that they just regard her as this same thing they used to do with Polite. Oh man,
right.
You know so much. You just know so much.
Yeah, but you can always be book smart. You can always be book smart.
But here's the thing, though: you can know a lot of shit and still not be right.
There you go.
That's all I'm saying. You can. I will support and co-sign all her fucking credentials. She's still fucking wrong.
What's
it doesn't matter. The president of the United States then reach the highest office, degreed out the ass, and still be wrong about shit.
Oh, she's wrong about a lot of stuff. I thought you were
Yes.
talking to say something in particular.
Well, here's one thing, Brother Clarence, is when she spews out of her mouth that men are incapable of love. You know, what type of rhetoric is that now?
Pure fucking insanity.
What are you saying? You know, I have a son that I love. I have a wife that I love.
Yeah.
I have family members that I love.
Well,
I have people in these spaces. I have people in these spaces that I love. Now, hold on. You know, just because I have a feeling that something happened during her stay in the military that really, you know, got her tripped up.
But you know what though? No. Let me say this. Vaughn. I'm not gonna blame that shit on the military.
No. I'm not blaming it on the military. I'm not blaming it on the military. I'm saying her experience.
But I'll say this, and you're right. There are a lot of people that went in the military that had very bad experiences, and they ended up being like really, you know, traumatized and fucked up about it. And I get that. And I sympathize with that. And I understand that. But a lot of times in these cases, because the military is a unique place, institution, individual, and I'm not pro-military or anything like that. I'm just saying it ain't for everybody. So some people go in there that are flawed in the beginning. Then you end up in that environment and you break. But it's like you were already fucked up before you went in there. They broke your ass, but you were already fucked up. So some of the stuff that I hear her say, I'm like, this shit is coming from a long time ago. She's what did she say? Anybody know where her age is? Just roughly what, maybe 35, 40? I'm guessing. How old do you think she is, Clarence?
I would say that sounds about right.
Okay, so say 40. I hear problems going back 30 years.
Okay.
I don't hear 2023 issues. I hear 2003 issues.
Oh, I'm sure it goes back farther than that. Probably her young years. Probably
that's what I'm saying.
Single digit age.
I'm like, she's been broken about a lot of things. I don't know what they are. I'm not digging. I'm not trying to psychoanalyze, but this ain't no new shit. This ain't no recent shit. And the way that I hear her lean in with convictions on some things, like, you know, just the issue of men can't love. I'm like, where the fuck does that even come from? That comes from some deep-seated trauma to make you believe that, to come to you can't write a book on something like that unless you've been so fucked up about something by someone. And then it can warp your view so much that you believe in that sense of conviction because maybe there was some sort of male figure, I don't know who it was, that you loved so much. You love that male figure so much, and that male figure hurt you so badly that then all of a sudden you came up with this ideology for all of men, because how it affected you. And I get that, sister. I really do. I swear to God, from my core, I get and I understand that. But you are wrong. You are wrong.
But you know what? It all has to do with the plot of the adversary. You know, that devil, you know, that desires to have you and sift you like wheat. And when we listen to these type of people, a lot of us have itching ears. Let's be honest. You know, we'll just move with every wind of doctrine and we just get tossed to and fro. See what I'm saying? Because we really don't have a foundation of what the absolution of the truth is. So people like myself and you all, when we hear something that is so contrary to fact and truth, you know, we reject it automatically. You see what I'm saying? But ladies and gentlemen, man, this is a dangerous process that this young lady is tapping on. Well, it's a dangerous process for a lot of our young women that are coming up, that are very influenced by influencers.
I agree. I tend to think more like Rico. I think she's going to have more of a better chance or better people coming to her that are looking that have already been ragdolled out here, and those people are going to be more apt to listen to her. I think women that are put together and ready to go, I think that they are having more.
They ain't listening to this shit. Just say it
They don't
that
have
way.
a
They're not
reason.
listening to this shit.
Yeah, they don't have a reason to listen to her.
Right.
I think it's
'Cause it
going to
don't
be
make
probably
sense.
most of the people that are
Right.
having poor results. Now, let me ask you guys this question.
Well, here's the thing, though, Clarence. Though here's one thing, and what just to piggyback on what you said. When you tell a broken story, who are you talking to? Broken people.
Okay.
So unfortunately, her ideology resonate with a lot of broken women.
Agreed.
Women who've been through shit, who have been hurt, who have been. I don't believe that's. Well, I know it's not all women, and I don't believe it's most women. I believe most women been through some shit, like most men have been through some shit.
Agreed.
But we're not broken. But some women, there is I'll just say, I'm just pulling it out my ass. 20% of women that been through so much shit, they are just broken. They are just emotionally destroyed, and they're just trying to get by day by day, pull the pieces together. And I think the same thing applies to men.
Agreed.
And those men and women are very vulnerable to this type of fucking language and these types of ideology. These are the people that the cult leaders and all this speak to. They look and find broken people.
Wow.
They do. And that's what the problem is. She ain't talking to nobody who got their shit together.
Of course
they ain't
not.
Listening to
they
this
wouldn't
shit.
even pay no mind.
That's
why I'm saying what I'm saying.
Right, who've been through so much that are vulnerable and susceptible to this sort of language. Because anybody else would be like, what the fuck is men can't love?
What is it?
Really?
I agree. Yeah.
Okay, so we got a question from the chat, y'all. Sustani says, what if he wasn't some man she loved that hurt her but violated her? How about that?
It could have been that too. And
when I say traumas, come on.
Let me just be clear. When I say someone that loved her, I don't mean in a romantic relationship. It could have been a father, a grandfather, or uncle, somebody, because you look up to him. And this shit happens to men too. And I do believe it might have been something like a violation. Like you can imagine growing up as a young girl or a young boy, and you trust the shit out of somebody. And you think, oh my God, this is the greatest man in the world. And when you put that much level of faith and love and belief in someone, and you write, Lord knows, you get violated by that person, generally a lot of those people will, and it depends on to the depth and the degree of the violation, the hurt, the harm, and the trauma, they will carry that shit until the day they close their eyes. Because they'll be like, I've never loved nobody like I love my father, my uncle, my brother, this boyfriend, the pastor, whoever. Okay. And when you make yourself that vulnerable and give up that level of trust, and that person violates you, and then to what degree, it can you end up one of those broken people I was just talking about. Yeah. So a lot of these women, now she ended up being articulate, smart, well-read, well-educated. And now she's like, oh, I know what's wrong with all of us. I know why. And then because she never healed, she's going to take that broken ideology and she's going to spread it to those other broken people.
That's true.
She's just wrong about some shit. She's very smart and she's right about a lot of stuff. But some of this shit, she's just flat out wrong. And I do think it's a bit dangerous.
Why, Rico? Why? Where's the danger?
Because you're speaking to broken people who need to heal.
So you're saying the danger is to the broken people.
Right, because the point is, it's one thing if you just absorb this negative message and you keep it to yourself.
Okay.
But when you're exporting it out, so Susie down the street's broken, not as educated, not well read, but maybe Susie could have got some help. But now you export this toxic message, Susie's now going to reject the very fucking help that she needs.
Yeah.
Because she done latched on to you and your bullshit, toxic fucking ideology and your cult theory. That's what happens to people who get caught up in the cults. They were on the verge or the possibility of getting help. But once they latch on to a cult personality or ideology, now they reject the very help that they need. Right. That's the danger. You can prevent people that could have gotten help from getting said help.
Right. Well, see, that's the danger. But those people are out here. This is my point about Princella. I don't agree with her on almost everything, right? But the one thing that she will do is if she can do it, she will get a lot of those broken people out of the way for the rest of us that's trying to those of us that's out there trying to date.
But those
people will be
broken
removed.
people need healing, Clarence.
Yeah.
They don't need just to be moved.
I know that, Rico.
Yeah.
Rico. But what I'm saying
They don't
is,
need to be just moved out the way.
I know
They
that.
need
But
help
Rico,
and healing.
Rico, listen to me. What are you going to do? Are you going to force? You're going to have at gunpoint?
No. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to turn them over to the wolf.
Listen to me, Rico. Listen. Most of these people are not going to go because they don't think they need counsel. They don't need. They need therapy anyway.
They willing it, Clarence. They willing it. But here's the thing: is this? Here's what I say. This. I know where you're going. Okay. If that broken person is sitting on the sideline, is it a 50-50 chance that they'll get help?
No.
They sitting on the sideline. There's not a 50% chance that they may wake up one day and say, "I need."
Sitting on the sidelines where they're trying to decide what to do next. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Is it a 50% chance that they'll wake up one day and say, "I'm gonna go get help"?
I would say maybe.
Okay.
Now,
okay. But now you take that same person sitting on the sideline and you turn them over to the wolf. What's the percentage of a chance that they're ever gonna get help? 0. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying. Hear me out. I'm not saying that we can fix the people that's broken, because I think most of those people got to come to healing and to terms in their own time. What I'm saying is, if they're turned over to the devil or the dark side, we saying we ain't trying to help them, and we're sitting there. We're going to ensure that they end up more fucked up. We're going to ensure we're letting Priscilla come in with that dark ass message to take them over there. Because again, I'm saying for me, it's more than just about the sexuality. I'm thinking about these women will learn to forever hate men, even if they're in the arms of a woman. If a woman wants to love a woman, I support y'all. I'll be at your wedding. I'll send a gift. I'll do all that shit. But I ain't coming if you fucking hating men. I'm not for that shit. It's about love and not hate. And
listen,
her message has
I prefer not to have
hate towards men.
Yeah, I prefer not to have anything to do with leading anybody astray, if I can help it. Why would I want to be a part of the leading astray of people? No, right. I don't promote that.
No.
You know what I'm saying? So I do agree with what Brother Rico is saying.
Okay, I'll ask you guys a question. Let me let Sister Annie come in, because I have a real question to ask you guys. Okay, Sister Annie, are you there?
Hey.
Excuse
me. Happy Sunday, Sister Annie.
Hey,
y'all. To be here with you. Happy Sunday.
Rico is up there. I'm coming up
there. And I don't mean to be hogging the conversation, but I'm just like, I care about this, and I hope I'm adding something to the conversation. I got great respect for the sister, but it's just like, it's just wrong.
Well, Rico, let's
okay, go ahead, Sister Annie.
Well,
I'm gonna ask you guys a question.
So let me just go ahead and tell y'all, I do not know a lot about her. What I've heard has just been what Brother Clarence or what y'all talked about on the stream. So I come in very naive when it comes to a whole lot of her perspective. So I'm just basing off of what I've just been hearing today. So the first thing that I would just say, one, where I have heard her say to buy the book, I don't really see anything wrong with that, because to me, that's marketing 101. Like, you don't want to give all the information out about her book. And the one part that I hear that y'all are talking about, where she talks about the woman, like the first female species. And I mentioned this yesterday in the chat. I recall one time, this was maybe about 10 years ago. It was I believe it was the first pre-debate that Captain Tazariak and Brother Polite had at this, I think it was the Black and Noble Library or bookstore in New York. And I remember one of Brother Polite's wives saying that women they didn't need a man to have a child. They could have a child on their own. She went into explaining, I can't find it online anywhere. But the reason why I bring that up is because what it seems like that each one of y'all have said is that y'all view her as someone that is very smart. And for
Correct.
someone that is very smart to make such a bold statement, I'm curious as what she's backing that up with. What is making her think that, right? So maybe it is in her book, and since that's such a big point, that I wouldn't give y'all that either. I would say, hey, go read the book if that's where it is. So I don't know if y'all know somebody that's read the book or are interested in reading the book, but I would be curious to know what she's basing that statement on. That would be very reckless, and something that would water down her integrity. If it was where it was just like it didn't have, like, if you're wrong for the right reason. What I'm thinking is that the people that she's talking to, and I don't know what she's been through, and we've all been through something, but it sounds like maybe from what y'all have been saying that she's been through something. So I first don't want to gloss over that, because like we talk about, like when things happen to kids and like when things happen, we build different defense mechanisms. Some people handle it one way. They've been through something, they handle it this way. Oh, let me just black it out and ignore it. Some people get frustrated and they want to attack every species or every race or every person that looks like or resembles the person that hurt them. You know, when I was younger, my dog got hit by 18-wheelers, and I remember sitting on the porch saying, I hate 18-wheelers. So like sometimes when something happens, different people decide how they're going to deal with that thing that they've been through. So maybe this is some part of how she's dealing with it, and maybe has not had the proper peaceful sit down with someone that maybe would help her to visit another way of dealing with what she's been through and how she thinks that you have this outlook on life. The people that are going to her and that are listening, and I don't know too much about this lady, Tanya TKO, but it looks like she has a large following. I'm sure that she's done some research on her also. What I believe, especially for what your channel does, Brother Clarence, is that we are trying to touch and have people that are going through whatever it is they're going through to have another and a more positive view. So what I would think for us, or what would be beneficial for us to do, is figure out these different points that she has and just build a stronger case for the opposite. Because people are gonna listen to her, people are gonna listen to her channel, but maybe if they have some alternative view that gives some good logic reasoning, as opposed to, and I'm not saying that y'all are doing this, but if there's just people attacking her and just saying what they think of her view without inspecting where that view came from, people that might be open to listening to that alternative view is so busy defending her that they're not going to hear it. So that's all I would say.
Good point. Good point. Good point. All right, y'all.
Can I say
okay, I wanted to address that if I could.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Vaughn sound like he about to get me.
Go ahead, Vaughn. I get her next.
Shout out to Hanifa. Shout out to Hanifa, by the way.
No, it's not like that. But, those of us who have been traumatized by whatever it was, and I understand because I've been through some traumas myself, but it does not allow me, it should not allow me to hurt others or cause damage to others because of my trauma. And because I was traumatized by a situation, it doesn't put me in a right place to lead other people astray because of my personal trauma. And so, we have to be very careful, when how we deal with our own traumas and how we project it onto other people. You see what I'm saying? Just like you can't go barking at every 18-wheeler now, right? Even though it was traumatic of what happened with your dog. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it would be improper for you to bark and to go against every 18-wheeler, because every 18-wheeler was not responsible for the trauma. Do you see what I'm saying? And I'm just using 18-wheeler to replace men.
No, I
You see
agree.
what I'm
I
saying?
agree that it's not
And her,
right.
okay, and so let me just finish real
I'm
quick.
sorry. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. But her demonization of men is definitely what I am in disagreement with. You see what I'm saying? Because we all have things, male and female, that we need to get together about each other. You know, and so for one particular sex to judge the other as if they have no flaws themselves, I find that very strange.
And Sister Annie, can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm. Can I just say something back to Vaughn
Yes,
real
go
quick?
ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm totally agreeing with you. We're on the same page, in total agreement. What I would just say to that is, just because something shouldn't happen doesn't mean that it does happen, that it doesn't happen. And the only point that I was trying to make with it was, because I'm telling you, when I sat on the porch, I frowned and I was like, I hate 18-wheelers. I was saying that for a while in my ignorance of getting to the point to what you just said. I didn't want any 18-wheelers on the highway. Now imagine if that was like my wish had come true. We wouldn't get any kind of shipments, right? So, but what I'm saying is, from that vantage point that I had at that point, all I knew was that you took Buffy. That's all I knew right then. So the hurt and my rationale, reasoning, logic, they didn't match. It was, I didn't like the thing that represented what took my dog away. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you are absolutely right. And what I believe that we do a good job of over here is trying to help people and remind them it's not every 18-wheeler. It was that one. And maybe even that one, when they did it, they couldn't stop on the brakes. The dog went out too quick. We don't even know what happened when it did happen. So it would be inspected. Hey, what happened? Why do you feel this way? Why is it that this action that you're doing right now, or how you're behaving right now, how do you feel like that's solving or fixing that thing that you can't change now that it's already happened? You know what I'm saying? So I'm totally agreeing with you, Vaughn. But go ahead, Rico.
Okay. What I wanted to ask you was, because again, in the where you spoke about, countering the narrative or the ideology. The problem I have with it is, and I see people always say this, not just you, it's just like all throughout the space. Like, it gets to a point where it was like you're expected to have to go out and do all of this exhaustive research to dispel something like water's wet. Things that all of society has. So, for example, like Nick Fuentes, who's a known white supremacist, he makes statements about the Holocaust wasn't real. Okay. Why, to counter him, is it required for me to go out and have to read his book and prove to him that 6 million people of the Jewish faith died during World War II, when that's accepted all over the globe? So I'm only questioning statements that she makes that's accepted universally all over the globe. I shouldn't have to prove that she's wrong, but they should have to prove that they're right. So when you tell me a human being was able to reproduce asexually, the burden shouldn't be on the disbeliever. It should be on the person who's sitting there making a statement that's counter to all known science, historical facts, and belief. So that's where I say, to me, it's a tell when you say, go read the book. I'm like, this is bullshit. Because people will forever make up counter narrative, counter facts. We've lived through the theory of alternative facts, and we can put it in a book, and we could just say whatever gobbledygook pseudoscience we want, and then we can forever be telling people, well, go read my book and come back and counter me. No, I don't need to read your book to know, east is on one side, west is on the north, the sun, rises at high noon, is at its highest peak at noon. These are demonstrable facts. And it also boggles the mind that she relies on her audience, because when you're sitting there going against her, if you ever are in the chat, she relies on her audience to do the very same thing, to say exactly what you said. Go read her book. Like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? Why do we got to read her book to know that this isn't true? I get a debatable point. I get a point that, oh, if you make a statement about unsettled science, I get that. But settled science, I'm like, are you serious? Because we all can make up alternative theories and beliefs and structures about anything. And I can make up, I can say, well, actually, before the person that she said, it was actually another male frog that came before them. And I can put it in a book, and it would just be me making up more pseudoscience on top of her pseudoscience. And then it's like, now we're sitting here arguing it. Where my problem is the point that I said and we push back on is she's making declarative statements of fact that are not facts, that's not supported by science or scholarship, but yet she will debase anyone else who sit there and do the very same thing. So to me, it strikes me as hypocritical. And then it's not you, but it drives me crazy that her supporters are always pushing people to go drink her Kool-Aid to be able to dispute her fucking Kool-Aid. What? So if I sit there and say, I think if I see you make a pitcher of Kool-Aid and I see you pour salt in it, and I'd be like, that's some nasty shit there. I ain't never seen nobody pour salt in Kool-Aid. And you be like, well, you got to drink it to prove. I'm like, no, I don't. No,
Rico.
I don't.
Rico.
Because I know we accept as a fact, you put sugar in Kool-Aid and not salt. But yet I have to drink it to appease you and your followers. And then to come back and say, that's some nasty damn Kool-Aid, as I said, because it was an acceptable fact that you don't pour salt in Kool-Aid. If that makes any sense. That's a simplistic point. Like some things, it's like we just know to be true. So why do we have to ingest the falseness?
Well, and I'll just say this real quick.
Mm-hmm.
So to what you were saying, let's say if I have a room of teenagers, girls that I really care about, that I found out that they were going to listen to her channel. And she was saying certain things that, to your point, that you're saying that it's just widely accepted as truth. I care about these teenage girls that are in my class, and they seem to be listening to her. I'm going to go read her book because I want to see what she's basing. Not that I believe it. I need to see what is she saying that's making it true, that's allowing these teenage girls that I'm trying to mentor to believe that and to accept it, so that I can take whatever reasoning that she's using. I would go and say, okay, all right, she said that you should put salt in there because actually the makeup of salt, once you mix it with the Kool-Aid, it breaks down this and it doesn't, it's harmful. Okay, then I need to go and I need to research why sugar. Both are bad, right? Because I may be trying to get them to not drink Kool-Aid at all.
I get that.
So what I would say is it depends on who it is that she's speaking to and how concerned I am with trying to offer the other side. There's some things that you're right. I'm not spending my time. I'm not going to read her book. I'm not too invested in this at all. But if I had an opportunity to mentor somebody, and they told me she was listening to her and they were starting to adopt some things that to me, just, I wanted them to see something else. I'm going to read her book because that audience that I have, the person that I have their ear, I care enough about them to go, all right, let me go ahead and read. I don't know how many pages this book is, but let's say it's 200. Let me go ahead and, take a day or two out and read this book because I need to be able to talk to her so that she doesn't have that one view only. That let me give you two views and you can make a decision. But let me give you both. So that's what I would do. So like you said, I'm not reading it because it's not in the scope of things that are interesting to me. But like I said, it just depends on who my audience is, who I want to reach, how much I'm going to extend myself to do more research. And it's not for me. It's for that person I may be mentoring, how much I care about them. So it'd be worth it for me then.
Okay, understood. I just
you know what? That's a very good point. That's a very good point.
That's a good point. Understood.
Because it's kind of like what they call apologetics.
Hello.
Let us close it out, Clarence. Let us close it out. Stop trying to cut us out. Let us close it out.
Rico.
We're trying to bring somebody up, Rico.
We
Okay, you can
have
bring him
other
up
people
while
on
we
the
finish this
panel, and then
conversation.
you can
Don't
get
cut our
Rico.
conversation.
Rico,
This is a good conversation.
Rico.
This is a conversation of understanding and clarity.
Mhm.
So and I'm not gonna be long. I'm just saying I because Sister Patrice, she needs to rock out.
Yeah, man.
Again, before I was rudely interrupted by by little Priscilla, by baby Princella. You made a valid point, but again, I'll just say this: we'll be forever chasing. We'll be forever swinging at these false windmills, and I'm not feeling like Don Quixote because they come out by the droves and they never end, dispelling all of these rumors, pseudoscience, and innuendo. That's the reason why I push back on it. But go ahead, Greg.
I get it.
Go ahead, little baby Princella.
All right. We're gonna bring in Princella. We're gonna bring in Patrice, and then I'm gonna bring up Demetrius. So, Patrice, do you have something to say? Because Rico's making my head hurt already. Can you have something to say?
Can you guys hear me? Happy Sunday, everybody.
Yes, man. Happy Sunday, sister.
Yeah.
I see the family is up here, so I only feel so compelled since our original, besides Risa, is up here on the panel. I feel like Michael Corleone right now on The Godfather. I really do, because every time I try to get out, y'all pull me back in.
Shout out to Femme Fatale.
Oh my God, y'all!
You just couldn't resist it, right, Patrice?
Every time I try to get out, y'all pull me back in. Anyway, but yeah, this interesting conversation, and I'm glad that we up here as mature adults having the conversation, and we agree on some things and we disagree on some things. The only thing I want to say is, and I agree with everybody's perspective, but at the same time, I'm a all in or nothing type of person. So if I know that there is deception in the way you are portraying yourself, on social media to the mass.
Patrice, hold on 1 second. Femme Fatale, please hit the link, come up here, and let's discuss it. We're not going to attack you. We're not going to do anything. We're just going to discuss it with you. So there's the link up there. Hit the link if you want to come up here and tell us that 97% of all violent crime is committed by men. I would say that's a bit high, but most violent crime is committed by men. I will agree with you on that. But 97%, that's way too high. But anyway, let's get back to Patrice. But Femme Fatale, you're more than welcome to hit the link and come up here. All right, let's get back to Patrice. I'm sorry, Patrice. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, you wanted to say, if you're, again, this is a narrative that is being pushed and spent in these YouTube spaces and on social media.
One last thing, Patrice. One last thing. One last thing. I won't do it anymore. Femme Fatale, you said that's a statistical fact. Okay, that's a statistical fact that most men are prosecuted more. Women do a lot of violent crime, but they don't get prosecuted for it. So we have to, when you saying the things that you say, you have to qualify what you're saying. So that's we don't want to put stuff out here and saying, 97% of violent crimes by men based on statistics. Well, that's because most men, mainly men, are prosecuted for violent crimes. Most of the time, women are not prosecuted for violent crimes. Okay.
Ask her to put in the chat. Ask her to put in the chat while she's down there chat warrioring. What is the femicide rate? Because I knew that was.
Well, let's do that after.
No, I'm just saying. Just ask her to put. Can you put that in the chat, Femme Fatale? What's the femicide rate?
Chat, but right now we got to listen to Patrice, because I know Patrice got something good to say. So let's let Patrice finish, and then we can finish this thing, and then we got to move on to D, and then we can keep it moving. I'm sorry, Patrice. That's the last time I interrupt you. Sorry.
Yeah, sure, right. Anyway, no, yeah. See, y'all, it makes me lose my train of thought on some things. But y'all know,
I'm so sorry.
You all, no problem, brother. You all know I had a conversation with her. Y'all know I went up on the panel and I challenged I challenged and pushed back on things she said based off of what her conversation was, and she deflected and pushed her book on to me when I wasn't talking about her book or what was in her book, or even if she was talking about what was in her book, she never referenced anything to me on the pushback based off of her books. She only was promoting and pushing her book based off of me giving her pushback. So again, the conversation gets very convoluted when you mix in science, psychology, when you're mixing in philosophy and things of that nature. And that's what I was trying to bring to her attention. I says, but you all talked about her trauma that obviously this sister have experienced in her life that has obviously took an effect on her in a way to make her have this notion or push this narrative that she's pushing, right? We know that, when it comes to in these YouTube streets on social media, there's a certain percentage of gender wars. We know there is a high percentage of males, murking, committing red drum against females, whatever, but specifically in the Black community is very high. We talked about the high percentages and the rates of Black men having narcissistic personality disorder, which is causing, if they have sociopathic or psychopathic tendencies, that these are leading to them, the leading cause of them murking Black women. So when we're, again, I keep saying, when we are not talking about the elephant in the room with the trauma, listen, because she pushed back when I said, well, you talked about your own trauma. Oh yeah, but I got help for my trauma. I got help. But your conversation is still traumatizing. And you can tell that if you did get some type of therapy or help, that maybe it needs to continue, or maybe you need to readdress it, because your narrative you pushing is definitely a hate for your male counterpart, right? And that is problematic in and of itself. So it's either, for me, when you take the truth and sprinkle it, but wrap it in a whole lot of lies, to me, it's still a lie. At the end of the day, it's a sprinkle of truth wrapped in a whole lot of lies, and that's what she does. And I'm not going to be a straddling the fence type of person with someone like that, because again, these are people that are in the community, that are influencers, that are your major people that have been a part of cult-like leadership and mentality that has been the downfall and to the detriment of our people. So I'm never going to be straddling the fence with somebody like her. It's going to be a yay or a nay, and it's a nay for me, right? Because anytime you are trying to pull the wool over people's eyes based off of the little truth that you sprinkle, but in the end, you're leading them to drink the Kool-Aid of poison, because you're telling me it's sugar in there, but in the end, you'd put some cyanide in there as well, right? I just can't taste the cyanide because it's tasteless, but because you put a whole lot of sugar in there. See, and this is what's happening with a lot of influencers, unfortunately, like her and people like her that are on social media, that are there to get the bag off of the detriment of our people, right? Because we all feel that need and that want and desire to look up to somebody, to follow somebody, to have somebody to be our leader, only to once again continuously get let down. So when you spoon the convoluted conversation, and when somebody come up and challenge you and you deflect from it and don't answer the question, see, because she never answered my question. Okay, so you're pushing this narrative that if men and women can't get along and there's these gender wars, then maybe we need to consider, being with the same sex. But you're not talking about the violence that's almost 40% of violence that comes with the same sex relationships. You're not having that conversation. You're not giving that statistic. You're not giving that data. So again, to me, it's a nay for me, and I'll land my plane right there.
Go read, Patrice. You got to go read the book. You and Rico got to go read the book. That's all. That's
hell you preach.
I got toilet paper. I don't need the book.
Yeah. It's
see
a
what you started,
cookbook.
Vaughn. See what you started, Vaughn.
It's a cookbook.
Let Demetrius up. Yeah, I'm gonna shut up.
Don't get on the ship. It's a cookbook.
All right, y'all. Let's bring D in because I got a question for all of you guys, everybody on the panel and everybody in the chat. I have a question for you, a very serious question, and so you guys have to think about it a little bit. Okay, so D, I want to bring you in, brother. What do you think? What do you have to say about the situation we're talking about here with the Princella situation?
Hey, can we ask Clarence real quick? Can we ask Femme Fatale? Will she give us the femicide rate? Because I
know the femicide rate that she was gonna reference, so I can actually tell you.
Okay, because she won't. I mean, she crying about it in the chat. I don't know why she won't give it.
I know, bro.
Well,
okay,
just let me get this out.
Go ahead.
The sniper got her, so
yes,
she had to sit down for a minute. Anyway.
Go ahead.
All right, cool. So I'm actually glad that you are actually like reviewing this video, because the last time I was up here talking about the Princella situation, I actually referenced this video. I don't know if you actually got to the section where what's her name, Tanya, was asking Princella, like, are you a lesbian? And Princella was like, if that's what you call it, it's a yes or no question. That's what I was exactly talking about with this Princella chick last time. She does a lot of mental gymnastics to get to her destination.
Of course.
And it should be either yes or no. With a lot of the stuff that she says, she dances around a lot, and it ain't even gotta be all that. If you have a disdain for men because of the trauma you have collected in your life, then say that, but don't justify your basically don't justify your misandry. Just say you hate men or have a disdain for men.
Well, you can't sell books like that. So you have to.
I mean, she convinced a lot of women to hate their own sons. So I mean, clearly something's working.
Well, like I said, she's not. She can. I wouldn't say she convinced a lot of women. There's a certain type of woman that her message is going to resonate with, and I'm glad you said that, D, because it brings me into my question for all of us. This is a question for all of us. Okay.
Hey, Clint, that's another reason why it's not okay for her to just take them out of the sexual marketplace, because they're still damaging young boys, like he said.
I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that part.
There's other damage that they do listening to her message. So thank you for saying that, Demetrius. You helped me slap Brother Clarence around. I agree with you on that. Good job, sir.
I agree with you on that. But here's the thing. Those kids are in the way anyway. They're in a situation anyway. Those people are not going to listen to right guidance anyway.
But they'll listen to wrong guidance.
No, listen to me. Okay. Those people, the people that she are pulling in to the situation, they should not be going into that situation. They should not be listening to her. I agree. We all agree on that.
Okay.
But the problem is they're not going to listen to right guidance, because if they would have already been listening to right guidance.
I understand that.
They're not going to listen to right guidance.
They're already compromised people.
So therefore, these are people that are out here in the heterosexual sexual marketplace that are incompetent. They keep selecting men that's abusing them, that's going to abuse their children, that's going to abuse the situation and that's unaliving them. They're consistently picking men like this.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So if they're going to continue to pick men like this, maybe let's get them over to the lesbian camp, and they can maybe they can find what they excuse me. Maybe they're either one or two things happen. They'll find what they're looking for over in the lesbian camp, or they have a come to Jesus moment and say,
or they over there unaliving people, as Sister OG Patrice said. Even same-sex marriage is still the same.
I'm not saying
levels
that
of violence.
Rico, statistically, they are safer over there.
No, they're not.
When they have, listen to me, when they have that high of an incompetence in the heterosexual marketplace, statistically, they are safer there.
No, they're not. Statistically, they are not. They're not worse over there. I agree. But they are not statistically safer over there. They'll just be over there, and that's acceptable.
So Rico, are you saying that because we know that there's violence in the lesbian marketplace in particular, but is there, but you're saying that they are not safer statistically, meaning that they have lower numbers of unaliving people than in the men's camp. Come on, Rico. Come on. Are you really saying that?
Well, no, because again, but again, if we're talking about in the men's camp, if we're talking about the preponderance of being unalived in the men's camp, that's irregardless of whether or not you're heterosexual or homosexual. Men just statistically unalive at a much higher rate, especially among women. But if you're talking about male, see, because we keep saying lesbian, that's only one half of the gay community. Okay, you have man on man.
What does that got to do with talking about the women that follow Priscilla, though?
More homicides than anyone writ large, and that's all I'm sitting there saying is if we're reducing, that's the problem, is we keep reducing it down to sexuality as they're safer in being homosexual, and I'm like, that's just not scientific.
I'm not saying that. Listen, Rico.
Go ahead.
I'm not saying it's safer being homosexual. I'm saying if they are choosing from that marketplace more than they're choosing from this marketplace, that might slow down.
It might.
It might, because they could run into the same. They could run into they're running into a Pookie over here. They could just as easily pick a Pookie in the lesbian.
They got just as many Pookies over there.
But what I'm saying is statistically, if you stack up, men are stacking the bodies. That's just
right.
That's just
and I get that.
So
it's
that's what I'm saying, and I'm asking you guys the question: would you be more willing to keep these women that are displaying that level of incompetence in the marketplace? Not only are they causing problems for themselves, but they're also causing problems for men that they are sexually engaging with.
But Clarence,
they're creating children that are not going to be able to be dealt with because they have their own traumas.
No, but Clarence, here's the problem: is you're sitting there saying, okay, you're conflating incompetency, which is an intelligence factor, with sexuality. So
No, Rico,
let me finish.
You got me wrong. I'm not saying that that has something to do with the sex. I'm saying it has something to do with the results of what they're doing.
Yeah. If Priscilla went and got every stupid ass woman who picks Pookies and Ray Rays, no, hear me out, because I want to make sure I understand. She went and got all the incompetent selectors, but they are not homosexual, and she pulled them out.
Okay.
Now they're out of the heterosexual marketplace, but they are still heterosexual by orientation.
Okay.
Do you see what I'm saying? Now you're saying because they chose poorly, you're putting them in a marketplace. How are they going to choose? If I'm a heterosexual male and I choose poorly in a heterosexual marketplace, how am I going to choose more wisely in a homosexual market?
Well, that's the point, Rico. That's why she's off.
I'm a dummy, period.
Is off.
Right.
That's
so I'm saying is it's not fixing the problem just because she pulls them from one sexual orientation marketplace to another, because a dummy's going to be a dummy wherever they go.
Rico, that is my point. But what I'm saying is it will.
You saving us the headache. That's all you doing is you saving the headache on the heterosexual side, but it's still in our community, which is the problem, because even the homosexual black people are still fucking black.
But what I'm saying is that's Rico. What we're saying is if she pulls these people out, they won't be reproducing, right? Because they'll be in the lesbian marketplace. They won't be getting beat up. They won't be getting
maybe
because they'll be in excuse me. Yeah, let me rephrase that. They're less likely to be getting beat up. They're less likely to be getting unalived.
Unless they're heterosexual playing around in the homosexual marketplace, which will increase the fact of them getting their ass beat because they're confused about their sexuality, and they'll be going back. We're
gonna take the regular case, the average case.
You're saying, but you're saying she needs to only pull homosexual people, which has nothing to do with your
Wait a minute.
choices.
What
It has to do more with
wait. Say that again, Rico. Say that again.
Then she needs to only be pulling homosexual individuals over to her camp, which has more to do with your sexuality than your choices.
I think that's no. It doesn't matter what their sexuality is. If they're incompetent enough where they cannot safely sexually select in the heterosexual marketplace, maybe this is an option.
So would you?
Maybe this is an option for them to be able to try.
So would you do that in reverse?
To go on with for them.
My question: would you do that in reverse? A homosexual woman who choose incompetently in the homosexual marketplace and say, we're going to pull you over to the heterosexual and then expect better results.
If her safety could be,
so you're making it a safety argument.
The chances of her safety go up, it probably might be an option. I mean, if she's in a heterosexual market,
insane.
Listen,
I'm gonna shut up.
Rico,
this is insane. But go ahead.
Listen, Rico, listen. If she's in a homosexual marketplace and she's picking pookies and getting beat down and her children are getting beat down and she's close to picking people that she's coming close to almost getting unalived and coming over in the heterosexual marketplace will reduce those chances of those things happening. I'm saying they go to zero, but they definitely reduce them. Then maybe that might be it. That might be a solution.
That's why I call you Little Princella. See what I'm saying? So you're literally saying that if a woman makes very poor choices in a heterosexual marketplace, and that these choices because she just keeps choosing men who are beating her ass.
Correct.
Okay.
We're talking an extreme situation. Right.
Let me she has her better option is to go into the homosexual marketplace. Although she's not homosexual.
I'm not saying it's a better option. I'm saying
it increases her chances of safety rather than saying, I argue no, she needs to pick better in the marketplace for which she is
but
more.
That's my point, Rico. They don't think they need to pick better because you got people
because you know what?
Listen to me. Let me finish. She doesn't think she needs to pick better in the heterosexual marketplace because you got people like Princella that are telling her the marketplace is poison, period.
But Clarence, let me tell you why this argument is just so patently flawed, because it's the same thing, take sex out of it and replace it with race. Niggas are always saying because they pick horrible black women, that's Terrell Owens. That's why I date white women.
Why?
Literally, Jamie Foxx. That's why I date white women. This is the same tragic argument that black men use.
What did you say, Rico?
No. This is the same tragic argument that black men use for saying, well, I don't date black women because they chose horribly when they could have chose better. So now they're going to shit on black women and only date white women. This is the same.
Brother, hold on.
Rico,
they say that for the same reason that I believe Princella is, because of bad experiences with other women.
Right.
Terrell said that the same that what's his name, Dennis Rodman, black women didn't pay me attention. They thought I was ugly. They thought I was skinny. They thought I was this. So they use that as an excuse for wanting to date outside their race, right? Like what T.O. has done. And I don't know about Jamie, because Jamie has dated black women too, but I know that that's the reason that T.O. and Dennis Rodman and it literally is just an excuse to just come on out and say you okay and you want to date white women, you want to explore other options, right? Now you guys know I have dated outside my race, but not once have you ever said I dated out of my race, because based off a bad experience I had with black men, and black men are this and black men are. I was married to a black man. I got a black son, a black brother, and a black father. What I look like? Sitting up here saying because every black man that has hurt me is the reason why I chose to date outside my race. That's just absolutely rhetoric. But people that have been hurt by people will frame a mindset of I'm done with men. They hurt me. Now I'm going to try the other side. And I think that there's a curiosity that probably already was there in the first place, because can't no one talk me into being gay or becoming gay. No one.
You know, and the reason why I'm saying, Patrice, because you're absolutely right. And I heard somebody say it, and I said, and I get it. Oh, well, Terrell said because black women didn't like him in high school. I'm like, them fucking white women didn't like his ass either. You know what I'm saying? So if the black women thought you were ugly, the white women did too. But for some reason, you still figured out a way to matriculate your ass into their spaces. So all I'm saying is that the narrative is what you're presenting on sexual orientation. I hear what you're saying, and I agree with it to a point, but where it falls for me is because racially, black men use that exact same argument that you're saying Princella are telling women to use. Oh, because men didn't treat you well, fuck men, come over to women. Black men will say, because black women didn't treat me well, fuck black women, I'm going to white women. I'm saying that it's the exact same
argument.
ideology.
It's not.
And
Rico, let me explain to you why it's not the same argument.
No, and what we tell these black men is like, these are the women you chose. It's not black women as a whole.
Agreed. But let me tell you, it's the two different dynamics going on here. And then I'm going to re-ask the question, and I want everybody on the panel to answer it. Okay. And everybody in the chat, if you can think about it, listen and answer the question. Okay. So the reason why it's not the same is because most black men that are that date outside of their race, most of them have dated black women, and because of some issue that happened with black women, they think in their mind that, hey, this issue is a issue in particular related to them being of the black community. If I go get somebody outside of the black community, then this issue would disappear. Now, that they have in common with the Princella situation. But the reason why they have such an issue is the reason why most men do date outside their race, not only just black men, is because of the sexual rejection that they face inside. It's sexual rejection most of the time. Now, so
I disagree with that, but go ahead.
Okay, then they feel like dating women of other races, they won't be rejected as severely as they would be in the black community.
I flat out disagree with that, but go ahead.
Okay, you do. Now hold that thought. Hold that thought.
Okay. And black and women have also dated men before they decide to date women. Let's just be clear about that.
Okay. And I know, and this is why most of the ones that start dating women, most of them, there's some that
have dated men before.
They come out the gate and they already are lesbian sensitive, right? But most of them that go over to that community have had some type of problem with men, and they think by the problem they're going to solve the problem by men by just removing the men.
Correct.
They're not going to solve the problem of bad people by picking bad people. They're going to solve that problem by just not picking bad men, but they're going to just go over to the lesbian community and pick bad people in the lesbian community. That's what's not being addressed. But anyway, I want everybody to answer my question.
You didn't tell me how it's different.
How what's different?
How it's different
because the motivations are different. The motivations are different.
The motivations.
Well, I've heard women from the divested. I've heard the divested women say the reason why they stopped dealing with black men is because of their experience with black men, and black men ain't ish, and black men are dogs, and black men. I've heard divestors say that, right? They've had bad experience. I think it's some truth to what Brother Rico is saying. They will say that and use that as an excuse as to why they choose to go to the other side.
I mean, but anybody.
I'm not gonna lie. I've actually had
anybody
those
can use any
with
reference point to say, I'm going to go to the other side. So that doesn't mean what we're saying is that doesn't make what we're saying irrelevant. It just says they too are going to use this information to go and do that. Well, where we're using the information to point out some other issues, they're using that information to say, hey, or to prop up why they're going, because that's
but Clarence, I'm disagreeing because you said you support Princella with her pulling these women out of the male spaces.
In particular women, yes.
And these particular women, and I'm just saying, well, I disagree is strongly because she's using the same ideology of black men who say, why I don't, everybody know I'm in an interracial relationship, but I don't agree with black men using the excuse that they've chosen poorly among black women to demonize all black women, the same way I feel like Priscilla is choosing the fact that some women have chosen poorly among men.
But I never said that. I never said because they chose poorly that they should be demonized. I never said that.
All I'm saying is Priscilla is demonizing all men because these women saying, look, because I think she told the girl, B. Taylor, see, you chose poorly. That's why you don't need to be with a woman.
Rico, y'all have been going back and forth about this for quite some time. So let me just interject here.
She chose poorly. We all have made poor choices intellectually sometimes. So we cannot use that as an excuse of every time, someone hurts us or someone does something. Where's the onus on the person for their behavior, for what they done to you? So again, that we can't keep saying, well, you chose poorly or you chose wrong. Because sometimes we get it right too, but they ain't talking about the ones we choose when we choosing them right?
Well, if the people that's choosing right ain't even gonna look at Priscilla. They ain't even talking to her.
Hold on, let me interject here real quick because y'all been going like back and forth for quite some time. Here's the thing, okay? On one hand, I certainly understand what Brother Clarence is talking about, because at one time, like if Priscilla does her thing and like gets all these ladies to a commune or whatever, then they're like out of the way of the men, which they would have been a problem anyway. On the other hand, what Rico is saying is if you try to save these people, then there's a chance that you might be able to turn these people. But the point is, I think what Clarence is saying is they're compromised individuals anyway. They were already on the fence. Priscilla just, pushed them a little bit further, and now they're here.
Well, that's definitely what I would agree. And let me ask my question, because I want all of you guys to answer this, not just Rico. I want all you guys to answer the question.
I felt that shade, nigga. I felt that shade. Go ahead.
So not just Rico, but I want the rest of y'all to answer this question, man. All right, do y'all think that Priscilla, do you think that she would improve the heterosexual sexual marketplace by pulling these type of people off of it? Do you think that she would and ultimately improve the community by removing them from the heterosexual marketplace and and dropping them off at the lesbian front door? If dropping them off at the lesbian front door, do you think that things would improve for not only the women that got dropped off at the front door, but for the heterosexual community at large?
Hell no, next.
Anybody, not you, Rico. Anybody?
I'm just answering that, so you ain't got to.
Okay,
hell no.
I ain't gonna lie. Like,
let me answer very quickly.
The answer is no.
Let me answer very quickly, if I can.
Go ahead.
I totally disagree with that concept.
Okay.
And I really don't want to get in a debative conversation about it, but I have reasons for that.
Okay.
Because I believe that God called me to ministry for a particular reason. You see what I'm saying? To help people. So why would I push them into harm's way or feel good about them being in a position that's contrary to the will of God? Do you see what I'm saying? So that's why I have problem with it.
Okay.
And I'll just drop that right there.
Okay.
And I will say even though I understand what you're saying, Bro Clarence, because you basically saying the way we say about certain Black people in our community that's compromised. Everybody can't go, right? Everybody ain't gonna go. Everybody ain't gonna be on the same page, rowing the boat the same way, and all of that. I get it. So I understand that perspective. But I agree with Brother Vaughn, because again, the conversations that they don't want to have, again, because when they want to use God and the equation in the Bible and their faith and religion, they only want it to apply to them when it benefits them. So they're not talking about the rhetoric and the violence and all the things that comes with those type of relationships. See, that's a conversation she's not having with people if she is persuading people. So I'm not for any type of persuasion of going from wrong to wronger. I'm not doing that today, right? So that's why I say I'm not going to straddle the fence when it comes to my perception of her. It's a nay for me 100%, because you're sprinkling a little truth wrapped in a whole lot of lies, and you're dangling the carrot and the shiny object, and you hypnotizing our people with it, and it's a form of cult-like mentality that people are falling under. Now, the ones that go, they go. And then when they drink the Kool-Aid and this poison, then you know what? God got to deal with those souls. But I'm not going to promote it. I'm not going to say, yes, but it is what it is. I'm not going to promote her with that behavior and with that narrative that she's spinning on my people, because I care about my people. But although I know I'm not going to be able to persuade the people and make them and force them to listen the way, I'm not going to tell them, I can only give my perspective on what I disagree with, the reason why she's doing it. And it's to benefit her and her pockets on the backs of our people, right? Or people in general, right? So I'm never going to be down for that cause ever. So no, I wouldn't agree with that. That's to answer your question. I say no.
Okay. Sister Annie, what you think?
Hey, I would say no. The reality is that regardless of how far you run, you can still run into you. So even if you're having an issue with men, if the root of some of those issues are you're going to take it into whatever other kind of relationship you feel like you're open to having. I think that what I have appreciated about this channel has always been to try to help inspect the person. And the goal is to help the person figure out why they feel and where they are. Because once you know where you are, you can get a better assessment of where you need to go. But running away from the reality of something that may have hurt you, running away from or running to something that you think is going to fix everything. And when you get there and it doesn't fix, you're going to keep running, and you're just going to be running this race that never has a goal line or anything. So I would just say no to that. But I would not push anyone to be in a homosexual relationship any more than I would push anyone to be having any kind of relationship outside of a marriage, because that is my belief. So I would not be encouraging or supporting either one of those. And I don't say that. I say that not in my own perfection, because I've had to talk to myself, because I'm not a virgin either. But I'm just saying what I would not be co-signing as to say if something is in God's will. I would be contradicting, and I would be a hypocrite to just isolate that kind of advice or guidance to anyone that's doing anything outside of a marriage with a man or woman. But that's my answer.
All right. Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you, sis.
Wow, what an excellent panel today, man.
Oh,
I
man.
mean, I'm really enjoying the conversation and the openness of it, And listen, even when it comes to Priscilla, I still keep an open mind, because when I hear her, I chew the meat and spit out the bones. You see, when she talks about how I believe she made a statement about how women should not choose bad. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're choosing the wrong men, and you shouldn't do that. See, that's a very good point that she's making. Now, see, I can get on the bandwagon with her on that one, because we've all been guilty of choosing wrong individuals in our lives, right? So, I'm not saying that I'm not against this sister to the point to where I have a hatred or a disdain for her. And it's not really personal in regards to her. It's just sometimes the messages that we're sending is what I have a problem with. Not necessarily the individual, but the message that's going out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay, let's and appreciate you for that, Vaughn. Let's get over to Demetrius. Demetrius, what do you say?
Okay, so my answer to what your question was ultimately it's a no,
Okay.
And the reason why is because it would be one thing if like she just swooped in and like took all these people away to like some remote island somewhere where they lived out their fantasies or something. But the fact of the matter is these people are still going to go around interacting with Black people in their day-to-day lives, and there's a seed of anti-Blackness in them, to be real with you. And that's not going to go away just because Princella like faultily like tries to take them somewhere else. The ones, if that happens, the ones who stay here are still going to be here. They still going to be here. Like, the thing about it is, just because you belong to a different community doesn't mean you don't interact with the people around you anymore. You get what I'm saying?
I'm trying to follow you.
All right, think about it like this.
I think I get
the homosexual community. It still exists by itself. It's a subset culture. Okay.
Heterosexual
community is a
it does not exist
culture.
by itself. So let's put that out there. It is not. It is incapable of. By definition, it cannot exist by itself.
Well, you confuse what I'm saying. You have society at large, and then you have homosexual people and heterosexual people who exist within the community. They don't. Let me say it like this. They don't not interact with each other, because you might have a project. Let's say you in college, you might have a project with a homosexual person. That person, when y'all just talking about other stuff, like their ideology might shut off on you about something else. You get what I'm saying? You're still going to have to interact with those people at some point.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course.
Exactly.
They must interact with us.
Course.
We do not have to interact. Okay, the homosexual community must interact with the heterosexual community. The heterosexual community does not have to interact with the homosexual community. Our society will still push forward whether we interact with them or not. Their society will never push forward because they cannot reproduce themselves. They have to interact with us so that they can have other people that people from our community that look at that community and will wander off over there and pursue that lifestyle. They have to come from here. They can't come from there because there's no offspring there. So that's what I meant when I said that. That's all I was trying to say. Of course, we have to interact with each other. We have to be tolerant with all together, religions, sexual orientations, everything. We have to be tolerant with a lot of different things with each other. So I'm not saying we don't just talk to each other. That's not what I'm saying. All right, brother, I'll let you finish.
All right. Yeah. Thank you for clarifying that, because I didn't understand where you were going with that. But let's just say, like, hypothetically, they did make a commune somewhere and they did like all just go. Okay. Then yeah, I would agree, because they're just removing some of the piss and shit from the social.
You went back there in 100 years, interaction tool.
And I will just say, can you guys hear me?
Of course.
Yes.
Okay. And I would just say it's no personal shade, right? Towards her. We just have opposing opinions and views, right? Like, I don't know her personally but I do have a problem with, some of the things she's spewing out in these YouTube streets, as far as when I think of the younger minds that are so encouraging, that are so going to be the future leaders and things out here in the world, in our community, and the mindsets that, that they're going to be following and looking up to. And, and so these type of leaders can be very, very controversial and dangerous, right? And they don't have a problem with the controversy. It's just that how dare you challenge them, because they're the ones that only wants to be the correct persons in the room all the time. They the smartest people in the room. And it's the narcissistic personality of a person that you cannot challenge or push back without them getting offended and deflecting and gaslighting you and all of this and referring you to spend your money to read their book. But they basically having a conversation and you come up and challenge them on said conversation and they referring you to the book. No, I'm talking about what you just literally said on this panel. And you telling me to read, I got to go read your book to challenge something that you just said. So again,
you're not qualified to question, right?
Yeah, it's that how dare you mentality. Come up here with some kind of, pushback or a difference in agreement, in something that I'm saying. When y'all heard her literally tell me she fixed people. She said those words to me.
Yeah.
She said, I fix people. If that's not narcissistic, I don't know what is.
Yeah, that's kind of control freak.
I'm sure not legal, right? That's sure.
but again, in my humble opinion,
that's crazy. Because the last time I remember, God fixes people. He's
she's God. Maybe she's God.
You see what I'm saying? So I'm trying to figure out, how do you fix your mouth?
It's the God.
How do you fix your mouth to say that you're fixing people?
That's crazy.
You can be a part of their healing. You can be a part of their
healing. What he said to me, Darrell played the playback of when I went up there and challenged the sister. And again, I says, but sis, you're not talking about the trauma. You've talked about your own experience with trauma, but you're not talking about the trauma that our brothers and sisters have experienced in life. So how can you have these conversations and not deal with the elephant that's in the room in our community and our culture? And again, I never got that answer because I got kicked off the panel. But see, that's the deflecting.
Too much. You asked too many questions, Patrice.
Yeah, they really don't want us to have these conversations and get to the root of the problem of what's really causing, what's really causing.
Real deep, that's when they're going to start saying, did you read the book? Did you watch all these videos? Did you watch every video she got on her platform? That's when they're going to start doing that, because they're not going to say, hey, you're not even qualified to question her, right? Nobody's even, we ain't qualified to just ask her a question.
Listen, all it took was one conversation for me to have with her, with her, you guys. And I told you, and I don't have to ever have another one with her again to have the perspective and mindset that I know in the narrative that she's out here pushing. It's just like, what's the name, brother? The one that's in jail now in Atlanta, brother, Nature Boy.
Oh,
Nature Boy. He started online with this cult following, getting all these people based off of, I want to live on earth naturally. The natural herbs cure us. We are God's whole type of mentality. And he got a whole community of people to follow him.
Yeah.
And then and then they started the whole inbreeding, to having sex with each other, and one lady, he told her he can heal her from her did she have diabetes or high blood pressure?
Yeah, that post system. Yeah.
And with natural this and natural that, you don't need to go to a doctor. And these people follow these type of people. And that woman, she died.
You know what he did? Here's what he really did. He told her that she didn't need the medicine that they gave her.
Right, exactly.
He could heal her naturally.
Yeah, because he can heal her, see, that, which is the same mentality that Queen got. See, she fixed people, see. Just come to me. Come to me. So again, he got a whole community of people to follow him. They started inbreeding, sex with each other and all that, and having problems with pregnancies, deleting pregnancies. And this woman died based off all of this and all this nefariousness that he was all on social media with, where over there in I bought some land somewhere, taking people's money.
In Guyana. I think people were getting insurance policies, or people were getting settlements, or whatever they were getting. They was pouring into this man. They bought land. He was taking their money, and now where he at? Whole cult following has been dispersed damn near, and the people scattered all over, and he's in prison. So when we have these people come on platforms and start this whole cult-like mentality, and people, she's the best thing since sliced bread.
Are we really, really, really that desperate to have a need to follow somebody? We need leaders that bad that we would just follow anybody based off of them telling one truth, spent in around a whole bunch of lies.
Yeah,
that's what I have a problem with, and I never
Me too.
can subscribe to promote someone like that that's leading our people to drown, because those are the same said people that the Creator said is going to get the most harsh punishment and judgment for leading his sheep astray. If y'all want to get into the religion thing of it.
Well, that's we can. That's so. So here's the thing. Now, see, I'm asking you guys. The reason why I asked you guys the question I asked you is because the people that's going to be probably listening to Princella are probably not going to be average women that are, they have their ups, they have their downs, but they know that just comes with the marketplace. It's got a lot of different things going on in there, and so it's probably not going to be that person. Probably going to be a person that has had some really tough experiences out there, and they don't know what they're doing, and they don't know what to do. And but what they do know is they're not going to listen to right guidance, right? You're just not going to listen to somebody that's going to tell you good, right? So in that instance, hey, you can pick your leaders. That's the one thing about us as human beings. We can pick our own leaders, right? It's not a monkey tribe. It's not a gorilla tribe. We can pick our own leaders, right? And so if we want to follow somebody that's telling us something that we want to hear, we can choose to do that. Now, I have a problem with all the things you said, Patrice, about Princella. The lies, the cult mentality, the not addressing direct questions, the unsubstantiated, biological and anthropological quote unquote facts that she throws out there, right? Or suggestions, right? None of that based in nothing concrete, right? I have a problem with all of that. But here's the thing. When we have women like that who are consistently picking men that are unaliving them, do we want them to stay in this community where they're going to eventually get themselves unalived? Is that, do we want that more? Do we want them abused more? Wait, listen, let me finish.
But wait, you keep saying they're picking men that are unaliving them. Are you
Correct.
Literally saying women are picking men that is that they know that these men are going to unalive them?
No, it's not that they are. They're not conscious. Listen to me, Patrice.
Okay, go ahead.
They're not consciously picking these people, right? It's not a consciously say, "Oh, I know you're going to unalive me. Come on, let's go. Away we go." No. Their incompetence allows them to not see certain things in the man that would let her know that maybe this ain't the guy, right? But because she's so incompetent, she doesn't see this stuff or doesn't pay attention to the warning signs that might be there. And therefore the abuse pops up. And
so, Brooklyn, what about the women that have saw the light, left the man, got the order of protection, moving on with their life, and the man still unalive them? So are we?
Let me ask you a question, Patrice. Do you think that number? Do you think that number outnumbers the women that actually pick the person that actually unalives or violates them or abuses them? Do you think that number is greater?
No.
Okay,
but
so that's what we're talking about, the greater number.
But it's the way you saying pick, because we all pick, right? We all pick each other, right?
Responsible for who we got. We pull into our lives.
So it's the same men it's these same men that have been married to women for years, got kids with them and everything, and they're murking the mother of their children, the woman that they claim they spend the rest of their life with. These are husbands too, not just boyfriends or baby daddies.
I agree. If
it's like
you pick them, you pick them.
It's like, exactly. But listen, we all pick, period, right? So when you say that, it's like you're blaming the women for picking the men that's doing this to them. That's what that sounds like.
I'm not blaming the women for the event taking place.
I think what would be good because the way that you word it, it could be taken that way. I understand what you're saying. Women who have selected men, and in that relationship, it just so happens that some of the men that they've selected have taken their life. We know that I know that you're not saying
or abuse them or abuse kids. Yes.
Yeah. So I know that you're not saying literally they picked them because they're saying, hey, this person right here looks like they would take my life.
Of course. Yeah. Of
there
course
are some women that are attracted to men that are risque, that kind of do things that will get them in trouble. So even if it's
Correct.
not that man that actually causes the harm, that man, that lifestyle of that man puts them in vulnerable positions.
Correct.
Where their life could be taken. There are some women that do pick that though. But I just I knew that you weren't saying that as an overall.
Thank you.
And it's women and men that pick good people too. So again, it just okay. It just sounds it's I guess it's the way you saying it, bro, is making it sound like you are literally blaming women that pick men.
Clear it up, Patrice. Help me make it sound better, because I'm not trying to make it sound like
I got problem with that. So I'm glad Sister Annie is putting a brighter light, because those are conversations that we not having, is that when we do choose right, we know that the high percentages are happening, that these men that are murking the women, unfortunately it is happening, and it's high in our community, absolutely. But again, we're not talking about the root of the problem, the trauma, the mental illness. We're not talking about a lot of that is happening. We only talking about you choosing wrong, and that's why you're choosing men that murk you, and you're like, nah, come on.
Wait a minute, Patrice. It's not that let me speak for myself. I know the manosphere throws that around, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if you're not selecting properly and you're having these results that illustrate that you're not selecting properly consistently, then maybe it's time to take a break and let's see what's going on. Maybe we can figure it out, right? But if you're unwilling to do that for your own safety, maybe you should get out of the marketplace for a little while. Maybe you should for your own safety.
With that. Take a fall back, take some self-reflection and things of that nature.
Yes.
But at some point, there's examples of people that have met people, fell in love with people. Listen, people have masks on, and they parade themselves to be something that they're not. And they can do this for extended amounts of time until they draw the people in. Y'all know that we talked about people that suffer with narcissistic personality disorder. We talk about these type of people that portray themselves to be something that they're not, and they reel the person in based off of false pretenses. And then later on in the relationship, after they've gotten the people, the person has fallen in love with them. And if they're not experienced and skills, everybody's skill set on catching things and red flags, and we can't say we can't not always place the blame in that aspect, right? Like we have to, yes, there are certain things we need to look out and look for and things like that, like Brother Leon said, but also there's going to be people that slip through the cracks, right? So let's talk about how can we navigate that. What does that look like? The red flag.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Well, we need to get on the same page, bro, because I don't know.
We don't address it.
I was starting to side eye you there. I don't know what's
May I just ask a quick question? May I just ask a quick question? And I apologize. I should have asked this at the beginning. What is it that's making her such a topic? Like, why even care about her? Like, just people, like, what is it? Because she has a large following? Like, why is it that people are talking about her? And is her impact, like, because it sounds like y'all saying that she's seen as, and I'm using air quotes, a leader in some conversation piece. What is making her that?
I don't know.
Why is her opinion so?
Go ahead.
Like, why does it even make sense that anybody's even talking about it? What?
Well, I can speak from the men's side. I don't know women The women that have an issue with it, but not too many women do. But the women that have an issue with it, I can't speak to that. But men, the men, most of the men that have an issue with her, they have an issue with her because they feel like she's, like Rico said, she's creating this growing animosity towards men, and they feel like it's going to grow, and it's going to jump from the women that she has currently under her spell. Is going to jump from those women to the women that are not as incompetent. It's going to jump from those women to the women that are not that incompetent, and then it's going to be a growing trend, which I totally disagree with. I think that women that are doing what they want and getting the results they want, whether they're just by themselves or whether they're in the lesbian community or whether they're in the heterosexual community, those women are not going to listen to her because they don't have no reason to.
But like, was she on like a popular? Was she somewhere where there's a lot of people? Because like, there's a lot of channels with like, you know, could have 3 or 4 followers or whatever. Was she somewhere that she got such visibility and then people started following her? So now they're worried that.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, it's just I didn't know that.
Yeah, I know one was Real Life Street Stars. She was on their panel, and they got a huge platform, right?
Okay.
She was also on the membership.
And on there as well. So when you go on large platforms, because you done went viral, right? She went viral on TikTok and things like that with her narratives, right? And of course that brings about popularity with bigger platforms. Oh, we got to get her on. You know, she got this perspective, of course, because they want the clicks and views. They want to give the opposition. As well as some may agree with her. So that's how her popularity started, going viral, on TikTok, talking this rhetoric and saying what she's saying has invited that. Now, me being older and experienced in things, like my conversation for this is why I have a problem with it. And I would have a problem with her if she was a male. I would have a problem with her if she was young, old, middle-aged. It don't matter to me. If you speaking rhetoric that is going to be a detriment to my people and in the community, especially, that's what I have a problem with as a whole. I don't know her personally, but I can't rock with her ideology. I can't rock with what she's spinning. You know what I'm saying? I can't rock with what selling, because it is a cult-like mentality that she is pushing on social media. And a lot of times now, especially since with social media being in the forefront of innovation, is where you're gonna find your cult following more than you would in a church or in a mosque or in some tabernacle somewhere. It's on social media. So like I said, Nature Boy started on social media. So when you start this cult-like mentality, same with, Brother Polite, he started on the streets of New York and moved to social media because that's where the influence is. That's where the people are. That's where the hurt people are. That's where the people that are longing for something. That's where I heard she come from, that community, the conscious community or whatever community. That's what I heard, which is where Polite came from, which is where Nature Boy come from. So it's all I'm saying, and they all end up over here in these social media streets, right? Whether it be TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. They own all these platforms, gaining these people, gaining these followers, gaining these subscribers. Because we as a people are the ones that are longing for something the most out here than any other race, because we always the ones getting duped by our own people. 9 times out of 10, it'd be our own people, because they know that there's a need to want to be accepted, to be loved, to look up to some. We have that bad more than anybody in our community. So we know that we got cult-like following leaders and influencers that come up on platforms and they start this with some type of, rhetoric that goes viral, and it sets the tone. That's all. It sets the tone, and she have set the tone.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. So what I was trying to say is that I'm not blaming women for men unaliving them. I'm not blaming them for them, but we have to take accountability on the people that we bring into our circle we have to take that accountability. I mean, because we're the open door that's bringing them in. So we have to take accountability for that part of it. Now, did you think that most of these women, because most women are getting unalived or abused by men that they chose. It's not a regular occurrence where men violate a woman that he has no connection with. Typically, it's somebody that they have pulled in, somebody that the woman has allowed into her life, right? And so we gotta, and that's where I disagree with. One of the places I disagree with.
But the men choosing the women too.
Yeah, the men are. Of course, they're gonna choose the women because they see a victim there. So of course they choose the women. I'm talking about the women being in a position to be competent enough to say, this guy looks good. He's good. He's got a good job and everything, but it's something about him that's just, I got to keep an eye on him. And if I see him moving kind of funny, I got to cut him loose. Where a lot of times, a lot of these women, I think like Sister Annie was saying, that they just are attracted to a certain vibration in some of these men, right? I don't care whether they're, selling drugs or a firefighter or whatever they are. They got this certain kind of vibration that some of these women are attracted to, and they look past a lot of the red flags and they continue on in a relationship with this person, or they try to end the relationship with the person and not take certain steps to make sure that, hey, this person is very aware that, if something happens to the girl, there's going to be swift and harsh retaliation. But see, but a lot of times a woman will try to do it on their own, right? Because a lot of times they don't want to feel like, oh, man, I don't want to hear that, man, I picked the wrong person. Well, at this point, when you see that there's some problem, you got to get your family involved. You got to get people involved, because more eyes on the situation is less likely for somebody to be able to get to you and do something crazy to you. But see, this is what I'm saying. In the majority of situations, this is a person they picked, sexually selected, right? And so what I'm saying is we got to get better at that, where she is saying, hey, your incompetence doesn't matter, because when you just go over to the lesbian community, that's good. Your incompetence won't matter over there because there's no men there. That's the inference that she's laying out. And what I'm saying is, like you're saying, Patrice, no, because you're just going to pick pookies over there in the lesbian camp, right? If you're picking pookies here, you're going to pick pookies there. Same thing for the divestors. If you're picking pookies in the black men camp, you're going to pick pookies in every other camp too. So let's get you not picking pookies. And then when you go to these other places, you'll be clean and ready to make that move and ready to do things that make sense, right? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So if Priscilla, I don't push her message. I wouldn't say, hey, you should. I wouldn't go up to any female and say, you should listen to Priscilla. I wouldn't. I would just leave her alone. Let her go do her thing. She's going to pull who she wants to pull, right? I mean, she's going to pull who she can pull. Only thing I would say is, you know what? If you really want some truth, that's not the person to listen to. But she's not going to pull people that's going to listen to truth. Those kind of people ain't listening to her. Those people want a what do you call that? A champion. They're looking for a champion that's going to go up here and fight the system. Whether it's right or wrong, whether their base is right or wrong or not, that's what they're looking for, a champion. I want somebody that's going to beat up on these men. Get them, Priscilla, get them, right? Okay, well, that's cool. But at the same time, you got to have somebody, and then like you said, Patrice, Priscilla's out here saying, I can fix people, right? We know that's ridiculous. She's not qualified, at least as far as I know. She didn't have any licensing, anything to be dealing with people with severe trauma. Yet she's out here like the rest of these life coaches. Hey, you come over here with this severe trauma, and
Joe, let me interject here. Not even therapists and psychiatrists and psychologists can fix people that don't want to be fixed.
There you go.
I can go to them, but if I'm not implementing, exercising, doing the things that they tell me to do to fix myself,
Right.
They can fix me.
Right.
They can fix me.
Right.
But we believe something that a woman on a platform says on YouTube, that she fixes people. See, no,
Okay.
you have to make the choice. That's what the Creator gave us. It's called free will to put the work in. You can believe and pray and do all that stuff all you want to, right?
Shout out to Louis
But if
Drake.
you don't put the work in and want to change and want to be fixed, you ain't gonna be fixed. You have to want it. You have to do the fixing. So when you hear people that say that they can do this and they can do that, that's a God complex. That's problematic in and of itself.
Especially when it's unsubstantiated. There's no scientific fact base for any of their information. It's just their opinion, and they won't even qualify it. They won't tell the truth and qualify it and say, this is my opinion. That would make it a lot easier to deal with if she would do that. But she always tries to promote everything she says as facts. Anyway, let's look at the Black-Hearted with New Growth Old Soul has a comment. He says, picking pookies in all communities sound like black men are the originator of violent relationships. We know that's not true, right? Does anybody disagree with that? Does anybody agree with that? And why?
Wait, what did he say?
He said, picking pookies in all communities sounds like black men are the originators of violent relationships. We know that's not true.
That's not
right?
true. That is not true.
Okay. No, definitely not.
Okay. Anybody else, Vaughn?
I would say it's not true.
Okay. What about you, D? I think D went back to work or whatever.
Hello?
Yeah, D? Yeah.
I'm sorry. What was the question?
The question was, picking pookies in all communities sounds like black men are originators of violent relationships. We know that's not true, right?
For the most part, yeah.
Okay. All right. So, but it's being put as see how she gets over. She says men. She doesn't qualify. Well, black men in this situation and white men are in this situation. That's those qualify. She never qualifies anything. So there's always, and see, this is why certain people you can't have a discussion with them, because it's always going to be a backdoor for them to get out of the position that they put on the table. Just like when Patrice asked the lady, "Hey, look, you know what? This is my question about this," and she says, "Well, have you read my book? Have you watched all my videos?" Right.
Right, and she does that a lot.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But
and you know, that's basically because, Brother Clarence, it's the indoctrination of people that's taking place.
Of course.
Read my book.
Of course.
You can't disagree unless you read my book.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. And then,
you know what I'm
saying?
saying?
If you read my book, you won't disagree, right? That's the information.
But sooner or later, 5 or 6 people are going to read that book. And see, we already going to know what's in it. So, you know, I pass.
I mean, well, Raw, she read the book and she did a breakdown on her platform live about the book.
Tore it apart.
When was this? Because I missed that. When was it?
So a few ago. About last week sometime. And the thing of it is, I don't know if Raw's going to go back up, and say, because she said, when I read it, I'm going to, address you again, and I'm going to have some more questions, and I'm going to have some more pushback and some more challenges, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know if that has happened yet, but I doubt if it does, because even the things that Raw brought to light that is legitimate based off of science, based off of philosophy, the same things that she went off of, she begged to differ on some things. So that will be an interesting debate or conversation I would love to see her have with Raw, because Raw is intelligent. So Raw was like, okay, you want me to read the book? I'm going to read the book. Yeah. But if I have a problem with some things, I'm gonna address those problems. Now, is she gonna allow Raw to come up on a platform and address those things without her deflecting and actually answer the freaking questions? That's the $64,000 question.
All right, y'all. Sister Annie has to get out of here, so I want to give her the last word. Sister Annie, you got anything you want to say?
No, this was I'm actually surprised I came up on this one because I didn't
well, me
really.
too.
Me too. Look, me too. Me too. Don't feel bad.
I think what kind of made me want to come up is because the audience that she may have, right? And even maybe what is drawing her to have this mindset, whatever it stemmed from. If she's doing this for monetary reasons, if she's doing it because she's gone through something, if she's doing it because she's running away from something, whatever her reason is, but the audience that she's getting. One, sometimes people want to.
Sister, if I may just interject and say this, if she say that people ain't none but either pimps, hoes, or tricks, which one you think she is? Which do you think she's the pimp that's trying to trick off and hoe, or do you think she's the pimp that's trying to get the hoe who buy her book to spend money with her? So which one do you think she is? If we ain't nothing three things, pimps, or hoes, which one?
But wait a minute, Patrice. I don't think Anae knows that she made that quote, that you're either one of the three.
Yeah, but either way, I wouldn't.
Or a trick.
No, but either way, I wouldn't allow somebody to have me to use terminology that I don't use. So, so I wouldn't even respond to that. But like, I think that because sometimes we throw labels out and actions and behaviors say something totally different, or they let me know what, at least from my perspective, what it is that I see. So I don't want to get caught up in a label anyway. So that's why, and I wouldn't use those three just for my own communication. But I think that audience.
I know you wouldn't, sister, but I'm asking you, if you reverse her psychology back on her statement, which one would you think she is? If she's on a platform that has a book that she's trying to sell, which of those three people would just say, if you did, just hypothetically, which one you think she is?
What's the options?
The hoe, the pimp, or the trick?
See, that's what I'm saying. And I'm sorry if you think that I'm not kind of and I'm using the word playing, but I know that's not what you're saying, like playing along with it, because even in those scenarios, I don't think selling a book is either of the three. I think if you're selling a book, that's marketing. So if she's trying to sell her book and this is her marketing gimmick, then that's her marketing gimmick. I'm saying that marketing gimmick may be unhealthy, or it may damage some people in the process. So I still wouldn't use either one. So I'm sorry that you want me to use one. I won't use one because I don't use that terminology, but also she doesn't fit just because she wants to sell a book. I think that like I said, I just want to, my thought is not even really her, because whether it's her or anyone else, the messaging and the delivery of something is what we have to pay attention to. We have people that are in her audience that are needing something. They're being fed something. They're being fed something that maybe is not healthy for their soul. And the thing is that for right now, sometimes people, even though they're hungry, they'll eat mess. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll eat a lot of stuff that's not good for them. So my focus and who I would want to pay more attention to is who's receiving it. Why are they so? What's making them so vulnerable to receive it? And if we inspect that, who can be the counter to that? If her way that she's gotten the followers that she's gotten, and she's done it through TikTok, hey, maybe it might be something that people that want to offer another perspective, that they maybe start doing some TikToks, whether the TikToks are, hey, this is what this looks like here. And this is, maybe, to counter the thing that she has. I don't know if with TikToks or whatever, if you can tag somebody or whatever. So apologize that that's my ignorance. But I think that we have to figure out sometimes, what is it that's making her such an attractive market for her audience? And then if we really want to get in there, because Rico said something earlier that was a really good point, whether, the women or, that listen to her, that they did decide to, become gay, that still doesn't change the fact of what they think of men, and then how they interact with men with that negative view. So what we want to try to do, or what I would think would be something that would be helpful, is trying to figure out how to give that type of audience, because whether it's hers or someone else's, give that type of audience a different view of men, countering that negative view. So I think this is a good topic. It's just not one that I'm real versed on. So like I said, I'm only going off of what you talked about today. I think that I heard her on, somebody sent me something to listen to, but like I said, it's just not a conversation piece that I'm really, it's not something that's intriguing me. But I do recognize also, to what Patrice is saying, that sometimes, because some things can't always be ignored either, because they can be small and then it grows wider and it grows wider. So I thank y'all for at least talking about it, and the wisdom that each one of y'all have and the knowledge y'all have of what she's spreading. I thank y'all for bringing to the attention of like, hey, don't just look at this, because some of this stuff, if you really think about it, may not make sense. Or maybe it makes sense a little bit, but the way that they're saying it, it's not the true depiction of this thing. So that's all I would say, but this was a good conversation. Thank y'all for listening.
All right. Thank you, sis. Love you. Thank you for coming up here. Excuse me.
All right. Hey, but look, y'all have a good rest
I just want to say, dang, I couldn't even get sis to do a hypothetical, y'all. Like, dang it.
But see, Patrice, but you know what?
That's why I'm just messing
no, but wait. In the scripture say, let your yays be your yays. I stand on what I stand on. And if there's certain things that I don't say or I don't do, I would be, to me, a hypocrite in saying what I think somebody should be immovable on. Also, there's some hypotheticals that because like if somebody said, hey, hypothetically, if God doesn't exist, I won't speak that way because he does exist. So I find that somebody would use their example, that they believe that, but there's certain things that I choose to not allow to be absorbed in my heart to come out of my mouth. So that's why I said I apologize if it seems like I'm not like kind of playing into that hypothetical, but even in my conviction about some things,
you know you don't have to apologize.
Sister Annie, why you listen to Patrice for?
I tried to get her. I just tried.
Patrice ain't got no sense. Listen to her.
All right, y'all have a good weekend.
All right, you too, sister.
Okay,
I'm gonna put you down. All right,
I would definitely agree with Louis Stroger's comment in the chat. Trauma bonding is real. Y'all know we talked about that, even with the NPD, because that is exactly what I think a lot of these people, her subscribers or followers, are doing with her. They are trauma bonding based off of her experience and their experiences. They trauma bonding because she's talking about the trauma she had and the experience she had with men. And these are some of the same women, unfortunately, that have had the same or similar experiences. So they're bonding with her based off of their trauma together. So that's why she's getting this cult-like following. I would agree with that comment.
Yeah, I think that definitely is true. That's why I say that, there's not a big, threat to the overall sexual marketplace. It's not a big threat. She's only going to be able to pull off the people that she can bond with traumatically. And so, and those are the people that need to be in therapy. They need to be in therapy. They need to be, but they, for whatever reason, probably don't feel that they need to go. They don't feel like they need to go. And they're out there wreaking havoc in the heterosexual marketplace. And that's why I say, hey, if there's somebody that can pull them out and, take them out of the marketplace so that we can not have, this,
Well, bro, Clarence, you heard Leon say this is why things like NPD and things are growing more and more in our community, because these things are not being addressed and talked about more, and therapy is not being pushed upon us. Instead, rhetoric from people like Queen that is pushing that narrative and not pushing.
But let me ask you this, Patrice. Do you think, even if the people that she is pulling in, do you think they would go to therapy if you said to them, hey, you should go to therapy? Do you think most of those people, do you think they would go to therapy?
brother, when you are lying in your stupor, when you are lying in your denial, when you are lying in your lashing out at the opposite sex just because you want to be, which is like what a lot of men in the manosphere does, because they rather still wallow in their stupor. Black women this and black women this and blah, 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 because that's their comfort zone. They're not ready. They're in denial. They don't want to face the fact that they need to go to therapy and to be able to deal with the triggers, to be able to deal with the trauma and they experience. They rather be with a bunch of other like-minded people and say, let's rah and let's continue to drag women. That's what they rather do. You have to make a conscious decision. And until then, she's going to keep those crowd of people because they may never go. That's just like Brother Leon said with NPD. Most of the people that have it don't think anything's wrong with them, so they ain't gonna never go.
That's my point.
You gotta
That's my point.
That's gonna
hold on, Vaughn. I mean, not Vaughn, but Clarence. There is another element to this. These people, to me, they're just gullible people. Because the lady literally says, "I am your answer. I will fix you." She's literally putting herself in the same like frame point as like a god looking down on the people he's created. He or she's created.
Can I make a comment real quick?
Go ahead.
Well, let me let him finish.
I apologize. Okay.
You can finish. You can make a comment. Go ahead, Demetrius.
No, that's really what I was saying. Like these people, her audience, they tend to be so radicalized. And the reason why is because this lady, she gives no outs in her message. She doesn't, the way she speaks, I don't know if you've actually listened to her speak for a couple of hours, but it's like she thinks she is God.
Yeah, I've heard her speak. Yeah.
She literally tries to use science to like back her faulty ideology. It doesn't even make any sense.
Again, narcissistic personality disorder.
She thinks she's the answer.
She's a female narc, in my humble opinion.
Agreed. All right, y'all. Let's get Diamond in here. Diamond Axe, what's going on with you, man?
How are you guys doing today? I'm doing okay.
So far, so good, man. So far, so good.
Hey, it's nice to see everybody again.
Same here.
And I hope everybody is well. The comment I wanted to make about Priscilla, the Queen Maker, is I believe that this is definitely a response to trauma that she's been through, because she said at one point that she was SA'd. She said someone else had took money from her. So I think she's had some very bad experiences, and there's a lot of women who have this feeling about our men, because our men have not always been the best men around, and we have to take a reality check when it comes to this. And don't get me wrong, if the way she's going about it is wrong, but unfortunately, from what I see, her claim is quite valid. Because if I thought to myself, if there were women, the claim that when she talks about black men specifically, because a lot of us, we don't want to provide for our children. I'm not saying all, but I'm saying there's a group of us who do not want to provide for their children. Agreed. There's a group of us who do not want to be faithful. There's a group of us that see women as objects to be used for our desires. And they're not all thugs on the corner. There are men that have graduated college that got blue collar work. They took their certificates.
Okay,
that have the same.
Let me ask you a serious question.
Yes, sir.
A serious question.
Yes, sir.
Do you think those men that you described that she promotes as the majority are the majority or the minority?
I would say with our people, I would say I don't know if it's because I don't know, I don't know that percentage, but I would say it's a lot of people in our race that are just no good, and we have to just deal with the reality, because we got a long way to go before we become worth anything. I mean, we just have to be real about this. So,
Diamond, I just asked you a direct question.
I don't know. I apologize, Terrence. I really don't know. So something else to add into this. Tanya TKO seems like she has a lot of trauma with her too, because she seems like she's against men as well. So these two women are like peas in the pot. But I believe at the end of the day, it's going to be up to us as Black men to lead our women to freedom, because we have to understand something. When I came to a realization a couple of days ago, and a lot of people may not feel this or like this, but I believe that the way that we've been taught in church has led to a lot of our problems as Black people, because we've been taught that men should not be held accountable and that women need to be held accountable for everything. And that's something that I see a lot in our men, because women should be submissive and all of this, this nonsense that we've learned from the church. And it's not the Christianity itself, it's the way that it's being taught to us, and it's the elements that we take and gravitate towards, excuse me real quick, that causes problems. So I believe that this is much deeper than just a Black woman and Black men's issue. Maybe we got to go back to that church and look at what we've been learning, because even if we reject Christianity, we still have that software inside of us. That's why we believe in love your enemies, try to be friends with everybody. There's so much misinformation that we've learned from that church that got us messed up, and a lot of us don't even understand how deep it is and how we've been brainwashed as a people. We've been brainwashed against our own best interest. So I don't agree with the way she's going about it. And I think she does suffer from some narcissistic things, but I think her narcissism is a response to trauma. Because if you really talk to her, you can get her to start laughing, and she can talk and laugh and stuff like that. So the good person is still in there, but I don't blame her for doing what she's doing. But the thing about it is we have to understand the conditions that create people like her, because there are lots of women that have been abused by men, and there's women that have been SA'd when they were children. So those are the kind of problems that you really have to deal with, and we really have not dealt with it yet. So I think it's good that she's here, because she's making us look at what's really going on.
Yeah, but Diamond, her being a victim is no excuse to become a victimizer. I'm sorry. It's no excuse. It's no excuse to come on public platforms and victimize your own community and use and influence your own community to the pits of hell. It's no excuse.
You're right about that one. I'm not saying what she's doing is right, my sister, but what I'm saying is, when after really listening to her and understanding that there are some serious problems with our women and with our men that have to be fixed in order to have healthy relationships. Because if she goes away, it doesn't matter. Because it's like if Tommy Sotomayor goes away, if the manosphere goes away, if all the divestors go away, we're still going to have the same problems. And I think what she's letting people know is, yes, there are some serious problems. And no, our women do not feel safe around our men. They don't. They don't. And we have to deal with the reality of that. Just like the incident with the brick. Even if it was real or not real, it doesn't matter, because we've seen the venom and vitriol of people trying to just find a way to attack her. So it's kind of like if a teenage girl or a young girl is SA'd by someone in the family, they turn around and get mad at her. They turn against her. And I remember someone said that their own biological father, after their mother had passed away, SA'd them. And the family got mad at her when she told. I'm like, how? And then when she went to school, people made fun of her because this happened to her by her own father. So what I'm trying to say is she is a symptom of some serious issues that's going on in our community. She only can exist because of the conditions that have brought her up. So what you're saying, Patrice, is right. She's wrong about what she's doing and the way she's going about it. But I feel sorry for her. I don't feel animosity towards her.
Let me ask you what a question I asked everybody else on the panel, brother.
Yes, sir.
Respectfully, I Okay, I see what you're saying because I have heard the traumas that she's expressed that she has gone through, but all sympathy went out the door when she used that as a propping point for her message. Like, see, this
That
is why
part.
we got to do what we do.
That part.
You get what I'm saying? Like, the thing about radicalization is, in a vacuum, it creates a form of dogmatic thinking. And in that dogmatic thinking, nobody is permitted to think something else. And that is the problem with that specific community. Okay? Now, if we take these radicalized views and we go into larger society, then what's going to naturally happen is those views are going to clash. Those people who are radicalized are going to blame each other. That's why the neo-Nazis are bad. That's why the racists are bad. That's why anti-Semites are bad, because they're radical. They're extreme.
Yeah, I know that she's over the top and she really is extreme, but the only reason why she has a following because she's speaking to something inside of those women. And here's something people got to understand. When someone follows a leader, whoever follows anybody, the piece of what they're saying has to be inside of you, inside of them to do so. So if Brother Clarence says, we need to unite, we need to come together, we need to do this, that, and the third, and if we follow him, that means that was already part of what was in us. So when someone follows someone like Tommy Sotomayor, Cynthia G, Angry Man, what's some of the other people? Sergeant Willie P, which was one of the early ones in the Manosphere. What was it? So Cynthia G, Priscilla. But there's a lot of divestors out there, and what we have to understand is on both sides, they have some serious points. There are some serious issues in the community, and I'm saying that you're right. She's definitely wrong. But the thing about it is, if you got rid of her, there's going to be someone else doing the same thing. So I don't think we need to look at her. We need to look at addressing these problems. We need to be able to say, hey, we created a situation where we got 50 good black men that are not how you say they are, and we can prove it. They're standing right here. When we can get to that point, because here's the thing: when I was young, I was not running into good sisters that wanted to be committed relations. They wanted to just be ran through, the ones I was running into. And I asked people, where do I find a woman that I can build with? They're just like, be patient, be patient. They had no answers. So the problem with this sort of stuff is a lot of times we don't have any alternative. If a young woman is 18, like, I don't want to be out here with these players. Is it, where are some nice young men who are not going to be abusive to me where I can get married? And a lot of us, we don't have that answer. We can't say, hey, I got 20 dudes right here. You can meet them. So we're going to have to build.
I am so glad you said that. I am so glad you said that. No, we've never interacted before. You know how young I am?
How old are you?
22. I'm about to turn 23. The funny thing about what you said is I was able to show my friends some of Princella's content, and they diced her right up in 60 seconds flat. Told her why she was wrong. Yes, there's something to what she's saying. Yes, these people need their trauma addressed. But at the core of the issue, she is wrong, point blank, period.
She is. No argument there.
The aid comes in the form of these programs where we can get these people the help that they need. I guess you would call it a form of damage control, because ultimately we're not always going to be there when this stuff goes down, but that's what we can do right now. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. But I guess the bigger point that I'm getting to is, at this point in the game, we need to overhaul in mental health in the Black community. We need to make it to where it's available for those who can't afford it. 'Cause I know a lot of people in the hood that they've seen horrific violence. Women and men have been the victim of SA, because Tommy Sotomayor was a victim of SA as a child by a woman. Why do you think he's so angry? He got hatred towards Black women And some of what he's saying is true. I mean, he's just like Priscilla. He's just like Priscilla. He's like the male side of Priscilla. And something else that is interesting, I watched one of her videos and she was trying to act like she was a dude. She had some woman bring her some food. I'm thinking like, wow, you talk down on dudes, but then try to turn around and act like one. You know, she's all confused. Yeah, she's all confused. She's all mixed up. She's all confused. I'm not saying that we need to follow her, but what I'm saying is we need to take heed to people like this, because it's not them that's the problem. It's the conditions that created it. It's the same as R. Kelly. He was essayed as a child too. It was the conditions that created him. You know, he's wrong for what he did, but look at the people that were around him that supported him. They didn't care long as he was making money. They went and they bought him girls. So what I'm saying is people like Priscilla is not the problem. The problem is if she went and said, you know, okay, I want to get straightened up. I want to get married. Where would she have to go? There's no place to go in the Black community. There's no place for anybody to go these days. You know, and that's what we have to focus on rebuilding, because she doesn't matter. Like Priscilla, Tanya TKO, Tommy Sotomayor, Angry Man, there's a whole bunch of them in the Black manosphere. They don't matter. None of them matter. What matters is if someone says, yo, I want to do something different with my life, I need some place positive to go where my people are going to love me.
Brother. There's places you can go.
You know, there are places, but I'm just saying they're not very easy to own. They're not very easy to find. I'm just saying that when I was around his age, you know, I didn't want to be, you know, hopping from woman to woman. But if I would have said, you know, but there was no place to go to say this is where you meet nice young ladies who want to get married.
Okay.
Because back then my body count was low.
But see, that's why, brother. That's why we trying to put something together over here, a little, you know, some handbook, so that these young men, they have some place to go. We can suggest to them how they can go about being better, getting better results than just jumping out into the sexual marketplace where it's havoc out there, right?
Yeah,
it's havoc.
There's nothing but destruction out there waiting for you.
Right. So in most cases.
So I mean,
here's but I want to ask you the question.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you this question. Now, I asked everybody on the panel and they said no, but I'm gonna ask you. Do you think that Princella should be allowed to finish her work? Right. I'm not saying we rush people in there, but she left alone to do her work. And I know her goal is to take advantage of the people. That's her ultimate goal. But what she can do a positive is pull people out of the heterosexual marketplace that are creating this havoc, that are having children, and they're doing certain things that are causing problems. She can pull them out. Now, do you think would you agree, even though you don't agree with her principally, do you think that she should be allowed to do that work? And maybe, because there's women out here, let me lay it out. There's women out here that cannot sexually select for themselves safely. They just can't do it. And they won't listen to anyone else. They won't listen to somebody saying, you know, sis, maybe this is a better way to go about it. They don't want to listen to that person. They want to listen to a person that can kind of resonate with the kind of incompetence that they have experienced. They want to see somebody else that has experienced that same incompetence in the heterosexual selection marketplace, and therefore they will follow her. Do you think that do you think it'll be not safer, but do you think she should be allowed to do her work, even though you principally don't agree with her philosophy?
Absolutely.
And why?
Oh, well, absolutely. Because if you stopped her, it's not about her. It's about the philosophy that exists. She can't get leadership. She can't get anybody to follow her unless people already believe it. You don't follow something unless it's already inside of you. A lot of people do not understand that. But what I'm telling you is that brainwashing and all that is possible. But usually it has to be some piece of that inside of you. So there's a lot of little Priscillas running around here with anti-man rhetoric. They're just not as big as what she is. There's a whole bunch. They call some black women call black men being bullet bags, and and say that the white man's running y'all. We ain't got, they say all sorts of things. That's due to their bad experiences and due to their trauma. So she should absolutely be allowed to do what she's going to do. And she's not going to take necessarily anybody out the marketplace who doesn't belong there or nothing like that. This was going to happen. What people don't understand, this is going to happen anyways. To be honest with you, as a black man, black women are getting tired of us. They're getting tired of us cheating on them. And also, see, here's the thing. Some black women are picking men that are bad intentionally, but sometimes they think they got a good choice when they don't. And I've had a lot of sisters tell me that, and I argued back and forth. I've been on other panels on TikTok, and a lot of these sisters are like, wait a minute. The dude that did me wrong, he had a degree. He had a job. There was no signs that he was a player like he turned out to be, or a womanizer, or that he was abusive. He was verbally and physically abusive to me.
There's always signs. There's always signs. There's always breadcrumbs on the floor. We just don't want to look at them.
I don't know about that. So I've seen people on both sides say they didn't know, because everybody doesn't recognize everything. I mean, so what I'm saying is some are picking people that are bad on purpose.
There's not always signs, bro. That's not true. Not when the mask is on for somebody that is deceiving someone when they are hearing something they're not.
And by the time you figure out you've got all these feelings, you may have some children. So what I'm just going off of what they're saying. I'm not going to sit there and call them liars and stuff like that, because I've argued back and forth with them. But I'm just saying that she is not the issue. She doesn't matter. The issues and problems that exist matter. Problems that
I got a question. Do you all remember seeing the movie with Julia Roberts called Sleeping with the Enemy? It's the old.
Yeah, I can't remember how it goes, but I saw it.
But the man she married for so many, months or whatever that she known of, dated him, had this mask on, never showed any signs of being abusive, controlling, none of that. But he was absolutely a narcissist. She got him. He married her, and soon as he put her in that big, pretty house with his wealth and all of that, he started beating her, controlling her, and everything.
But now, wait a minute, Patrice. Let me just say this real quick in regards to that movie.
Go ahead.
There were some red flags there.
In the beginning?
You see what I'm saying? Yeah, because his OCD was off the chain. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so you saying
wait a minute. Hold on.
Okay.
Now, if I recall the movie correctly, he was very meticulous about her keeping things in order, and he was very controlling. Am I incorrect?
The OCD, yes, but
hold on. Listen.
The OCD necessarily means.
Hold on. Listen. That is a red flag. That's definitely a red flag that individuals need to examine about people.
Are you saying that everybody that has OCD is a womanizing, controlling, lying, perfect person, or man or woman?
So let me make it a little more clear. He was controlling in the beginning of that relationship. That's a red flag right there.
Right.
Are you saying that's not a red flag for you?
He got controlling. Somebody needs to mute. It's probably Diamond. He got controlling once he married her is when the control started. Remember, if you look at the movie and she's talking to somebody, I forget who, she's telling the story that saying that he wasn't always that way. He was nice and loving until they got married. Remember, she told that story after they got married. He changed. He became.
But here's the thing, though. Sometimes, and I agree, you may see some red flags after, but the point is recognizing them. Because why stay in a situation that's going to lead to calamity?
Can I make a comment after that, real quick?
When the red flags are showing you that.
Wait a minute, Diamond. I want you to make that comment, but hold it, because I want New Growth and Bolo to get in real quick and let them.
No, but let me just say this, Brother Clarence.
Yeah, go ahead.
I do get her point, though. In regards of using that movie as an example. So I just wanted to put that out there, OG.
Oh yeah, and the movie Enough with Jennifer Lopez, same thing. Her husband got the same way after she married him.
All right. Well, I will
But
get back.
but I believe I have to agree with Brother Clarence in some regards to that.
It may not be
signs.
a blatant.
Well, listen, yeah, there definitely are some signs. There's definitely some signs that are shown. You just miss them.
And lady and gentlemen, we'll get back to that. We got other people on the panel. We got to bring them up. And so let's get New Growth first, then Bolo, and then we'll go back and discuss whatever we're going to discuss. And I want to ask them the same question, right? Because they may agree with you guys, right? So New Growth.
Yes, how y'all doing today?
What's going on with you, brother?
None. I just want to say, yeah, I like this. Keep on talking. You go to Bolo. I'm actually, putting that Sleeping with the Enemy on my list. Something to watch. But yeah, I just wanted to come up here and holler. Very interesting conversation. But yeah, let me put this on here. But you can go ahead to Bolo.
Okay, man, don't go nowhere because I got a question for you.
I'm here.
And I'm gonna ask Bolo too. But Bolo, I'm gonna let Bolo get some opening remarks out here. Bolo, what's going on with you, brother?
I'm good. How you guys doing? How's everybody? Blessings to the whole panel. Thank you for
good,
having me on.
Hey, brother Bolo.
Hey, sis. How's everybody doing? That's awesome. I've been watching you guys for about a good 10, 15 minutes. There are red flags that people see. The problem is they choose not to see it. They make a willing choice not to see it, right? Because in their mind, this is what I want. This is the man or the woman that I want. So they willingly choose not to. Or it can be a situation where they've gone through some type of trauma and didn't get help for it. And they become that which they despise. Like when you look at the Princella woman, she has become that which she has despised. There's no difference than she comes with the male vibration, brother.
Agreed.
There is no difference than what she's saying than what a regular dude would say. There is no difference. She comes with that anger. You see that there's issues. And from what I heard, she was in a relationship that was very combative. Very combative. That could have propelled her into the route that she's moving in. There's a lot to this onion that has to be, deep dived into to understand the situation. For you to sit there and to go against what's natural, there's a systematic problem with you. And we have to deal with the person and deal with the thing. I understand dealing with the situation. You're absolutely correct. We have to deal with the situation. But at the same time, this person is spreading rhetoric. Now, is there any fact to her rhetoric that I've heard her say? No. A clock is right twice a day. For the most part, what I've heard, she's off as hell. Off as hell. So for anyone to say that, we have to deal with the overalling situation, I agree, we do. But we also have to deal, we have to deal with this on two fronts. We have to also deal with the person because there's a problem with her. She has a problem. Whether she wants to see it, whether the world wants to admit it, she has a problem. So we have to deal with that problem or not. It's up to you. However, if we don't deal with the problem and she continues to run down this hill, she's going to gain much more momentum. And we have to understand, people that are sick are going to trauma bond. That's what they do. They trauma bond. They see something or someone that's not going to be, that's not going to judge them. And let me say this, we're here to judge. We're not here to condemn. I'm here to say, yo, what you're doing is wrong. Or you're here to say, Bolo, what you did was wrong. We're all here to do that. Okay. With empathy and sympathy. That's how we're supposed to do it. Not with a turned up nose like I'm better than you. But we're here to be there for one another and to help one another. This is not helping. This is destroying. Period.
Agreed. All right, man. I have a question for you. I have a question for you and New Growth. Real quick. Now, I've asked everybody else on the panel. They said no. I said, should she be allowed to do her work if the people that she's pulling out of the dating market, out of the heterosexual marketplace, are so incompetent that they only select people that are abusive or unaliving them, or abusive to their children, so on and so forth. If those are going to be probably, I would say, over 90% of the people she's going to pull into her little community there, should she be allowed to do their work if pulling them into the lesbian community is going to make them safer statistically? Should she be allowed to do her work? What do you guys think?
I say no, because it's a lie, right? It's a straight up lie. It's not safer in the lesbian community. That's facts. Like,
well, statistically, it's probably going to be the fact.
No, I mean, I'll put the link up in there, but it's more likely violent relationships occur in LBGT relationships. That's statistically the fact.
Well, statistically, do you think that the lesbians are stacking more bodies than the men?
According to the stats, yes. I mean,
I disagree with that, but if you got the stats to back it up, I have to submit to that. But I don't agree with that at all.
Nobody's talked about, Sports Center. They talk about
now that I agree with. They don't want to talk about that. Definitely not.
Right.
But
it's a female basketball player that almost killed her wife. I'm sorry, deleted her wife in Vegas, right? And she has a history of this, and she never really. But yeah, I don't think it's safer. I think that's a real myth. You know what I'm saying? It's not safer. So, but we can sometimes when we delete certain facts to the other side, it makes it seem like it's better on the. Grandma used to say the grass is greener on the other side. If you really look at it, it's not. Because dysfunction, like my man was saying, Diamond, dysfunction is in our community, not just in our men, right? Like he said, R. Kelly was abused by his aunt, not his uncle, right? So it's in our
No, he was abused by his sister and his grandfather.
No, and well, unless he lied in his book, the roller coaster, he said it was his aunt. So that's just what I read from him. So he may be telling something different, but it was his aunt. But it's certain situations where like we talked about, men are abused by females as well. Women go through the same thing. So we have to stop looking at it as just because that's a great talking point. If I go at an audience, if I go at just black women, right, I can skew the facts to make it seem like black men are the worst in the world. If I wanted to go at white women, I could skew the fact that white men are the worst, most dangerous people in the world. So what she's doing is, like y'all said earlier, is practicing deception. Like OG Patrice said, half truths.
Agreed.
And when you deal with them half truths with people who not naive, maybe naive, but ignorant. That's why I say I would love to read a book. I'm not paying for it. She can give out a free copy. But a lot of things be missing out. And once we get, like on YouTube, we say expose them or get receipts. That's all reading a book is. You looking and you fact checking. And you say, okay, factually, that's wrong. Or factually, I read, no, that he didn't actually say that. This, and that. So a lot of things she's missing the fact, but she's a great deceiver. And unfortunately, it's gonna be people out there. So I don't think we should stop her. I think, like what Brother Diamond said, we have to work on the structure that when we see the charlatans coming, we really don't fall victim to it. So yeah, I think she should be able to do it, but I think we should be equipped in our community to be able to see her a mile away.
Okay. All right. So that's yes, she should be able.
May I respond to that, Bro C?
What?
May I respond to that? May I respond to that?
Of course, Bolo. Let me get a hard yes or no from New Growth. That's a yes, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Bolo, same question.
Hard no.
Hard no. Okay.
Hard
Why?
no.
Why?
We have to cut the cancers out. If you don't cut the cancer out and you allow it to grow, what happens? Anything or any type of medicine that you add to the body, it does nothing. You got to cut it out first. You got to isolate. See, what we're doing is we're dealing with branches opposed to dealing with the root. When you want to kill a tree, you don't deal with branches, my G. You deal with the root. You deal with the issue, root cause of the issue. So we understand that there's an overwhelming problem, but that problem stays. We don't need people pushing the agenda of that problem. There's an agenda. There's a difference between us having a problem and someone pushing the agenda of that problem. There's a big difference.
That's right.
Difference. You understand what I'm saying? So you know, so all of us, all 7 of us, are on this road, and there's a hole in the road. Okay. And Brother Clarence is pushing the agenda of us walking down this road in the darkness. He's a problem. He's a problem. When the daytime
come on, y'all, let's go. Let's go. This road is perfect. I know it's perfect. I know somebody who went down that road last night.
Listen, we're gonna see the hole in the daytime, right? But when you're pushing the agenda in the disguise of it being okay, and
that's
we
not
don't
a hole, Bolo, that's not a hole.
What's not a hole?
Your eyes are playing tricks on you. That's not.
I know it is, right? so, you know, we have to understand that. Listen, the math is not wrong. The math is not wrong, right? And what I'm saying is this. Here's the thing. No matter how you try to run away from heterosexual relationships, at the end of the day, you can't beat the vibration. Let me explain what I mean by that. Whether you're a man dealing with the man or a woman dealing with the woman, there's always one masculine, there's always one feminine. Can't run away from that dynamic.
Agreed.
Period. But what do you think she is in a relationship? The feminine or the masculine? She's the masculine. So you can't run away from that dynamic. It will always exist. There will always have to be someone that leads and someone that follows. Now we have to go into the dynamic of who's leading and who's following. We have to go into the dynamic, and that's the problem. The problem is people want to be politically correct and say, nah, we need to shut that down. Or no, let's continue letting them rock out. No, she shouldn't continue to rock out.
They'd be like, let them cook. Let them cook. Don't let them cook. Who let this person cook?
Don't cook. Because understand something. When you have to understand that this generation that we're in right now, they're the most confused. This generation that we're dealing with is the most susceptible to all the nonsense that this society is pushing. Why? Because they attack them from when they're young. They systematically put handcuffs on the parents where you can't discipline, you can't check them the way we need to be checked, okay? And they let them run rampant. So we have a bunch of spoiled children that don't understand. You put a little pressure to them, they fold like $3 wallets. They fold like $3 wallets. So at the end of the day, the rhetoric that she's pushing and the rhetoric that everyone else is pushing that's nonsensical needs to be shut down. So it's not just an attack on her. This is an attack, though. This is an attack. Because what she's saying to your daughters is you don't need no dude. That's what she ultimately. Let's cut through all the nonsense and get to the brass tacks of it. You don't need no dude. What we need a dude is just for this. But if someone busts into the house, you're going to need that dude to go downstairs and check it. It doesn't make any sense, man. You have women like this that push that I'm equal, I'm this, I'm that, and this. As soon as a dude lay hands on you, the first thing you say is, why wasn't I protected or why wasn't I covered? Why wasn't you? Because you wasn't under my covering or my protection. This is why. So when you stand up to be something that you're not, get ready to be treated like that thing that you're not. Don't complain about it. Don't complain about it. This is what you wanted. This is what you asked for. So when it comes, deal with it. Now, if you're not ready to deal with it, be quiet, sit on the side and deal with your trauma. Because there's trauma that we're dealing with, but no one wants to address the issue and say that these men and women need to get psychiatric help.
Definitely.
They just do. It's not something, it's not a disrespect to get help. If you have a broken arm, you go to the doctor, you get a cast. If your eyes are messed up, you go to optometrist. If your brain is broken, you go get help for it. Completely, her brain is off.
Right.
Complete. Or the other side of it, I found a place to make money. Someone said she's so, a charlatan. Absolutely. Charlatans know what they're doing. There are some people that are sick and don't know what they're doing because they continue doing it and they need help. And then there are the others that are sick that understand what they're doing, that know what they're doing. They know that they're selling snake oil. They know they're selling it. I believe she's the latter. This is not a stupid woman. I've heard her speak.
No,
she's
right.
very articulate. She's not a stupid woman. She's very articulate.
And that makes it all the more nefarious.
That's the point. That's the point. So people like this, pastors that come at the church and take their money, men that go after women that have been abused, women that go after men that are weak, all of these issues need to be addressed. All of them need to be addressed because they're the problem. They're the problem. Let's stop steering away from the issue. That's our problem. We don't want to attack it head on. Now, I know that this is not going to be something that is something that's widespread, but she's an issue. She definitely is an issue. You can see that she has issues in her life from her relationships.
Anybody want to address this question? I just
We're gonna address that. We're gonna address that, Patrice.
Let me reply
let
real quick.
Bolo finish. We're gonna address that.
Can I reply real quick, Bolo?
I also wanted to reply to what Bolo said too.
Okay.
But I will wait.
The issue is we need to address these issues. And no, she should not continue being able to spit her rhetoric if it's hurting the overall majority. However, this is the world that we live in and freedom of speech, and we can't. And the scriptures tell you the wheat's going to grow with the tears. So at the end of the day, we have to deal with this nonsense.
All right, thank you, Brother Bolo. Appreciate you, Ned. So that's what, 5 hard no's and 2 soft yeses, right? Okay, so all right, Samantha Lake out in the chat. Shout out to Samantha Lake, by the way. Samantha Lake says, "Are you men getting nervous that she is teaching us we don't need you?" Well, Samantha, if you want to come up and talk to us, we would definitely appreciate you. We're not going to attack you. We're not going to do anything because none of us, I don't think any of us have anything against Princella personally. We don't have anything against her. We just, her inconsistencies and the things that she teaches. That's the main issue here. But any of you guys nervous that Princella's teaching women that they don't need us?
I am.
No, not at all.
I am not. To be honest.
I'm not nervous at all.
I don't even interact with people who think that.
See, but I think it's different because if we're men and we're leading the community, I'm not nervous for only myself. I'm nervous for our children. I'm nervous for them because they're going. If we're saying that we need to get rid of the Princellas, yes, hell yeah, I'm nervous if we can't get rid of her. I'm nervous that y'all are being deceived to think y'all don't need us. See, I'm learning as I get older. All of this false, fake bravado that we run around with is a big flaw in men, especially us. A lot of us are in prisons and with 15 baby mamas now because of the bravados. We have to be humble to our maker, whoever that may be, and he will lead us because sometimes we have to admit, hey, I might be, when you strong, play weak. Sometimes you got to play weak when you strong. We have to start learning to pay attention and stop reacting to it. I'm not going, and Clarence always used to say this, just don't need to argue with especially with females sometimes because we have to, we supposed to, if we feel we the leaders, why am I arguing with you?
Agreed.
I don't argue with my children, right? I don't do these things. I'm not saying the woman is a child by any means, but if she feels a certain way, she feels a certain power that comes out of this. All we got to do is keep being who we are, and hopefully this sister Samantha won't fall victim to this, where she had to learn it the hard way. But sometimes you do have to learn it the hard way. So yes, I am nervous for you, sister. I'm sorry that you feel you don't need me or you don't need this next man. Because like Bolo just said, when them dudes come in, let's say somebody come in and say it's a takeover. Or when something happens, you in that cushy government job, you might need some manual labor and you ain't built for that. Yeah, I feel sorry for you.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, please.
And I'm sorry I'm out of the order. It's crazy how a world that has been set up in safety by men allows a woman like this to say what she's saying. And I don't mean Samantha, I'm talking about Priscilla. It's crazy how under the protection and the understanding and the guidance of men, you're able to say what you're saying. It's the same way when you have a child in your home where you've provided a roof and clothing and they just don't accept it. They just move the way they move and just disrespect you in your home. This is crazy. This is crazy. So the question that she asked is saying that we don't need men. Without men, what you would have chaos. Now we understand that there are men that are off, but we're not speaking on them.
But you got chaos now.
Hold on. It would be even worse chaos if there wasn't no order. We understand that there's chaos. There will always be chaos until that which is perfect comes. So that's not even a question. That shouldn't even be a point to make. There's going to be fallible things because man is fallible, period. That goes without saying anything. But you have to try to do your best. Try living in Afghanistan, talking what you're talking right now. You only talk the way you talk because you're here. Try living in those countries where you don't have those liberties. Then what? So when you say there's already chaos here, go live in Afghanistan and kick what you kicking right now. Then what?
Can I respond to that?
When you're at the age of 6, you got to pick up an AK-47.
Hold on, Bolo. Yeah. Now we're gonna have to have some self-control, fellas. So if you got to get a notepad to kind of write down what you want to address, you got to give each other time to get it off. Now maybe 2 minutes at tops. Let the other person get off what they're saying, and then we can start responding. Okay, guys. All right, go ahead, Bolo. Finish, and then we're gonna move it. We're gonna let whoever wanted to respond.
So again, we're addressing the fundamental understanding of what men and women are supposed to be here to do. So now you brought up Tommy Sotomayor. Tommy Sotomayor will show you a video. Again, I don't agree with everything he says. So let me just get that off the rip. I don't agree with everything he says. All right. However, he'll show you a video of a black woman acting out. And instead of dealing with the issue that is at hand, they deal with the man. Then it goes left. Absolutely. Then it goes left. Again, I don't agree with everything he says. But don't think that he doesn't talk about the black community. Don't think that he doesn't talk about, furthering and understanding and protection of the black woman. Because I've seen plenty of videos where he said that. Okay? The point of the matter is this. Men are here to guide, nurture, protect, lead, and provide. That's what we're here to do. And it's funny how in this country where you're given freedom to say whatever the hell you want to say, the first thing you want to do is talk about we don't need men. We don't need men. She's putting us on to what men has been doing for years and such and such and such and such. Do you understand the construct and the infrastructure? If men haven't did what they did, you wouldn't have a civilization to live in. Period. Go beyond the nonsensical things that she says. Go beyond it. Is there chaos on the earth because men rule it? Absolutely. Can't take away from that. But understand that the reason why you're able to speak the way you speak is because of the protection and the provision that men has provided you. I'm done.
Let me respond to that real quick.
Okay.
Now I understand what you're saying, but we got to be real about something. Black men have not done a very good job of protecting black women. We've done a very horribly poor job because there are so many black girls that have been essayed, have been tampered with and touched when they were little girls, and the so-called black man has not done anything about it. And the men that built those structures is not us. Black people, black men have not built anything in a long time. So I get what you're saying, my brother, that we're the ones defending and protecting, but we're talking about if we're just going to talk about just black people, most men do not defend. Most men are not in the army. The army does that. The average man does not do that. Okay, the average man may build some infrastructure. He may work for someone that does some things like that. But in general, I mean, we got to deal with the facts. We've got too many black men out here who don't even want to take care of their own children. We got too many black men that think it's okay to cheat and run around. So the point that I'm getting at is, it doesn't matter if you provide and protect if you can't be faithful. That means to them it cancels itself out. So here's the thing. I don't think stopping her is going to stop anything. If Priscilla if Priscilla disappeared tomorrow, there's going to be someone else to take her place. The way to really stop Priscilla is when we have good, faithful, strong Black men that stop Black girls from being SA'd when they're little children. That's what's going to get rid of Priscilla and her followers. Not stopping her, because if you stop Priscilla, that's going to make her more of a martyr. If you shut her down, there's going to be 10 more Priscillas popping up like weeds. If we want to stop the issue, we're going to have to become better men as Black men, because some of what she's saying about Black men is true, especially Black men. Some of the most wretched, trifling men I've ever seen in my life were Black men that I've met. Just trifling. Not all of them, but I've seen some trifling Black men in my life that I've met. And I'm like, I can see why some of the women are getting sick of us. Because I'm telling you right now, Black women are getting sick of Black men in general. They're getting sick of us making.
Let me qualify what you're saying.
Yes, sir, Mr. Clarence.
A lot of times we say things and we don't qualify what we're saying. So maybe so they can be taken and misunderstood and repatriated to me have other meanings. So let's qualify what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Black women are getting tired of the Pookies and the Ray Rays, right? Obviously, they're getting tired of those type of. They get to a certain age where they get tired of those type of guys, right? The problem is because of their incompetence, because of the incompetence that they experience in the dating market when they decide, hey, I don't want to deal with Pookies anymore. I want to deal with this other type of man. But because of their incompetence, they still are. Those are the only type of men that are attracted to them, right? The men that are looking to abuse and take advantage of women are attracted to certain type of women. Certain type of women don't have to deal with stuff like that because they cut them off at the pass. But because of their now here's the critical part. This is the critical part where Princella or none of the other ones, Cynthia G or any of the rest of them, deal with. This is the most critical part. Instead of adjusting their incompetence and helping them handle their incompetence and saying, okay, sis, let's take a look at how you are measuring men up and how you are selecting men. Let's take a look at that and see if we can adjust that so that you can start attracting the type of men that will be better suited for you based on your present goals and not your past goals, right? But instead of addressing that, what they do is say, instead of us addressing your incompetence, we're just gonna put you in a whole nother marketplace, right? The divestors say, we just put you in another market. We just put you over here in the white marketplace. That way, that your incompetence with Black men will just go away. But it's not an incompetence with Black men. It's an incompetence with men, period. It's an incompetence with people, period. Same thing for these people that follow Princella. She's gonna say, instead of let's addressing the way you're picking these people and let's get you into some therapy. Maybe you got some therapy that you need. Instead of doing that, I can help you. Read my books. You're fixed. Right? Just come on over here to the lesbian community. Well, Princella never said you got to be a lesbian. Oh, no. She just gives you choice, right? The choice of asexuality or the choice of lesbianism, right? But or you can even choose to stick with men, right? But she make you look like an absolute idiot for sticking with men, and she makes you look like an idiot for taking the asexual choice. Well, what are the choices left on the table? See, sometimes they think they're dealing with some people that don't know how to do critical thinking here. And so Hazel Hamilton said, Black men can't even protect themselves. Most Black men do protect themselves and their families. But that's what I'm saying. The issue is always this extrapolation, right? And so because of the incompetence of the women that keep selecting men that don't do these things, they keep selecting those type of men. And so they say, well, that's the only men that are out there. It's men that are going to be abusive, men that are going to be abusive to the kids and so on and so forth. Those are the only men out there. No, those are the only men checking for you, and those are the only men you're attracting, and those are the only men you're selecting. If you would change some things, you're gonna not attract those type of men. You're gonna attract other type of men, and then you're gonna be able to ferret out the difference between good men and bad men, that is the critical issue. That's the critical issue. I don't care if you even go over to the lesbian camp. You're gonna pick bad lesbians if you don't know how to pick and choose people better. That's my point. Anybody have a comment or a question?
Yeah, I do. I do got a comment, Clarence. I understand what you're saying, that pookie picking is a major problem, and I do agree 100%. But also we have to be clear. There still is a shortage of good Black men in general, and that's something that we have to deal with as well. So it's just not as simple as, once you change stuff like that, it becomes harder to find someone because there's not a lot of good Black men just running around.
Diamond.
Yes,
Let
sir.
me ask you a question. If we take women and we change the women and now women are conducting themselves in a certain way where being what do you call that, being a Pookie or a Ray Ray is not going to get you where you're trying to go as far as sex, as far as finding a woman that you want by your side, so on, et cetera, et cetera. Don't you think that would have a major effect on the sexual selection market?
Yes, it would. But the point that I guess I'm getting at is what you're saying is right. But I'm just saying, as Black men, if we're really the leaders, then we have to be the ones to lead the charge, not them. That's all I'm saying. So I'm saying if we're going to call ourselves leaders of the Black community, we have to become better men. And then we'll have no choice but to pick good men because
a man before you can be a better leader, right?
Yes. But I'm just saying that if we're going to sit here and want the women to follow behind us, then us as Black men, we have to step up and take responsibility. Because here's the thing: if the Black race is failing, then it's our fault as men because we're supposed to be the leaders. When the team loses, the coach is always going to be held responsible. So that's the only thing that I'm saying. I'm just saying that when you look at it from that lens, I'm not gonna, I used to be hard on sisters, and sometimes I still am, but I'm not going to do that any longer because they got to take care and speak for themselves. And there are women out there. There are women out there trying to do that and trying to speak up. So I do agree that pookie picking is a big problem. I do agree. That's it's a huge problem. But us as men still have to step up and become better men. And also
listen. If you have better men out there, if the women want a certain type of dude, they want the bad boy. You got men out here, but they learn quickly that being a good dude is unprofitable.
Yeah, you're right because right now we're such in a bad condition that women are not sexually attracted to good men. They're turned on by dark character traits.
Ridiculous, right? But but unfortunately for right now, it's the truth. But when men start to straighten up, we can lead our women in the right direction because we have to understand that we've led our women to accept the dark character traits. So now it's to the point where they want it. We've led our women to accept that sort of stuff. Well, I can explain that. I'll explain that to you in a minute, Diamond. Let me let Bolo cut in.
Yes, sir.
Because he wanted to do something.
Let me say this: I'm an equal opportunity shooter. And it's conversations like this that, grinds my gears, man. it's conversations like this that grinds my gears. At the end of the day, I agree with you that, the men set the course. The men are the heads, we're the leaders. If we're going to take that responsibility of being kings or whatever the hell, we want to call ourselves, that comes with a heavy accountability and responsibility. But I'll be damned if I'm going to take accountability and responsibility away from the women. I'll be damned. They're making a choice to sleep with these AKA Pookies and Ray Rays. That's not the man's fault. They choose to open up their legs. I get tired of hearing cats say that women, how is it said? That they own the sex, the open to sex, and we open or we own the thing to marriage.
That is crazy, right?
It's madness. It's madness because the last time I checked, sex was supposed to be consensual.
Correct.
So how is it that women own? They're the sole owners of sex. Women are making a choice, okay, to deal with these AKA Pookies and Ray Rays. Let's not take accountability and responsibility away from them. Let's not. Because when you say but negates everything prior. For example, I don't mean to cut you off, New Growth, but I'm going to cut you off. So everything you said prior to
growth off. It's okay.
Negates everything you said. So I agree with you. As men, we are the heads. We set the tone. I agree with you 100%, 110%. But to take accountability and responsibility out of the hands of women in the choices that they make is absurd. It's absurd. They choose these dudes. They choose to have babies with these cats that play PlayStation all day. They knew he was a drug dealer. They knew that he ain't had no damn job. How is it his fault? It's the same way I say to men. You knew Shorty was a thought. You knew she had a history. You knew what it was. How do you blame her for you getting her pregnant?
Yeah.
See, this is the problem that those cats, Fresh and Fit had, right? What they did was they pushed they pushed men not to deal with their issues, but to operate in it. It's like what doctors do here. Doctors don't deal with the sickness, they deal with the symptom. I come in here with a headache, they give me a damn pill for the headache. The headache is a symptom that drives you to what the actual issue is. And that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with symptoms opposed to dealing with the sickness. We have to deal with the sickness at the root because we don't solve the issue if we continue dealing with branches. So we have issues, and I say this all the time. Bro C and I talk offline. We understand that if you're going to call yourself a provider, a king, because these are the names these guys take, kings, dictators, leaders, czars, and all this, that comes with a certain type of responsibility. The woman cannot have the same accountability as you if you're the head. It doesn't work that way. This is why sin was sin when Adam sinned, not when she did. It was sin when he sinned. Why? Because he is the head. But don't get it twisted. She got punished too. There was accountability on her side too. It may not have been what was the husband's. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm not snitching the name. But the point of the matter is there's accountability to go around the table. And we have to make sure that we parse it out the way it needs to be parsed out. As men, we need to be better. I agree with Diamond 100%. We have to be better. We have to move better. A lot of these men don't even need to be with women. They don't even need to be with women. They're still searching for themselves. This is why we tell these youngins, don't be so quick to get into a relationship. It's unfair to a woman for you to try and figure out what a husband is when you're married. It's unfair. It's unfair to the child to try and figure out what a father is when you're married. It's unfair. The same way it is unfair to the husband for a woman to figure out what a wife is when she's married. I'll quantify what I'm saying. You don't become an NBA player when you get into the NBA. It doesn't work that way. You must have the foundation and the discipline already in you. Okay? So being a husband is what you should be before you're a husband. Being a wife is what you should be before your wife. This is why the scripture says it is a good thing for a man that finds a wife. Now, what should she find on the other end? A husband. That's what she should find. A lot of us are children. A lot of us men are children trying to play big boy games, trying to play men games. And when they get caught up in the situation, like I said before, they fold like a $2 wallet. But at the end of the day, let me take that butt back. However, at the end of the day, that woman made that choice to open her legs and sleep with that man. Don't take accountability away from her. Unless she was raped, then that's a different conversation.
Different conversation. I'm glad you brought that up. Different
conversation. These women are opening their legs to sleep with these dudes, knowing what their history is, knowing that this dude don't have a job. He's the same dude that I see on the corner when I leave at 9 o'clock in the morning and come back at 10 o'clock at night. He's the same dude I see on the corner. We have to parse out accountability and responsibility to it evenly, even though we are the heads.
Anybody got any pushback? Anybody got any comments, questions?
I just want to say something real quick.
Hold on. I know Brother Vaughn wanted to say something a while ago, and he was waiting patiently.
Yeah, let Vaughn go, and then whoever else wants to go. Thank you, Negro.
Yeah, you know what? Listen. You know, I basically I want to kind of save my comments to the closing remarks because it's kind of hard to interject when everyone else is trying to get their points in, and I get that, I get it. But what I would like to say is I definitely agree with what Brother Bolo was saying, you know, in regards to this aspect of what we're talking about right now, you know. But I'm going to pull back a little bit, and I'll save my remarks for the closing.
Well, thanks a lot, Vaughn. You didn't taught me how to look. I'm looking out for you. You gonna holler.
No. Now listen. No, brother.
You see how you do me?
No. I definitely appreciate.
Yeah, Vaughn. I thought black men don't look out for each other. What's going on here, man?
No, I appreciate it. I definitely appreciate it. But I'm listening right now, and I'm taking notes.
Just
all right.
And so I'll respond to it maybe later on, toward the closing.
Yeah, what I wanted to say about what Bolo said was is true. You know what I mean? So we're in agreement. You know what I mean? So, but I do believe women need to be held accountable for their choices. So I never said that they shouldn't be, but I was just making the point that that if we're going to change this with our race, the men are going to have to lead the charge. The men are going to have to hold other men accountable. The men are going to have to cut off. Because a lot of us may take care of our children, but we won't cut off our brother or our friend who don't. You know what I mean? If we know that someone is 30 trying to mess with someone 16, we don't cut them off. You know, we don't threaten to beat up our friends. And I see a lot of black men who may not do bad things themselves, but they're cool with people who do bad things. And that's something I had to even work on myself. And so that's a problem right there. And so black men are going to have to hold each other accountable, and certain black men are going to have to be cut off. And I don't know if the race is ready for that one, because the race seems to be extremely soft when it comes to stuff like that. A lot of people aren't ready for what it's going to take to rebuild the race and to gain our respect, because I honestly believe that when the black man gets himself together, the black woman will fall in line right behind him, and she'll respect him, she'll submit to him, she'll cooperate with him. No problem when we get it together. But when we don't got it together, she's not going to have it together either. Just like they'll talk about, body count. Well, women should have a low body count. And they get mad when I say, wait a minute, how can men have high body counts and women have low body counts at the same time? You cannot drink glass out. You can't drink water out of a glass and expect the glass to remain full. It just does not work that way. So I think men are very hypocritical with the stuff that they be saying, and they're trying to, and women are judged harsher on certain things. Huh?
Some of our men.
Yeah, some of our men. But I'm just saying that if you want women to have low body counts, then the men have low body counts. Problem solved. If you want a woman to be a virgin, if you want to marry a virgin, then you should be a virgin. That's only fair.
I mean,
and a lot of men.
I hear what you're saying, but it's kind of like we all know as adults, it's different rules, right? I'm not saying that promiscuity and cheating is acceptable, but it's different standards for different people. Women get away with certain things that we can't get away with. We cannot sit here and think we, like Bolo said, we're not the same. So a lot of things I might like let's say my wife suffers more with the inability to control her budget, right? So if she spends, hey, I said this is all we're gonna spend, and she dips into the such and such, right? It's my job to kind of replace. It's not a cutoff. It's not me saying, okay, since you dipped into the budget, I'm gonna go into the other budget and spend it all crazy, right? We have to work through our problems. Everybody has problems, men and women. I think sometimes we get so caught up in putting our finger at the other person. It's like a sports team. I understand when the crowd boos. As me as a leader, I should understand that when the crowd boos, we went out there and stunk it up, right? me as a player, as a coach, I'm supposed to go into that room and get my team in order, right? And me as a coach, I reprimand that person for going outside of the locker room and saying, well, it's this person's fault, or we got a horrible coach, right? We have to get to a point. Too many sports analogies. I've been watching football, but we got to get to the point where we're holding ourselves accountable. That's the easiest thing to do. Like, I know what God made me to do in a relationship, in a community. I hold myself accountable to that. Stop worrying about what the. Go ahead.
The problem with us as men, you know what I'm saying? The problem with us as men is we take our position as an entitlement opposed to a service. Being a husband, being a father, being a head, being a leader is a service. It's not an entitlement. And that's our problem. We take it as I'm the head, I'm supposed to sit down with my foot up, and everything around me is supposed to move.
Right.
And that's our problem. When you as head, the positions of wife and man, wife and husband is this. The husband is supposed to take care of the kingdom, right? The family. The wife takes care of the husband to make sure that he's able to take care of the kingdom. That's the way it's supposed to work. But you have these men that are narcissistic that say, I'm a dictator. Christ was never a dictator. They look at marriage as a contract. See, when you go into these things, and words mean things.
Instead of a contract.
You know, words are important. So when you look at a contract is cold. A contract is already done, said. You can't go against what's been drafted. Whatever it says is what it says. If you go against that, you got a problem. Like Von Bryant said, a covenant is a breathing, living organism, which means mistakes are going to happen on both ends. So when Diamond says that these men talk about women that have these children or have a past, I so bad want to say the N-word. You got a damn past. You want these women not to look at your past of you being incarcerated, of you being an idiot when you were young. You don't want them to judge you on it, but yet you want to judge them on when they were ignorant and asleep. It's unfair. You know what I'm saying? You can't do that. Everyone has a past. The past is not the problem, right? I say this all the time. A failure is not a failure if you learn from it. It's called a learning experience.
Right.
If you continue failing at what you're failing at, then it's a problem. Because I've learned from it, right? I know not to follow Brother Clarence on that dark road because of that hole. You know,
follow me, Bolo. Follow me on that dark road, Bolo. I know what I'm talking about, man.
I know not to follow
the people the 5 times I went there. But you gonna make it this time. I know it.
The issue is, as men, like Diamond said, we are not creating an environment of trust. This is what we have to understand. Submission, you know, I hear these people talk about submit to me. The scripture doesn't say that a woman should submit to any random man. She submits to her husband. She should respect other men.
Good.
She should
point.
You know, as OG Patrice respects all the men on this panel, but she only submits to her husband. Period. That's all. That's the request. But here's the question: are you giving her something to submit to?
Good point.
You dudes are running down the street asking for submission. Do you know what submission is? You're asking her to give her life, her trust to you. That's what submission is.
Ooh, good point. Good point.
That's what it is. Are you giving them something to submit to? This goes to Diamond's perspective, to his point, that as men, we need to work on ourselves. We have to stop pointing fingers and saying, woman, look at you. The reason why these women aren't listening is because we haven't created a space of safety, a place of love. Truth given without love is a weapon. I'll say it again. Truth given without love is a weapon. If Brother Clarence tells me my breath stink, we have a relationship. If some dude I don't know off the street come to me and tell me my breath stink, pride is going to flare up, anger is going to flare up. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know who you are. I don't know what your point is. I don't know what your perspective is. I don't know if you're trying to escalate me. So when you provide women a space of safety, that is not taking away accountability. I'm gonna still tell you that what you're doing is off. I'm gonna still tell you what you're doing is wrong. But I'm gonna create a perspective. I'm gonna create an environment where you don't feel attacked. Okay, you don't feel attacked, but you're gonna get the truth. The truth is what we're supposed to be about, and the truth hurts. It does. Growing pains hurt, man. It's supposed to. No one likes being on a hot seat. I know I don't. I know when I have conversations with people in the village and they say, "Yo, Bolo, you were bugging out, right? I didn't feel protected. I didn't feel this." That's not a good feeling for me. I promise you it's not. It's not a good feeling for me. But you know what? I'm going to shut the hell up. I'm going to hear what she has to say, hear what they have to say, and do my best to grow from it. So when you're asking these women, because at the end of the day, I see, and I say this all the time on my Friday night testimony. If you look at the weekend, a lot of these men that speak on these panels and a lot of these women that speak on these panels, they focus on men and women that they don't want. They spend 10 to 12 hours on the women that they don't want and spend 10 minutes on the women that they do want, and vice versa. And what you focus on is what you shall attract. That goes back to what Diamond says, right? If I know my worth, I can demand my value. How do I do that? In my standard. If I have a diamond that's worth $100,000 and Brother Clarence tries to buy it for $50,000, it's my choice whether to sell it to him for $50,000 or hold off and say, nah, I'm going to wait for the $100,000. See, what we're doing is we choose not to be patient. We don't think that there's a good woman out there. So we choose these 304s out there, and then we blame them for who they are when they presented themselves as a scorpion. A scorpion is a scorpion. A scorpion didn't change her colors in the middle of it. No, brother. She was one before you met her, and she was one as you met her. Same man. He was a scorpion before you met him. You see, in your mind, you wanted to change him. In your mind, you want to see what you wanted to see. And that wasn't reality. That's the problem with our people. If we're going to compartmentalize it and talk about black and brown people, that's our issue. We don't accept reality for what it is. If we did that, we'd be in a much better perspective. We'd be in a much better place if we did that. But it starts with loving yourself. This is why God says, love your brothers as you love yourself. If you know what love is, if you know what self-worth is, okay, I know that I demand a certain type of respect. I know that I demand a certain type of value on myself. I'm not going to allow anyone to come into my cipher and break that. If you allow someone to come into your cipher and break that, that's your choice. You allowed them to come in. So look in the mirror. Self-inflection is so important. And these brothers, when you look at the damn platforms, they don't speak on self-inflection. They just don't. They talk about operating in their dysfunction, opposed to saying, leave the woman alone for a second. Let's deal with our issues as men. Let's deal with what we act together so that when we go to these women and say, I need a wife, they see something to submit to.
All right, y'all. Listen.
I want to make a response to
I don't know what you're doing. Well, I mean, are you what are those bubbles that that you pack stuff in and you pop them? What is that? What is those things called? Yeah. You know what I'm talking about, Nuke. What is that? What is that stuff with all the bubbles you pack it?
I know what you're talking about, but I can't think about what it is.
Yeah, that's what you're doing, man. What you doing, Diamond? I think you popping that.
It's called bubble wrap.
No, I'm not. I ain't popping nothing. Bubble wrap. No, I ain't popping nothing, brother. I mean, maybe there's some.
I was in Costco or something, popping that bubble wrap or something, man.
Now, see, this is why I like to wait until I have the floor because
I wasn't popping nothing. I just wanted to make a comment real fast.
Okay, listen. Before you make that comment, let me say this. Okay, Diamond's gonna make that comment. I'm gonna go around the room, see if anybody has anything else to say. After that, we're gonna do closing remarks, y'all, because we got to get out here. We got to spend time with our families. Okay, so Diamond, you're gonna make your comment, and then we're gonna go around the room. Anybody else has anything else to say, and then we're gonna start closing out.
The thing I wanted to say to growth is, I'm not saying cut off somebody because they didn't return your phone call or they didn't pay you back the $5 that they owe you. I'm saying when certain violations happen, they got to go. And I believe that if you don't take care of your children, you got to go. I believe if you cheat on your spouse, you got to go. I believe if you're cheating with someone else, like if you're messing with a married woman, you got to go.
Wow.
I'm not going to, and I'm saying
you just got rid of 90% of us out here, bro.
That's fine. That's fine with me. Here's what I've always fought about. I'd rather be, I'm going to tell you this much. I'd rather would have no company instead of bad company. Because the thing about it, the problem is a lot of us don't want to do what's right. And also a lot of the rest of us, just to have a friend, will tolerate people doing anything instead of saying, no, that woman's married, leave her alone. Because if we're trying to build community, we've got to do what's right, even when it doesn't feel good. Okay, because the thing about it, there could be a woman that got a nice body, and I could be turned on by her, and my whole body could react to her. But if I don't have a friend there to say, hey, man, I see how you're feeling, but you know you have a wife at home, that ain't right. But if you got a friend that's like, yeah, go ahead and do your thing, man, it's not the type of friend that you need. You need a friend that's going to be like, hey, brother, like, I know you want to do this, but let's not do this because the repercussions are going to be worse than the pleasure that you receive. So I'm not saying to cut somebody off because they drink too much soda pop. I'm saying for certain infractions, like if you're going to essay little girls, if you're going to,
definitely,
you got to go. And the thing you got to go.
In a whole other category when you bump.
Yeah, you got to go. But I'm just saying if you're on drugs, you got to go. You know what I mean? Until you get clean. You get clean, then we'll talk to you. Because the problem with the Black community is we're just too tolerant of nonsense. And then we're not talking about little things like you smoke too many cigarettes. Well, that's with that, that's something people should stop doing too. But I'm just saying, for certain things, if you unaliven people and we still cool. It's like, no, if you're doing that, you got to go. I'm not going to judge you, but I'm just not going to deal with you. So I'm saying for serious infractions, we have to cut people off. So the thing about it,
take some action. That definitely.
Yeah. And what Bolo was saying is we definitely, as men, we got to definitely strengthen ourselves to step up and make things happen because we're going to be the ones that are going to lead the charge. Because the women, no matter what we do, the women are going to follow behind us. If we do 2 Live Crew and disrespect our women, they're going to follow behind it. But when we start to act like kings and queens, act like the kings and gods that we really are, then women are going to start acting like gods. They won't have no choice because at the end of the day, we can say what we want about our women, but our women love us. Our women are attracted to us. Our women want to be with us. The women, they want to be with us. They want to have sex with us. They want to be around us. Period. So the thing about it is, so when you see this whole divestiture movement going on, that's because they don't feel like there's any good Black men left for them to grab. And what someone was saying, right, if you choose bad with Black men, you're going to choose bad with other men as well. It's the same for men that go outside the race. They're going to choose women of other races that are bad because they don't know how to choose. And I think, I'm getting ready to get off here, but my closing remark would be that we're going to have to get to the point where we're going to be like Dr. Umar. We're going to set up some more schools to train our young children how to be a good mate, but also how to pick a good mate. Agreed. So that's what we're going to work on. We're going to work on building a system to teach young adults and teenagers how to be the perfect husband and how to become the perfect wife so we can move in a better direction. Because the thing about it is, most of us, now I don't know about you guys, but I know most people my age, I'm like 45, around that age. Most of us have not seen a healthy marriage. That's something me and my wife were talking about. We've never seen 2 Black people in a couple interact. We've seen dysfunction. We've seen people argue, yell, people split up, but we've never seen a functional marriage between 2 Black people to show us how it's done. So we got to get back to those basics because the problem.
Let me get some. I'll let you finish, but let's get something understood. It depends on, the word functional, that's subjective. right? What does that mean? Just because two people stayed together, was their marriage functional? You know what I mean?
Well, I said functional. I didn't say just staying together and they hate each other. I'm saying.
You said that.
Oh, okay. But
what I'm saying is, there's people are going to be listening to this, so we want to make some things clear some things up. So, functional. We're not talking about. We're talking about a marriage that is beneficial, meaning that you're getting some benefit out of it, more of a benefit than unfortunately what it would call the other than benefit that comes with marriage, because that comes with marriage, right? There's going to be problems in any relationship, whether you're single. So single people say, don't get married because it's problems. It's problems in being single. You're not happy every second you're single. You're not going to be happy every second that you're married. So it's not going to be that. I don't want to put that out there so that people will think, well, the minute I'm not happy in a marriage, it's time to go. No, it doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that. It just means that you want to be able to have open and honest communication with your partner so that you can clear up problems. Because if you don't have that communication, what happens is the resentment builds, because you can't say what you want to say. Resentment builds, and then once the resentment gets to a certain level, the respect starts deteriorating. And once the respect starts deteriorating, that's when the cheating and that's when the other things start entering into the relationship, that the person think they need a crutch to deal with the not being respected or not being dealt with the way they want to be dealt with, and so on and so forth. So I just want to make sure that we're not saying that a marriage is functional just because. No, you got to have certain things going on in a marriage for it to be functional and it be a beneficial, so that it'd be a overall good thing. So
right.
I just wanted to put that qualify that. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. I'm glad you brought that point up, because if I didn't say it, I do mean that definitely we want to learn how to have functional marriages that are going to be more happy than sad. And yeah, if you are having problems in your marriage, you want to know how to fix those problems, and you want to have older people that can actually give you counsel on what to do to fix your marriage when you have those problems. But the problem with that is a lot of people that are Black now, that are older in their 50s and 60s, even up to their 70s, are now divorced, now dysfunctional. So we're going to have to start from scratch again in order to fix a lot of these, problems that we have going on. But I'm getting ready to get off of here. I'm getting ready to drop down. But what I wanted to say real quick about Priscilla is, if you ask me, I'm not concerned about people like her, Cynthia G, Tommy Sotomayor, Angry Man, a whole bunch of other women and men. I'm not concerned about them. What I'm concerned about, if someone says, you know what, I don't believe Priscilla, I'm 22 years old as a woman, men are just trying to have sex with me, where do I find a man that wants to get married? And I hope that one day I'll be able to have an answer. I know 25 guys in your age grouping that live in your part of the country that would be interesting to marry, and I can set it up for you to meet them. And also we can set you up to go through the counseling program yourself, so you can learn how to become a better candidate to be somebody's wife. And we can get you set up in a situation, and we can really provide help, instead of just telling you, be patient and it will come to you and all that nonsense.
Damn, it's only a 4-hour show. Damn. Gotta wrap it up.
All right, man. I appreciate you guys for having me on. It's nice to see everybody again. OG Patrice, Vaughn, you guys bring some knowledge. And now Clarence, I don't know, man. No, I'm just kidding. All right, man. Hey, you guys have a good one, okay?
All
right, brother.
Man.
Peace.
All right, man. We gotta put some money together to get that brother a mute button, man. We got to put some money together, get some money out of the kitty, man. Put some money together, because he's popping that. He's either at Costco or he's either popping that bubble wrap or something, man. All right, we got Marcus. We're gonna let Marcus get a statement in quick, because Marcus he came in at the last minute, so we're gonna give him a quick minute to give a statement out there, and then we're gonna start going. We're gonna go around the room. If anybody got any last comments, and then we're gonna just start wrapping up. All right, Marcus, what you got for us, man?
Hey, what's up? How's everybody doing?
So far, so good, man. What's going on?
Hey, Marcus.
Hey, how you doing? How you doing, Vaughn?
What's up, man? All right.
No, when it just comes to people like this that want to act like this very pseudo intellectual person, you know, even in the, I don't even want to go through the religious route, but even in the Bible, we have people like that will go to certain towns or pass through and kind of be like a snake oil merchant in a way. But in this case, she's just, every time she wants to flaunt her book and make the book sales, kind of like somebody else we know in these kind of YouTube streets, probably Brother Clarence and Vaughn OG and Bolo probably come across here in New Growth. Even though the name of Obsidian, he does the same thing. He does the same thing. He likes to press out his book. Now, you know, I've only like talked to him maybe once. That's about it. But he's like always does that. And, you know, so you have people on these opposite sides of the spectrum.
You know what
you have her
have in common, Marcus?
Say that one more time.
Invited both of them over here. We have invited Obsidian. Obsidian said he would come over here, but he never showed up. We invited Priscilla over here. She never even got back to us. We've invited both of them over here to discuss this stuff, and they told they just would not do it. So I just wanted to make that clear. Okay, go ahead, Marcus. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. Yeah. No, so just when it comes to that kind of stuff, there's always going to be people on that kind of side of the spectrum trying to shoot a certain message, and if they can have people apart, and then on their following or their army or their clique, it's more money for them. So it's all about a cash grab, and it's all about clickbait and the shock jockeying and putting out the masses and the negatives and stuff like that, and putting them in a certain box or category. So you know that's her route that she's trying to take, and it's not that far from the extreme feminists, because not every feminist is a bad feminist, but there's the positive ones who don't align with these extreme radicals, and then there's the ones that just want to just throw away, like not even another thing too that I noticed was like master deflectors of the question. I had a person I know ask her a question named Jedi Mike, and she never got around to answer his question directly. And he's a good, honest, genuine guy, young cat, married, believes in God, trying to do the right thing, noble thing, and he couldn't get a straight answer. She just talked about how 1 + 1 = 3,786, and the men's biology, it's not for that and stuff like that. And he was just confused. So I just unfortunately there's gonna be people that are impressionable, and they're not, unless you're being guided correctly and actually have people around you like hey, shout out to my advisors. You got advisors. I got my advisors right here, so you guys are cool people. So I appreciate just the fact that you guys are breaking this down, and you're not attacking the person, you're attacking the argument, you're attacking the talking points. And she's noticing she's getting traffic from a lot of channels that are talking about her, but she's only going to respond to very few. And unless it's like, hey, can I get money from these people? Can they're going to pay me or something like that? They're going to buy my book, Patreon, whatever that thing is. So,
or they just give her the platform. They just say, hey, come on over here, like they used to do Kevin Samuels. Hey, here's the platform. Here's the driver's license. Here's the driver, the wheel. Go ahead, take the wheel. Right. So.
Yeah. No, yeah. Other than that, man, it's just, I don't really believe it. I think it's just a bunch of, just trying to indoctrinate. And then you're trying to pull out the women that are straight and make them a certain way. They want to make them the other way, swing for the other team. And not really believe in the heterosexual dynamic either. So you're trying to get that just because maybe it didn't work out for you. And then you're yelling at your kids on the live too. Like, you're like, straight up. I don't want to get that, but other than that, that's all I got to say. And just shout out to you guys, and shout out to the content creators. Shout out to Bolo, New Growth, for Clarence. Thank you for having me. Vaughn and OG Patrice.
Always.
I just appreciate that. And hit the link, like, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell.
You always welcome.
Right.
Brother.
Salute, Marcus.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate that, bro.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus, for all of that. Okay, guys, we're gonna go around the room. Anybody has anything they want to say, let's say it. If not, and because we're gonna start closing remarks here. Jay, you got to connect your stuff, so I can't pull you up, man. You got to connect your devices or whatever. You got to connect your microphone.
Well, I'll go ahead and give some closing remarks if that's okay.
Nah, that ain't all right, man. That ain't
all right. We're gonna go around the room.
Listen, I can always wait now.
We're gonna go around the room.
No
Does anybody
problem.
have anything they want to say? Does anybody about what we've been talking about something somebody else said? And if not, we're gonna let Jay rock, and then we're just gonna start closing out.
I just think that she like everybody says, she's in a zone. She's pushing something that she obviously believes in or feels that she can get into it. And like you said, hurt people, want to pull people in certain arenas. But I would definitely read her book. So Vaughn, when you done with your copy, ship it to me, and I'll read it. And
I won't be buying a copy, brother. But I already know what's in there. I already know what's inside of that.
Well, hey, but New Growth, I wouldn't use it at the Vaughn. You got to get it before Vaughn uses it, because Vaughn already said what he's gonna use it for. So we got to get it before Vaughn uses it. We got to get it before.
It's funny. But let me just say this real quick, if I could. Okay, in regards to her book, because, Anae Pryor, she made a very good point concerning her book. And there are some reasons why some should read her book. You see what I'm saying? In Christianity, we call it apologetics. In other words, you're reading some material in order to be able to give an answer. You see what I'm saying? So yes. I don't feel the need to read her book, because I see already through, I read in between the lines that there's a lot of rhetoric involved. But at the same time, if I wanted to get more in depth with it, as to my response, then yes, I would suggest read the book, chew the meat, spit out the bones, But if you want to give an apologetic answer, see what I'm saying, to her book, then I would suggest reading it for that particular purpose. Other than that, I believe it's a waste of time.
Yes.
Anybody else?
It's kind of like the last thing on the book. It's kind of like we were talking about, and I know a lot of people say she needs to be done, that there's no room for her message. Like, and okay, I can respect that. But in order to go after her, right, we have to know her. We have to study. We have to be prepared for war. She's put everything out there. So whatever she said in that book, it has to be lined up. And sometimes we got to go at war with people with a little studying, a little understanding of where they coming from and what they put down on paper. That way, when we come, because she loves that. Did you read my book? See, not too many said yes, because you said yes. She like, oh shit. Well, you said in your book in chapter such and such, such and such and such. But now you're saying something different, and that what can destroy an empire. Sometimes we just want them to go out of argument, or I don't like her. No, use their words to hang themselves with them. I mean, I don't know if we can say that, but you know what I mean.
Well, you're right, man. The problem you're gonna always have with people like Princella, they always leave a back door. They talk just vague enough, even in the books. It's gonna be just vague enough, but there's that little back door that can do like a Judas goat. They can run out the side door, and they can say, "Well, oh no, that wasn't what I said. That wasn't what I meant. See, you took what I said out of context.
Right.
So be ready for that. Even though you read the book, be ready for that.
Right.
Be ready for that, because I see her do it in person. So I know if she's gonna do it in person, just based on the things that people just ask her about what she said up front, then she's gonna do it obviously about her books, right? In my opinion, anyway.
You're right. Just like Risa said, I'll read the cliff notes.
Yeah, man. It's just gonna be. And so even if you want to nail her down to something, she's the type of person you're never gonna nail her down. She's always gonna have a back door out of whatever she said. So therefore, you'll never be able to establish her position on something, right? Even if you ask her if she's a lesbian. Well, if that's what you say I am, so I'm a same sex. I mean, you're a lesbian, right? If you're dating women, you're a lesbian, right? I mean, that's pretty simple, right? Well, that's what you want to say. If that's it's all these circles that can be. It's always a back door out of the logic that she's talking about, right? But anyway, I digress. Let me leave that alone. Oh, that's what Patrice always says. So I'm gonna leave that alone.
Listen,
anyway,
I have one more point that I wanted to make, Brother Clarence.
What?
I had a couple of other points that I wanted to make before the closing remarks, but I kind of held on to them because I know everybody was trying to get.
You want to make them now?
Get the things out. No. I don't have to do that.
I was just gonna go buy the book. That's why.
Let
Vaughn go. That's exactly
what anticipation is so high. I've been fiending for your comments.
I was just asking if it was okay. If
you're teasing, you're teasing us now, Vaughn. Stop that.
He's teasing us, man. Go.
Because you know what? I don't want to really give a long closing remark.
Okay. He wants to just go buy the book, doesn't he?
So I would like to get some of it off a little bit, but I didn't want to do it earlier because everybody was in the thick of the conversation and I was enjoying it. Okay. And then to try to get in on that, I've already said a lot already.
Vaughn, come on. Just come on with everything you got to say. Come on.
No. I just wanted to make one point and then I can do closing remarks and I'll digress. Okay. Yeah. But one of my concerns concerning this Princilla is how are the male children being treated, in the world of Princilla, quote unquote,
not good.
These people that are following her, how are they being treated? How are they being regarded? These young boys, these babies,
not good.
These young men children. You see what I'm saying? So this is why I have a problem with her whole concept of demonizing the male.
Mm.
And I haven't heard her address that yet. I would love to hear her perspective on how do these ladies raise their sons? Because many of them are probably in single parent homes. You see what I'm saying? So my thing is, I would love to hear her concept on that, just so I can hear where she's coming from, if she would be honest about it.
No,
because if you
have
such a hatred for, well, listen, if she has such a hatred for the male, as she says it, and if you notice, she never says the word man. You see what I'm saying? Because to her, we're lower than a man. We're a male.
Right.
Do you see what I'm saying? I don't know if any of you noticed her verbiage, but she never says man. She says male. You see what I'm saying?
Definitely.
So it's the whole concept is very off kilter to me, and so I'm wondering, what do you gentlemen think? What are these young people or these young boy children being taught in the realm of her doctrine?
Wow, Vaughn, that's a great question. That's a scary question to even think about.
And that's why I said that this whole concept and her uprising is dangerous, because we're seeing a blatant response of the enemy now. The tools that he's using are becoming more heightened and sharpened. And we're really not paying attention because we're still off into relationship and gender war. That's where he wants you to be stuck at. And while we're stuck there, the enemy is moving in a whole different way. So I have more to say, but I'll digress right there. And
Brother Vaughn,
I just wanted to know what you gentlemen thought of that. I just wanted to know what you all thought of that.
Well, I think real quick, I think that you're right. There's going to be the crop of men that comes out of the women that are in that camp are going to be treacherous. They're going to be dangerous. They're going to be deadly. They're going to be the type of men that have no regard for no one because of the environment that they have been raised in, where they have been constantly put down just because they were born with male genitalia. They're going to be put down, isolated, not treated fairly, and so on and so forth. And of course, Minister Farrakhan taught us that mistreatment breeds anger, and they're gonna have anger issues even brought into the adult, teenage and adult years, and that's when most men become the most. If they are going to be violent, they usually their violence usually escalates in the teenage and mid 20s years. That's when the violence really hits its heights, and that it's a scary thing because they're gonna be out there in the street. And I got a granddaughter that's gonna be hitting that street in about 10 or 15 years. hitting the dating market, and it's going to be an ugly situation when those guys are trying to mate with women they're not going to be looking for women that are broken all the time. They're going to be trying to find women that are not broken and break them. So it's going to be an ugly situation, in my opinion. Anybody else got anything to say about that?
May I speak now? I've been waiting a long time.
Who is that? Who? Oh, that's I didn't know you were still on here. Oh, okay.
Yes, that's me. How you doing, Jay? I've been listening to y'all cook. I've been listening to everybody cook, letting y'all men, say y'all piece. As a woman, and specifically a Black woman, that come from the loins of a Black man that bore and gave birth to a young Black man that have Black brothers. I could not look them in the eye. I could not face them if I fell unto the ideology of what Queen is saying about the incapability of Black men to be able to love. I have heard, all perspectives, and I know we got a lot of issues, guys, specifically in our community. There's a lot of hurt. There's a lot of trauma. And again, that's the elephant in the room, right? But when you have the queens of makers of the world that is literally on platforms spewing the venom and the vitriol that she is towards our male counterparts, my male counterparts, and literally is trying to say, follow me over here. I wonder, my 3 years on these platforms have really made me realize more than ever just how traumatized and how sick some of our people are, right?
Definitely.
And not dealing with our issues, not dealing with that. So just to have the conversation in good faith with the men that are on this panel, the men that I know that I have went to and have helped me. There's no way in good faith I can say, just even the Black man that I married, even when there was Black men on platforms saying that I was not married to a Black man just because I dated outside my race before, just to say that I didn't have a right to be in the community just because I fought because of my son, because of my husband, because of my father, because of my brothers, just because I stood on the front line, just because I faced literally face-to-face police officers, right? Just because I'm in the fight that I'm in. I never, not one time, take anything away from the Black man and his contributions to society and to this world. Is there room for improvement? Absolutely. There's always room for improvement on both parts. We have to know that we are all equally to blame in this fight. But the Black men in these spaces that are showing leadership, that are showing up and having these conversations like this platform and other platforms like Brother Bolo platforms. I hear young Jay Takachi speak. I hear New Growth speak. I hear, big slaps over there. Him and what's his name? My boy,
Be Easy.
Over there. Be Easy, that dude. Over there on the other channels. I hear these Black men. They don't have all the problems, but they are having the conversation to help be a part of the solution. So how in good faith could I ever follow the ideology? And it's damning to hear other Black women to say, well, how y'all feel about we don't need y'all. We can take care of ourselves and we don't need a man. And Like, no, I would never, ever say anything like that. And I have had bad experiences with Black men, but hell, I done had bad experiences with men of other races, right? If you have a bad experience with one race, don't think running over there to the next race gonna solve your problem, because it's not. Been there, done that, got the doggone t-shirt, right? So with all of this persuasion, coercion, conditioning, social engineering of a farce that's going on with the queens of the world, we have to really be able to dissect and analyze and break down what that sister is saying to us, and as well as what she's not saying. To give a false solution to a problem, when if you do make a choice to go over to that other community, but you're not talking about the nefariousness that goes on in that community too, that's problematic. See, there's no one trick pony when it comes to people that are cult-like with their mentality. Be careful who we choosing to listen to, watch, follow, and allow to influence us in these spaces.
Shout out to Lyric. I didn't even see Lyric over there in the chat. Shout out to Lyric Speak. Sorry about that, Patrice. Go ahead.
Because you all are needed. You all are necessary. But yes, you got to step up, continue to do your part. Start in your homes first. Because you got women in your homes, whether they're your wives, your daughters, your girlfriends, your significant others, whoever they are. You got to start in your homes first. Charity begins at home. And then you go out and abroad in your communities and you make the difference as well. Like what I'm doing. I read to Black boys when I read to Black girls too, but when I saw that young Black boys was slipping more, I gave more of my attention to them. Now I'm in the midst of getting ready to be a foster parent. And I was taking in a girl because I have a son. I never had a girl. I wanted to experience having a girl, right? But guess what? That little girl, they just call me and say, she got a brother. Would you be willing to take them? We don't want to split them up. See, are we going to just talk the damn talk and try to tell people what to do, or are we going to walk the walk? Now, do you think I'm going to let this Black boy and Black girl be split up, brothers and sisters? No, I can't do that, because there's a need for us to be more foster parent to Black children, adopt more Black children. Because, see, we got people that get mad when they see white folk adopting and being foster parent to Black children, but we're not stepping up to the plate like we need to do as well.
Good point. Good point.
So don't have no shade to nobody. But don't have
men are out there adopting Black kids.
That part. Same sex, they are all out there adopting back, but Black folk ain't doing it as much, y'all. I'm telling y'all, I'm in these classes right now, literally going through this process. So are we going to continue to just sit on platforms, just bash each other, just blame each other? I'm tired of the name blame. I swear to God, I feel like Michael Corleone every time I try to get out, y'all pull me back in.
Michael Corleone, oh my God.
I don't want to have this conversation no more about her. She is nonchalant as far as I'm concerned. I'm concerned about what she is teaching and preaching out here to the young minds that have to go out in this world and be leaders in our communities. That's my concern. Okay. And because of the love I have for my people in general, it's gonna, not only the women, they don't see it, they don't think it's gonna hurt them, but it is. It's gonna hurt them in the end, and they'll see.
Definitely. And
that's all I want to say, you guys. I appreciate y'all letting me have my last little soliloquies and all that. So, OG,
no, that's not your last one. Don't go nowhere. It's not your last.
Yeah, I'm just digressing, and I'm just landing my plane right there for now.
All right, y'all. Let's get Jay to get in. And then Big Rig slipped in the back door. Right? What's happening, man? Okay, so we're gonna get Jay and then Big Rig.
How you doing, Big Red Slash? I'm doing TV, OG Patrice, Vaughn.
That's a West Coast thing. They don't know nothing about that slap.
That's
all. They don't know nothing about that, Big Rig.
Let's get a slap.
If I
Salute
listen, first of
everybody.
all, shout out
Salute.
to everybody on this
Salute, salute.
panel. Salute. But
Jay.
you hear me?
Yeah.
I don't know if I was being low. Everybody told me, Jay, you're talking too low, you're talking too loud, which is it? Just tell me. I can't stand that for laughing at my parents. Shout out to them. The thing is I want to point out is everybody y'all had really good benefits to the answers of what this lady I guess is trying to spew, and also your own rational thought of like how it would affect others. And I love when people do that because you're taking yourself out of the problem and seeing how much a bigger of a problem it will be if it spreads to innocent kids, and at least in the mind that I see. For me, crazy, because my sister is, and she'll even tell yourself that she is lesbian. She would never, in any passage, agree with what this lady is saying at all. And that's my biological sister when I say that. She'll never agree with what she's saying. Because just like how some of these dudes are out here hurt, like demonizing women and stuff like that, this woman is demonizing men and males, and I don't like that particularly because now it's a question of who hurt her, and what dichotomy did you grow up learning this? Who spoon fed you this, and why do you believe so strongly what you believe? Or honestly, if you're just carrying on the will of someone else that just says some kind of like things you didn't think about, and you're just kind of quoting it verbatim. I am my mind right now, and it's like I said, once again, shout out to everybody on the panel, to every brother and sister that's on here. Can't even fathom wanting to listening to a person with so much contempt and probably disgust or the other gender particularly, and really say that she's doing a good job what she's doing. This is just something that I would want to have a key reminder of, like, you got to look after your kids. You gotta honestly, when you bring your kids into the world, basically you want to make sure there's no hatred or there's no hate being there's no hatred around you, so they don't ever see that they see literally like people of different, like, I hate to turn into a gender talk. People of different genders interacting with the people peacefully and not like having contempt, anger, and hatred towards one another. Because, like I said, because children imitate what they see now and what they're told. So, see any of this of what this lady's talking about, especially like any of this, like I said, they might just adopt that mindset and just she'll make many versions of herself. And at that point, it's a detriment because none of these little kids, or I guess you could say people, really belong to themselves. And they're just kind of like stuck perpetuating a cycle. That's freaking terrible. We don't want that. We want progression and solution. We don't want people spewing nonsense in the name of something that's not even proven, or something that's spewing hatred and trying to just cover it up as something else to make somebody believe that they're doing the right thing when they're actually not. So, all in all, I'll say it. I don't like quoting anything. I think she's crazy. I mean, she believes what she believes, but it's not for the betterment of any community or society in my mind. I'm sorry. It's not going to benefit anyone. Probably just her. And we got to be on our bells and whistles about stuff like this for our kids, because I got a nephew, and I told him, I always tell him this. Hey, listen, if anybody says they're going to hurt you or us, you come tell me right away. Simple. I don't care who it is. You tell me, your mom and your dad, whoever. because like I said, because trust me, no one's gonna hurt us. I promise they're not gonna hurt us. I don't want you ever to feel like you don't have to tell us anything. But nowadays, I don't think people are even paying attention to kids in schools. So this thing could spread similar to that whole incident with kids getting death mail in school. I don't know if you heard about it. There was an incident like about 2 years ago where this person, it's called Momo. I believe that's what it was. It was under the disguise of a Momo of email, and it was telling children to kill themselves. Sorry, self-delete. So just like in regard to this lady is spewing with a book and also with herself preaching, I don't want kids to listen to this. I don't. It's not for the benefit of anyone but this lady's own ego. At least what I'm seeing it, yeah. And contempt. But Brother Clarence, that's all I have to say. I'd like to hear Brother Bolo or Big Ray Slaps their thoughts, because everybody hits some really good, interesting points.
Absolutely. All right, let me bring Big Rigs in, and then after Big Rigs, I don't care who comes up here, we're closing out.
What's going on, y'all?
What's going on with you, man?
Oh man, I'm doing real good, man. Real good.
Big Rigs.
Yeah. So, last time I was up, you guys were talking about this. OG Patrice really didn't know nothing about her. I kind of spoke on it a little bit because, like I said, I watched about a good almost 2 full streams that she had prior before you guys were talking about her. And then I did see OG Patrice on B. Taylor, so I know she got a dose of it. And I did see her also on Daryl Long, and I tried to get up there, but Daryl don't be playing them games, so when he got women up there, he don't really be having dudes come up. So I got a chance to come up after he did that. When she left, he let dudes come up. Yeah. And I asked him pretty much the same thing. I don't get why she says men aren't capable of loving. I said, Daryl, you a grown man with kids yourself, bro. How can you have this woman sit up here in front of your face and tell you something like that, and you don't even say anything? And he says, well, I don't think she meant it in the fact as we don't love our kids and ain't loving our fathers and cousins or whatnot. I think she just mainly means women. I said, well, she don't really ever really be specific when she says that. She kind of talks about as if men just aren't capable of love, period, and we're just like walking diseases. She was talking about things about our male parts that I've never even heard about in my life, with certain crud, and I was just like, this shit is crazy. Yeah. But like I told OG Patrice, when I was watching her streams, and I seen a little bit of it on B. Taylor's also. The women, they call in, and you could hear it in their voice. They switch up. It's like they talk softer. It's like almost like they want to give her the opportunity. Like, hey, I'm willing to swing that way. I'm willing to try that lifestyle because that's kind of how she preaches. Okay. And it's just like the old school dudes that would pick up these women at Greyhound bus stations and stuff. You know how it go. And they come from these bad backgrounds or whatnot and leaving home
right downtown LA. Yep.
Off top, bro. And that's exactly what she's doing. These women, they've been through certain situations like all of us have. And it's like she's just everything that these women are telling them, she's acting like one of them dudes, man. Like I forgot who said it, but even her mannerisms, like I don't get it. You talk so bad about men, but your mannerisms are like a man. Like, it's like what are we doing? You know what I mean? You want to get these women against men and all this type of stuff, but yeah, your mannerisms, the way you talk, the way you kind of put it down, the way you use, what did she say, a pimp, a slave, or whatever, all those terminologies, man.
A hoe or a trick.
Right. It's just like she's just spitting nothing but game. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And I hear what Jay's saying, and everybody else is saying, and especially the thing about the book. I don't really think it's really that necessary to read the book if you're asking her a question. But I mean, I think it is good to read the book so you can go ahead and mollywop her on some of the things that she be saying. You know what I'm saying? Because it ain't in that freaking book. That's just more of like a marketing thing, buy the book, you know what I'm saying? And then go ahead and prove me wrong on what I'm saying. And like you said, she'll always leave that back door open, to where she can do the scapegoat. You know what I mean? Because that's people with a mouthpiece, bro. Clarence, you know how it is, man.
Yeah,
fast talking, you know how to do it. You know what you're putting out there before you put it out there. So you can go ahead and rebuttal your own shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like when I be seeing her and everything, it be tripping me out, man. And to hear these women, you know what I'm saying, when they talk their stories and everything, I get it. But you're talking to a woman that's basically acting like a man. She's trying to turn y'all and convince y'all, like, leave these dudes alone. They whoopty whoop. But yet your mannerisms is damn near like a dude, and you want all these women to go and mess with women. But then like OG Patrice said, how are you acting with these women that have sons? You have a daughter. I would really like to know what it'd be like with you to have a son and for you to be putting that information out there that men can't love and ain't capable. How would you be able to raise your son saying things like that?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I don't never see any of these women ask these questions like that. Like put her on the spot. Be real with it. You know what I'm saying?
They've been indoctrinated, Big Rigs. They can't ask those questions. Because once you see, either you with it, if you roll in with the program, you don't ask no questions. You just go with it.
You gotta ask questions, man.
You got
to. If you don't ask questions, it's just like you just being led blind, man. And that's the thing. I just listen to people talk, man. I don't got the best words or whatnot, but I can ask a question. That's for sure. But that's all I had to say about it, though, man. I really appreciate this, bro, Clarence, because I think that she's just on a whole different hype. I do listen to some of the things she says, and I'm not saying everything she's saying is wrong, because I would be a fool to say that.
Agreed.
I'm a man. I know how we be acting.
Agreed.
You know what I'm saying? But it's like, come on, man. Like, two wrongs don't make it right. So you talk about men and how they act and treating women. Well, look at what you're trying to do with these women, man. You trying to turn them against men. So what's the ending game of this? You see what I'm saying? Two wrongs don't make it right, bro.
Yes.
Somebody need to ask her that. I need a woman to be up there and be like, well, hey, you talking about how these men do us. Well, look how you want us to do these men. Ain't that wrong? What's the answer to that?
Well, she's just gonna leave. If you ask her questions that she don't want to answer, she's just gonna leave. Or she's just gonna back door out of it. Oh, I didn't say it that way. I said it this way. Did you read the book? No, I ain't read the book. Oh, well, you ain't read the book, then how you ain't even in a position to even ask me no questions.
Right.
Hey,
And I will
she can always discount everyone, right?
I will say too that I was surprised to see her on a certain person's panel, and some intelligent people that I hear them speak very well on other platforms. But when she was on their show and they got on that platform, they act like they were inferior to her. I didn't understand that.
They be scared, man.
That's how that demon. That's what that devil does.
Yeah, that's what it does.
I witnessed the same thing, Patrice. So I basically know what you're talking about.
All right, y'all.
Yeah,
let's
they
start
were calling their own skin. That's what I can definitely see.
Let's get some closing remarks, man. Let's go down the line, closing remarks, because we're gonna get on up out of here. Big Rigs, man. Any other closing remarks, man, you want to make about this situation?
All I want to say is, man, like NA said, why are we talking about this woman like this? Why is she so important? It's not that she's important, but again, like I say, two wrongs don't make it right. When Kevin was out here doing this thing, yeah, he said a lot of powerful things, but he also said some stuff that I wasn't on point with. And I would say the same thing. You know what I'm saying? And I just feel that sometimes that shit needs to be called out. You know what I'm saying? And since there is a platform and we all on here, shit, we can go ahead and call that out, man. Because everybody else be quiet and act like they don't know, but they know. And hopefully they wake up a little bit and be like, you know what, man, I need to stop tripping, man. Because they right, man. She tripping or he tripping. Or you know what I'm saying? You never know what game may be woke up, you know what I'm saying, at the end of a stream. So that's why on that. But I appreciate you, bro. Clarence, everybody on the panel, man.
Appreciate you, man.
This was lit, man.
This is just
All
your
right,
home,
man.
brother. You always
I'll
welcome to
You
come
take
up
care,
here.
brother,
So
man. Like
this is
that,
your
you want to
home,
family
man.
one day, man.
I
Big
appreciate
Rigs,
that.
All right, brother. That's Big Rigs, man. Go check him out, man. Big Rigs. When the next time we can see you? Where can we see you? And oh man, damn, he bonked
He
out.
tried.
I guess he
Okay.
said, man, y'all ain't coming to see me. What y'all talking about?
All right.
But shout out to Big Rigs,
YOLO.
man. That's another good dude, man. Good dude. All right, let's see him but by the way, we can't mention Big Rigs without mentioning Be Easy, brother. Be Easy, man. That's another good dude, man. So shout out to you, man. Out there in the Bay, man. They making the Bay happen, making the Bay pop. Okay, man. Let's go with Jay. Jay, you got any closing remarks, man? What do you say, man?
Okay, well, two things. Me and Bees are gonna be doing something soon. We're gonna contact and start talking about doing a stream about something important, and that's something I want all my brothers and sisters to hear us talk about. Trust me, it won't be anime related. It's gonna be real related. So just be on the lookout for that when I decide to do that. Okay. First of all, I'm ignoring everything that lady says because I got a lot of love as a black man. So I don't know what she's talking about. Don't know how to love. I love I love my mother, my brother, my sister, all the women in my family. I do. Yes, some my damn nerves, but I still love them regardless. So there's no contempt for any of them. I'm not gonna let you right now. So whenever I hear someone say that about us, sweetheart, I wouldn't trust you to touch you. I would trust you and listen to you. So what she's saying is nonsense. I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure every black man in here who has sons, daughters, and all that show love towards other siblings or significant others. F out of here. And I'll say this as a black man, whoever lady out there who's listening to this, if you're married to me, I will love you and I will love you hard. I would not have any hate for you because I've never been somebody who I disliked, and also something wrong with me if I hate you. So I'll just say that. But take all this woman said with a freaking grain of salt. Don't really follow her. And honestly, just keep your good spirits up and don't let someone else's tear you down or scare you out of your position that you stand on. Simple enough. To all the black shoot, I'm gonna say what she said. To all the black brothers out there, listen, y'all stay y'all be strong. Don't worry about this idiot of a lizard saying nonsense. Said, stay on your square, brothers, and make yourselves great. And like your father said, early to bed, early to the gym, makes a man handsome, tall, and great. Enough said.
All right.
Now,
all right,
with
sir.
that being said, say what?
I said, all right, sir. Thank you.
Oh yeah, that's something my grandfather passed on to my dad, and it told me. I got told that. No, I ain't trying to date real quick. Yeah. That's
see
funny.
what
I just said that let that be known about like how type of person I am. Said
Jay, you see what Amy say right there?
Yeah, she says trying to get a date real quick. I'm not trying to get a date.
Hey man, you can't.
I'm working on myself, sweetheart.
Don't come over to Let's Talk About Black Life trying to get our women.
Not worry about dating.
Don't try to get our women to go over to the Jay Tekashi show, man. Come on now. Come on.
Yeah.
Man.
But other than that, I want
they can visit, but they can't stay.
Everybody to go next. And subscribe to my brother Clarence. I won't make this long. And guys, like I said, I'll post stuff up this week before Friday. I'm going on my trip to St. Louis, which I'm looking forward to get away from work for the next 3 days, which is I very much need this.
Okay.
And just a relaxation away from crazy stuff. But with that being said,
going to St. Louis to get away from crazy stuff.
Yeah. 3 days from work.
Good luck, bro.
But the truth, man, I haven't been on vacation in 2 years, bro. So I need to go one now.
Safe travels, Jay. Safe travels.
Safe travels, my brother.
Thank you. Y'all have a great night. And brother Vaughn, brother of freaking Morgan Freeman, please, if you meet Denzel Washington, talk to him in Equalizer 3. It was a good movie. I finally watched it. So I want people to know that. Very good movie. That brother talked about finding peace, and that brother found peace. That's all I can say.
Yeah,
I can say for most white men. So
yes, sir.
Albert.
All right, brother. Appreciate you, man. All right. Jay said he'll be up a little bit later next week. All right, man. Let's go with new growth so we can just have the old fogies up here, except for Patrice, of course. We had the old fogies up here, and we got new growth. New growth. What do you think, man? What's your closing remarks on this situation?
Hey, man, great conversation, man. Once again, this is my day off, so stumbled across you again, man. What's going on? God works in mysterious ways.
By the way, new growth, thank you for having my back earlier, man. You know,
Oh yeah, man.
I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, I got you.
Somebody's looking out for me.
Oh, that's right. You know, your words was powerful, man. You know, when you get to letting me know before, hey man, with all this cutting off, man, y'all gonna stop all. I was like, damn, okay, I got you. Then you're gonna tease us today. Well, I ain't really got nothing to say right now. But nah, man. I just appreciate, hanging out, getting the perspective.
It's your
Just
home,
God
brother.
works in
It's your home.
mysterious ways, man. God works in mysterious ways. He's been in my life, putting me in different directions and seeing things from different point of views. And I think the more we start breaking out of our circles, because I think once she seems like she's in a zone, she's in a square, right? Like in the corner, and drawing women into that corner. But we don't understand that the world is so much bigger, and you start to see, wow, white people got this problem too. And damn, I'm seeing more Latinos coming into jail for domestic abuse.
Yes.
And all of this stuff going on, and I'm starting to see women fighting women and fighting in the middle, especially here in Atlanta, man. I don't know where y'all at, but shoot, these lesbian women be getting down and pulling guns out.
Down here in LA too, yeah.
It was in a Walmart a couple weeks ago. Lesbian woman shot a guy in the head in his car. Wow, right going down. You know what I'm saying? They about it. So once we start getting out of that zone and start knowing who we're following, my creator is my lead. Not a YouTube. As much as Brother Clarence teaches me, he's not my. You know what I'm saying? You're not the one that I ultimately listen to. I answer to my. I answer to my father. And once we start understanding that as men, because we think we're the head of the household.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing. That's not the head of the universe. We also have somebody to answer to.
Mm-hmm.
See, I think a lot of us forget that, and we be like, well, I'm the head and this is how we should do it and you should submit this way. God ain't telling us nothing. This is all coming from our ego. So on that note, man, we don't want to have a God complex. Who's that? The Lost Poets? Y'all should know. All y'all old folks should be able to tell me who that is. Who is that, Brother Clarence?
Who's what?
The white man's got a God complex. Who's that?
That might be the Last Poets.
Oh man, you ain't old school.
You talking about the movie, the Last Poet?
See, y'all don't even know. It was a song. It was I think it was the Lost Poets or the Last Poets. But anyway, much respect to y'all. Any great discussion. Brother Bolo learned a lot today. And nice to hear from you, Marcus. I ain't seen you in a while, but man, y'all be great, man. And until the next time.
All right, thank you, brother. This is your home. You're always welcome here. Appreciate you. Thank you for coming.
Peace, my brother. Peace.
Hey, there's my phone. All right, let me. All right. Who we gonna go next? That was brother New Growth. And New Growth, are you still there with us, man?
I don't know. He might have jumped off.
I think he fell down. Put him down. All right.
But I'll go next if it's okay.
Oh, you can go next, brother. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah. So listen, man. Definitely a great stream. Definitely. Learned a lot.
I made it that way.
Yeah, man. Listen, I learned a great deal. And basically, I thank God for everyone that was on this panel today.
Man.
Because I believe that we got some great points across. You know, I believe that we made some headway. You know what I'm saying? We were effective somehow. You know, and just in my closing remarks, I would like to just admonish my brothers and sisters, you know, to be aware of these false prophets. You know, because a lot of them come in sheep clothing. You know, but on the inside, they are venomous and ravenous wolves. You see what I'm saying? So we have to be careful, you know, don't fall for the Little Red Riding Hood, you know, going to grandma's house See what I'm saying? Because that's a wolf under them clothing.
Yeah.
That's not even family.
Definitely.
You see what I mean? And so, yeah, everybody made listen, everyone made some very excellent points today.
Yes.
And I feel that it's necessary to speak out against this type of spirit that is trying to hoodwink the minds of God's people. And I believe that I have a responsibility to call it out. You see what I'm saying?
Agree.
Yeah. And I'm not intimidated by Princetta or anything like that, which I have seen many times when she pops up on a panel, that there's a hush that comes over the panelist. See what I'm saying? And now they're all baffled as to what they need to say and address her, but she's a human being that needs to repent, just like all of us. Right. You see what I'm saying? So, it's not that I'm against her, but my prayers are with her, that God would open her mind and bring deliverance in that space.
I definitely agree with that.
You see what I'm saying? So, a lot of times we can talk about people and bring them down and talk about what's wrong with them. See what I'm saying? Instead of praying for them, and she is definitely in need of prayer. She is definitely in need of prayer. And those who have followed after her are definitely in need of prayer.
Definitely.
And I rebuke that spirit. I rebuke that spirit in Jesus' name. You see what I'm saying? I don't give no room to it, because once we do that, then it can excuse me. Then it can fester. It festers like a cancer.
Mm-hmm.
And those of us who are believers need to. You see what I'm saying? We are commissioned to speak against that. And so, those are my closing remarks, man. Hey, listen, this was one of the greater conversations and streams. I really appreciate being a part of it. And hopefully I was able to give some type of insight,
Oh, yes, of course, brother.
To bring people to a certain type of awareness, because it's really not about her. Listen, we wrestle not against flesh and blood. Come on. And I can let Bolo piggyback off of that. You see what I'm saying? But thank you for the time, man.
Of course, always. This your home too, brother. This is where we expect to see you. We got a seat with your name on it out here. So that's what we expect to see. So we appreciate you. We always want you coming up here, man, and say something. Plus, somebody got to fight with Patrice. I'm too scared to fight with Patrice, man. We need somebody up here to come on here and fight with Patrice. All right, that's fine, Bryant. If you are looking for some, if you're trying to raise money, this is the man you need. Plus, on top of that, Vaughn is just a good dude. All right, I'm gonna pull you down, Vaughn. You cooking anything today, man? You have any good meals today? Or are you guys good?
Like I said, it's always, on Sunday, we do eat. You can hear background noise. I'm trying to talk over the background noise, but there's stuff brewing.
All right, there's stuff brewing.
In the kitchen.
There's stuff brewing. All right, I'm gonna pull you down, Vaughn. Thank you, brother, for always coming up here. Appreciate you, brother. All right, pull Vaughn down. We're gonna let Bolo TV and the Village get his last comments off, man. What do you think, brother? What you got to say about all this stuff, man?
First, I want to say thank you for allowing me to have on. Thank you, OG.
Of course, man. This is your home as well.
Thank you, brother. I think she found a way to exploit the game. Like all people that find, a weakness in people, in men and women, they found a weakness to exploit the game. Also, how we feel affects how we see. So if we're sick, we're gonna see through sick eyes, and it just is what it is, right?
Right.
This is what not having God looks like.
Good point.
We have to see through the vision of God, through mercy, empathy, patience, long suffering. Right. I just want to read one scripture, and it's John 12:46, and it says, "I've come into the world as light, so that whoever believes in me may not remain in darkness." That's what this is about.
Right.
This is about, first seeing in you the darkness that needs to be corrected, a opposed to going out there and being a hypocrite and trying to correct everyone else, right?
Right.
It starts with you. Now, once you've gotten to that point where you can see the darkness, our job is to stomp out. Let me be very clear on my statement. Our job is to stomp out, weed out, kill this cancer, this madness, this evil that's being preached in this world. This is our job. This is our vocation for those that choose truth, for those that choose to follow light.
Yeah.
This is our job. Our job is not to stand idly by and let it be not addressed. Because you know, in this world, you know, they're gonna allow people to speak how they speak. Our job is to embrace these men and women that are sick. Pray for these men and women that are sick, and let them know that, listen, we were there at one point. You know, we were blinded, we were sick. But to continue in our sickness is where the problem comes. To continue in our sickness is where, you know, the evil is. Like Von Bryant said, our job is to stand up for righteousness, for, you know, cry and sigh for the abominations that be done here on the earth. That's our job. So to not say anything and not to destroy. And again, this is not about Bolo. This is not about OG. This is not about Brother Clarence. This is about the truth. This is about the Father. That's what this is about. It's about showing forth his light, his truth, his words, his understanding, because at the end of the day, we're nothing. But his truth stands forever. So when this nonsense, you know, when these men allow her, or men and women allow her on their platform, they understand what she brings, right? In this world, she brings views. So they're not going to come against her because they want the viewership. They want the money. They want what comes with it, opposed to standing up for truth and saying what you're kicking is nonsense. You are cancer that needs to be destroyed, you know? And it's not you per se, but your thought process. What you're kicking is destroying the generation that's coming up. It's destroying. And we have to call it for what it is. We can't mince words. We can't play with the words, man. That's the problem. The problem is we want to be politically correct. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not that, you know, I'm not that eloquent. You know, I'm from the hood, so I speak good terms. We gotta stomp out the roaches, dog. It is what it is. It is what it is. We gotta stomp them out. And it's not about it's about the words of the Lord stomping them out and letting them see that the nonsense and the rhetoric that these people are kicking, it's only going to lead you to death. That's only going to lead you. So if this is what you choose, if this path is what you choose, understand what comes with it.
There you go.
Understand what comes with it. Don't act like you didn't know. Don't act like lesbianism leads to life. You know what I'm saying? Don't act like, you know, claiming that men are good for nothing, women are good for nothing, that women, you know, they shouldn't, you know, women that have children outside of wedlock are not good for nothing. Men that have had pasts aren't good for nothing. Understand what this breeds. Understand what this breeds. And at the second, you know, and the second point before I drop down, we have to be patient and understand that we were sick too.
Yeah.
We were sick too. So this is where the patience comes in. This is where loving yourself, knowing what your worth is, and knowing in your standards, showing your value. Don't blame men if you pick a dude that don't have no job and all he does is play PlayStation all day. Don't blame the woman if she was a 304 before you met her. You made that choice. Look in the damn mirror. It starts with you.
Yep.
Starts. So with that being said, man, I want to thank you for having me up here, Patrice, Bro Clarence. Thank you for having me. We need platforms like this that highlight the truth. Thank you, and understand that this is what the separation of this is what separating yourself from the Father looks like.
Yes.
You're eternally blinded from him. And any nonsense that someone spews, you're gonna grab and gravitate towards.
Yep.
Love you all. Thank you for having me. God bless you. Good night.
All right,
Appreciate you,
brother.
Brother
Appreciate you,
Bolo.
man.
Good night.
When's the next time we can catch you? When's the next time we can catch you, brother?
I'm gonna shoot for tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning we will be reading Ecclesiastes. So, hopefully you guys join us.
But Patrice, will you tell this man that we don't know what time tomorrow morning is?
Tomorrow morning.
Time zone that's in.
No, I'm gonna make a confession, because when I be getting up early, my time, Pacific Standard Time, Bolo be on, so I literally be listening to him while I'm getting dressed. So he's early.
Well, listen,
He's
they don't know
early.
what time this man is going to be on. They're hearing his voice and they love his voice and they want to connect with him, but they don't know what time to connect with him because he won't tell us what time or what time zone he's in.
7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Okay.
Which would be 3 hours, which would be 4 a.m. your time.
4 a.m. my time. 4 a.m.
So I'm going to call you in the morning to wake you up so that you can join.
I got headphones on, right? Yeah. I can't understand you. I can't get it. I can't get out of here with that last comment.
I'm going to call you in the morning so that you know what I'm saying. And one last question before I go. Have you cleaned those belts?
See, brother, yeah, I got more. It's more. See, it's these headphones, brother. I can't get it. But maybe,
right.
Maybe the next time, we do our challenge.
Okay.
After we get away this computer and we get all the other stuff done, we do our second challenge.
All right.
Maybe the mercy won't be so great. Maybe the mercy may not be so great.
Okay. How is Vagoda doing, man? Because I know that there's a lot of drama going on in Israel. Have you checked in with Vagoda?
I haven't talked to him. He sent me a couple emails, but I haven't talked to him, man. Maybe I need to connect with him and see what's going on with him.
Yeah, let me know.
I haven't talked to him. I hope let's hope and pray the brother's doing all right.
All right, brother.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot going on over there. Yeah.
Bless you guys. Yeah. Love you all.
All right,
man.
You
Love
too,
you, brother. I'll holler at you, man. All right, that's Brother Bolo. You can catch him on The Village. You can go see, if you haven't already subscribed to Bolo TV in The Village, man. What are you doing? Get your butt on over there and check the brother out. All the stuff I'm the great paraphraser. When I paraphrase something out the Bible or the Quran, you can at least the Bible part, you can go over there and check out Brother Bolo. He'll give it to you straight, man. He'll give it to you the straight thing. Noel, this is what Clarence meant to say, right? So going over to plus The Village, man, it's just a good place, man, where you can go get some positive vibes. And you can just, if you just want to know something about the word, you can just sit in the bushes, man, listen to what they're talking about, or you can put a question in the chat, or you can come up on the stage, man. They got a lot of different ways you can talk about it, but it's just people that they just got a good vibe, man. And and they just that's kind of like our sister station over there. But you can go over there, man, check them out, man. They're doing good work, man, trying to just, pull one person out the fire at a time, man. But shout out to the work they're doing over there on the Village. Bolo TV in The Village, man. Go check them out, man. All right, that was Brother Bolo. And then there was two left. Okay.
Two of the tough.
Two the hard way. All right, so we got Sister OG Patrice, and we're gonna ask OG Patrice, does she have any closing remarks? Does she have any closing comments? So let's sit back. All of y'all I hope y'all got y'all little refreshments together, because OG Patrice, she gonna tell us what she think, man. So you don't want to miss anything. So don't go nowhere. Don't want to miss nothing. Go ahead.
Absolutely.
Patrice, what do you think?
Can I get a close up, brother, for what I'm about to say?
Of course.
All right. It has been for many, many times, for decades, man and woman has come up in our communities with these cult-like leaders, cult-like followings. And now, unfortunately, on social media, a lot of these influences are the same persuasions. They come in and with this ideology, with this philosophy based off of, they give you a little bit of something from world history, from our history. And it's just like a lot of religious cult leaders that have led a lot of people to slaughter. So just be careful with the ideology and the philosophy that's being spewed of people like Queen of the World, because they will literally take history, which has been going on forever, the gender wars between man and woman, and they will use that and use that philosophy and ideology to lead our people astray. So I'll just say, please be careful with who you choose to follow on social media and allow to influence you. Be careful of living your life based on the ideology and philosophy of a cult-like influencer with their signs and wonders, because you might find yourself, you just might find yourself standing alone in a jungle holding a glass of Kool-Aid. I digress.
Wait, what? Holding the glass of Kool-Aid. What?
Holding that glass of Kool-Aid, my brother. You already know what that means. And listen, and that was quotes that I took from the Jim Jones massacre, from the master cult leader influencer himself.
Yeah.
I just twisted and made it appropriate for social media.
Now,
but if we are not careful, we will find ourselves following these cult-like influencers on social media, and we might find ourselves in the middle of nowhere holding a glass of Kool-Aid. Are you going to drink it? Because we already know what road that led down to all those people in Jonestown, that massacre. So I just wanted to say that to my people, to get them to think. You have to be smarter than the serpent, because they take the philosophy of either something from history, which is what Jim Jones did, and now Queen is taking this philosophy of the gender wars that's been going on between men and women and twisting that narrative.
Definitely.
Good conversation. I appreciate it. I'm going to down on that hill with that. Right? And don't pull me into this no more, brother. I'm trying to get out of the family. I feel like Michael Corleone every time I try to get out, you pull me back in.
Y'all know I don't listen to Patrice at all. I don't listen to her at all. All right, girl. Is that it? Is that your last word?
That's it, bro. That's my story, and I'm sticking to y'all. Sticking with it. I love you. I appreciated the chat. They had good comments, conversation. The panel was awesome. Great conversation. I really hope I don't have to have this conversation anymore.
Maybe she might come up here. I hope not. But if she come up here, are you gonna have a conversation, Patrice? If she come up here to talk about it, are you gonna come up here? Are you gonna talk to her?
If you can pull her to come over here to have a conversation as a guest, and she's willing to literally answer the questions asked of her. Oh yeah, sure. We can have that conversation.
She would dip and dodge out of everything.
No deflecting, like none of that.
That she's gonna be extremely deflective. But if she comes over here, are you gonna talk to her?
If she's willing to answer questions, yeah.
All right.
Then and only then.
We'll see. We shall see. We shall see. All right, girl. I'm gonna pull you down.
All right, brother. Love you.
All right, love you too, girl.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right. I'm gonna pull you down, girl. All right, y'all. All right, guys. So everybody backstage, don't move. Don't move. Don't move. Patrice, where'd you go? God dog it. All right. Anyway, maybe Patrice will pop back in here. All right. What do y'all think? What do y'all think about today's show? What do y'all think about today's show? What do y'all think about today's show? Did we talk about Princella? Did we insult her? Not most of us, right? Did we insult her? Girl, get back off stage. Get back off stage. Unless you got something to say. You got something to say?
No, pull me down.
All right. Did we insult Princella? Did we as men make say anything that would be like we were upset with her? just because we disagree with her. See, this is what happens in the Black community. In the Black community, you got to either agree with somebody 100% or you got to fight them, right? That is so stupid, man. That is the stupidest thing in the Black community, man. Well, white people can disagree with each other. They can disagree with each other. Go out and invest money with each other, right? They can disagree with each other principally, right? I'm in this religion, you in that religion. So y'all don't want your daughter marrying my son. I don't want my son marrying your daughter. But we can put this money together and we can get over on these Negroes, right? We can exploit them and make money, right? They don't have no problem with disagreeing with each other and still going out and being productive, right? But Black people, man, you got to be 100%. So I disagree with Princella on this particular issue. Oh, you hate her. You hate her. You're trying to go after her. You hate her. You disrespecting her. You know, you're a hater. Who are you? Who are you to question her? Right? All this stuff, right? It's crazy, man. It was just like, hey, I just disagree with her. I've invited Princella over here. Maybe I'll do it again. She probably look at the subs and say, Clarence, you ain't got enough subs. Plus, on top of that, there's other platforms that are more receptive to me and my situation and my position, right? But that's where me and most of the panel differ, right? They say, hey, you know what? We got to stamp Princella out. That message is bad for the people. I agree with them on that. This message is bad for the people. And the people that she's going to really pull in are the people that really need the most help, right? That's where we agree on that. However, I say leave her alone. Let her do her work. That's my position. I say go, Princella, go. Right? If the people are if the people are not looking for God's leadership in the person of a man or a female that's trying to promote the way things could be, where you could be, you can experience goodness in relationships while you're still living. You want to go and be with somebody like Princella, who is diametrically opposed to God's program, right? Then hey, she's only gonna pull the people that's already off the reservation. She's only gonna pull in the people, in my opinion, this is my opinion, Princella's only gonna pull the people that's already off the reservation. It's like the divesting crowd. Have you seen that crowd? Hey, go, Cynthia G, go. Please pull them people out of the heterosexual marketplace. Please. I say the same thing from Princella, right? Because think about it, you guys. Think about it like this, man. Now, I'm going to just show you how I think about it. Maybe y'all don't think about it this way, but I think about it like this. The people that Princella are going to pick, they're not going to be good people, right? First of all, she's not going to pull good people out of the marketplace. She's only going to bring very damaged people out of the marketplace. These damaged people are out here procreating with the pookies. They so incompetent at sexually selecting that they are selecting people that are going upside their heads, that are abusing them, abusing their children, stealing money from them, crashing their cars, so on and so forth, right? And those are the type of men they're attracting. So they're just supposing, and they are extrapolating that, well, these are the only men that are out there, is these type of men. No, those are the only type of men you sexually attracted to. Maybe you should configure who you are sexually attracted to, so therefore you can maybe have a different result. But a person like Princella takes those people and says, we're not going to fix your dysfunction or your incompetence at sexually selecting in the heterosexual marketplace. We're just gonna pull you out of the heterosexual marketplace. That will nullify your incompetence. We're not gonna fix your incompetence. We're just gonna put you into the lesbian marketplace, right? I say, hey, let her take those people into the lesbian, drop them off at the lesbian's front door, right? If the lesbian's willing to take them in, let her take them over there. They're not going to listen to us if we ask them to follow God's leadership. They're not going to listen to us if we say, "Hey, you need to reconfigure who you're sexually attracted to, so that you can get a better result as far as being in the heterosexual sexual marketplace." They're not going to listen to us. They want to have somebody, a cheerleader, a champion, that will come out here and say, "Hey, it's not the fact that you picking bad. That has nothing to do with it. The well is messed up. That's why you can't get a good drink of water, because the well is poison." But that's not the reality. The reality is you keep picking people to get stuff out of the well that are spitting in the water by the time they pull it up to you. Get somebody different. You have to do something different if you want a different result. And I'm saying, even if you in the lesbian marketplace, if you picking pookies in the heterosexual marketplace, you're probably gonna pick pookies over in the lesbian marketplace. But if the lesbians are willing to deal with that, then hey, that's on them. Well, I actually meant, don't be surprised if she does a reaction video on this stream. She did Great Pill Podcast the same way. Well, I mean, if she does, she does. That's fine, right? I think if she came over here, we'd be respectful to her. We are the most respectful. We've been mostly respectful to her. We've been respectful to her in her absence, right? Only thing we have an issue with is her position, right? I think we have went over this stuff, and but we have never said, "Oh, Princella's a bad person because she did this and did this." Only thing we've talked about is what she said and the things she said that have not lined up with the truth, right? Which we have a right. If you put public stuff out here, then it is open to be scrutinized, right? You can't get mad because people scrutinize public information that you put out here, right? But anyway, like I said, this is the most dangerous thing about Princella is she is not teaching the people that follow her how to go out and get some type of therapy to deal with the issues that have them being attracted to people that would abuse them, that people that would use them, misuse them, mishandle them, and so on and so forth, maybe even unalive them. They need, those people need to be in therapy, in my opinion. And I'm not a doctor, I'm not prescribed anything like that, but I think rather than going to listen to Princella, they should be going into therapy. Now, after they go to therapy, if they want to listen to Princella and they can decide. I think they'd be healthier after they get involved in therapy for a while, to be able to make a actual informed and rightly guided decision. Because if you're making a decision based on your pain, that's not a right guided decision. That's a decision based on my pain. Oh, this white man fired me off the job. Now I hate every white person. That's stupid, right? That is stupid, right? Black women, and this is in the manosphere. I disagree with the manosphere, right? I've been rejected by black women my whole life, right? I heard Tommy say this before. I've been rejected. Everything bad happened to me from a black woman. Doug, that's where your proximity was, right? Of course, the people that's going to hurt you the most are the people in your proximity. You start dating other women of other races, don't worry, brother. They will start hurting you too, as well as men of other races. They will start hurting you as well. Uh-oh. No long stroking, Brother Clarence. It's already been 5 minutes. It's been 5 hours and 45 minutes in the stream. Okay, I guess the crew told me, man. The people that that follow me and that love me and show me a lot of love, they said, "Hey, man, Clarence, you can't long stroke today." Okay. Let me put this invitation out there, Princella. Anytime you want to come over here, if you listening, if somebody that follows you is listening to this little channel over here, Let's Talk to Black Life, we got some questions we want to ask you. We're not going to be disrespectful. We're going to be very respectful. As long as you're respectful to us, we're going to be very respectful to you. We don't have no issue with your personal life. You being a lesbian personally, that has nothing to do with anything. We just going to question you about why you think it's the best move for most women, and based on some of the things you have said, right? So therefore, that's why we're not going to go into the book too much. We want to ask you some questions about some of the things you have verbally said out of your mouth. All right, y'all. So anyway, that's about Princella. And like I said, hopefully everybody's back there, Patrice. I think only Sister Innie's not there. But if she wants to jump back there, she can jump back there. But anyway, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. That's what we think of. That's what, we talked about Princella and what we think about her situation. So anybody wants to contact her and say, hey, come on over here. I'll try to do it again. I'll try to ask her to come over here again. I doubt she'll come because from what I see, she doesn't go on places where they ask her some really tough questions. She goes places where they just throw the softball. They throw the softball up to you right in the air, right? They don't even throw a softball. They put the softball on a tee. They put it on a tee. It's like T-ball, man. You just hit it right off the tee, right? That's where she goes. She don't go places where they throw the ball and it's coming at her and she has to deal with that, right? At least that's my observation of what I've seen from her. Anyway, all right, y'all. We're going to meet back here. I don't know if we're going to be back here next Tuesday or Thursday or what. We'll figure it out. We'll see what happens. But y'all make sure you got the notifications on so you know when we go live, right? And we will let y'all know. All right, y'all. Until then, man, what do y'all think about Princella? Leave us a comment. Let us know. Were we off? Were we on? I mean, we didn't all agree up here anyway, right? But let us know what you think. What do you think about Princella? Is she dangerous? Is she really that dangerous? So, okay, we got all the players backstage. Okay. So, Patrice, leave me alone. Everybody's backstage. Yeah, she has not really changed a lot of her content creators. Dodge tough question. Yeah, she does. She does. But I seen that up front already. That's how she operates. But that's okay. Go, Princella, go. Go, Princella, go. If you can get all those bad people and drop them off at the lesbian camp, I say go, Princella, go. I know most of my team don't agree with me with that, but that's okay. Yeah, I still love them, even though they 100% wrong. No. All right, y'all. We'll see y'all. Maybe not Tuesday. If we do something, it'll probably be Thursday. So, but we will see y'all. Now, if you have a comment, put it out there. Diamond. Leave us a comment, man. Leave us a comment. We can get on here. You think Princella and Tommy should go out on a date? That'll never happen, man. That'll never happen. Tommy does not like the tough girl type girl. Yeah, I don't think she's his type. And I definitely know Tommy is not her type, right? Tommy's got some extra stuff that she's not looking for anymore. All right. Shout out to Lyric, by the way. Lyric stopped by. Shout out to Lyric, man, in the chat. We appreciate you stopping by, sis. All right, y'all. We will see y'all next week. All right. Peace.